Naidwith spoken. I am. Trapped. By C.D. Gill. Digital narration, performed by Anna and Jack. Chapter 1. The crack of her knees gave away her location in the pitch darkness of his room. He'd been waiting for her. With a silent exhale, Noah Donovan grabbed his flashlight from under his pillow and shined it directly into her face, not giving her a chance to stand over his bed with a knife in her hand again. "Put the knife down and go back to bed, Mom. You don't want to hurt me," he said gently as he rolled off his mattress. His form towered over her petite one as he slid the knife from her grasp. A butter knife at that, since he'd hidden every other potential weapon in the house long ago. Mom's crazed eyes, glowing in bright light, closed in anguish. "Baby, I just can't understand why you would force me to leave the only home I've known. I brought you and Tansy home from the hospital here. You split your head open on the brick fireplace and got stitches when you were 3. Look, your height chart is still on the doorframe. I poured my heart and soul into making this a home, a happy one for you both after your dad." She choked back her sob, her tears so easily accessible for a woman who had been emotionally unavailable most of his life. "How could someone remember those details and supposedly have this mental illness you keep saying I have?" she asked. "Because I love you, and because you did such a great job of raising Tansy and me alone. That's why I want you to be cared for." With a squeeze to her shoulder, he led her to the door. "It's not locking you up. The memory care apartment specializes in your health. You won't be alone there like you are here, trying to take care of this big house by yourself. You'll finally have someone to cook and clean and wash up after you. After a lifetime of caring for others, Mom, you deserve to have some rest and a good time. Recovering from your lobotomy was nearly impossible, but you did it, and you're alive to tell the tale. Now you get to have the retirement you always talked about. Water aerobics, dinner with friends, music, movie nights. Tans and I will come see you, and we can sleep better knowing you are enjoying yourself." Noah hugged her frail shoulders, covered in a warm nightdress Tansy had bought her, guiding her towards her room for her last night in her house. For months, he'd woken up to her standing over his bed with a weapon, more often than not. That's what he got for looking so much like Dad. "But," Mom sniffled and said, "he won't know how to find me there when he comes back." Noah scrubbed his hand through his short hair, swallowing at the thickness in his throat. They'd had a version of this conversation before, but this time, her fear felt raw and validated. Dad really wouldn't know where she'd gone. But what were the chances he'd return to the house he walked away from 20 years ago? Seemed slim to none, and saying so would send her into a spiral that would keep them awake the rest of the night. "I'll be here to tell him if I see him, okay? I'm staying to take care of things while you're off having a great time." He tucked her into her bed, closing the door behind him. In his room, he tossed the butter knife into the top drawer of his dresser with the other items he'd confiscated from her midnight visits, and dropped onto his mattress. His whole body ached. Caring for Mom aged him more than the military had in the 10 years he'd been in. He hadn't slept a full night since he'd returned from deployment in the Middle East with his specialty team over 5 months ago. When he did sleep, the nightmares of his team being ambushed found him. Mission had been airtight, no leaks. Still, it ended in screams and blood. He'd made it out, but the belief that he was invincible didn't. That was the day he decided to come home for good. Besides, Mom and Tans needed him home to make the hard calls, the surgery, the aftercare, and the move into the care facility. 5 hours later, Noah packed the last of Mom's boxes into his pickup and closed her into the passenger seat. They stopped for breakfast at a little diner where Tansy joined them. Then the 3 of them moved her into her new apartment. Or, as Mom called it, her shoebox. It was small, but it was safe. And that was what he told himself 1,000 times over again as he drove away, relieved and exhausted. Mom was finally safe from herself. At home, Noah chugged a bottle of water, using the time to put his nostalgia and very complex emotions aside. Then he grabbed his bag, dropped it in his pickup, and drove to a compound outside of Dallas in silence. His boss, Amos, had asked to schedule this meeting weeks ago, and Noah figured it'd be the perfect distraction after an emotionally taxing morning. Where his Army Specialty Unit had said goodbye, his Carter security team had picked him up and carried him along. And he'd die to preserve the brotherhood of his teams, his family by circumstance. At the Carter security office, Noah scanned his badge to take him through the back hallways to the conference room. The bright, cheerful colors and framed photography on the walls gave the converted warehouse the illusion of natural light. In reality, the place had very few windows, minimizing the weak points for breaching, which kept their secrets contained, though terrible for egress. The empty room granted Noah a few minutes to start up the projector, sign into his computer, and log into their company's secure software. Whatever Amos wanted to say had to be important if he was coming in person. Noah didn't know him extremely well, but Amos had been his first contact within Carter Security when he retired from the military. Houston O'Reilly had introduced them, and Amos asked Noah to establish his very own counter-espionage unit there in Texas. 4 minutes until start time. The team strolled in as a group, freshly showered after the group workout Noah had missed this morning. "Hey, Bossman made it in," Elijah called as the team filed in. Colton with his usual smirk, Shane and Jude arguing about best recon routes, and Felix trailing behind with a protein bar already half gone. Noah grunted. "Thanks for showering so you can make a good first impression." "We aim to please." Felix glanced into the hallway. "We figured he'd have been here and getting the inside scoop from you already." With a quick shake of his head, he told Noah he didn't see him in the hall yet. Then, he sat down and pulled another protein bar from his pocket. Felix was always eating, but never gained an ounce. "How'd it go with moving Mama D?" Shane's low voice cut through the other noise, silencing them. Shane and Noah had bonded in boot camp over their messed-up family situations. Noah shrugged. "Joint effort. I carried in the boxes and Tans made it look like home. Mom'll be happier there." And he hoped to sleep for once. Everyone nodded their understanding, though Shane lifted an eyebrow, which meant there'd be further intrusion into his personal life later. Great. He'd admitted to the group that she woke him up at night, but he'd only let it slip to Shane during a particularly grueling wrestling session that she'd brought a weapon each time. Noah heard the thump of the front door 47 seconds before Amos appeared in the doorway of the conference room. Everyone jumped to his feet to greet him. Amos turned his smile on Noah and shook his hand with a tight grip. "Hope you're rested up and ready to go, cowboys, because this is the chase of a lifetime with far-reaching consequences." Amos plopped his briefcase onto the table, clicking it open. Noah caught Colton's smirk and leaned back in his chair. Colton's last mission under Amos was still bringing down dominoes in unexpected ways, and that had been from over a year ago in a different department. "I value your time, so I'm going to cut straight to the good stuff." The group quieted as Amos's presentation appeared on the projector screen. "Adonis, the biotech giant, has hired your team for a two-pronged mission. First up, their insider information is being leaked to competitors, and worse to the government regulation boards, who have been trying to keep their thumb on the company's secret clearance studies, but can't without reasonable cause. Somehow, recently, they have found plenty of reasonable cause. We're going to uncover how. And second, Adonis officials are suspicious that the pharmaceutical company, Jonaly, is guilty of corporate espionage and sabotage. Your team will infiltrate and investigate all angles of this, to the end that Adonis wants a legal case against Jonaly that they can hand to a judge, wrapped with a bow." Amos clicked a button on his computer. "In your email inboxes, you'll find some rough outlines of the scope of the work they're asking. As a team, you can decide for yourselves who fits what role. We were easily able to identify positions within the USDA and Adonis. The harder position will be getting insider information from Jonaly. We acquired a list of potential employee targets at Jonaly for your perusal. They prefer accuracy over speed, so don't rush, but there is a significant bonus with your team's name on it attached to keeping this under a year. No pressure." The team laughed and whistled when Amos displayed the 7-figure number up on the screen. As if they weren't already happy enough to be out of their military gigs, a sizable paycheck for their first big assignment would be the icing on the cake. Amos bowed out after the question and answer time, and left the team to divide out the roles. No one spoke as they sifted through the information in front of them. As team leader, he had ideas on who would work where, but he wanted to see if they naturally recognized their strengths enough to volunteer for a position. After they looked through the internal positions, they spent the next 3 hours sifting through Jonaly's employee database for persons of interest, who was high enough up the food chain to be privy to company secrets. It was nearing dinner time when Noah slapped his computer shut and rubbed his eyes. They'd profiled the top 50 positions within the organization, leading out the least likely candidates. He needed to accidentally run into an employee and get him talking so he could find out who was whom within the company. Who's hungry? Let's go do some reconnaissance. They piled into their trucks and drove to a higher-end bar and grill, Callan's. Getting an upscale meal out of the deal thrilled the team, but he'd come for one reason, and he found her seconds after walking in. Lexi Jackson.
Chapter 2. Danny was late. Again. Lexi Jackson glanced at the clock for the third time in 5 minutes. She needed to get home to bed if she was going to be of any use at work tomorrow. But Danny didn't care. Danny was a trust fund baby who took a bartending job to insult to her stuffy parents. The world ran on her schedule, not the other way around. It didn't matter how many times Lexi kindly explained that she had a day job to get to by 8 a.m. and she needed Danny here by 9:30 so Lexi could clock out 15 minutes later. It was 10:03, and Callan's Bar and Grill's usual late-night crowd had gathered for the fun to begin. Her sign to bow out. Except Emerson wouldn't let her leave until Danny showed up. "Hey, sweet cheeks. If you're looking for a good time after you get out of here, on your man." The medium-height, partially bald guy in front of her must have been hitting a slightly early midlife crisis if he truly thought she'd entertain him for a second with that kind of pickup line. "No thanks, Martin. I'm not." Lexi glanced at the clock again. He probably had a girlfriend somewhere who he'd told that he was working late. "How about you let me mix you another drink, and you go find someone else to hit on?" A syrupy sweet voice came from beside Lexi. "Danny. Yes, Danny would love to make you one more of those." Lexi motioned at Martin's empty glass and pasted on a smile, turning to face her. "Thanks." With her back to him, she dropped the smile and said, "You're late." "I know. I'm so sorry. My car made this crazy noise this morning, so I stopped by the mechanic, and oh my gosh, then they hired a new guy who is sinfully cute. Of course, I got his number, and then we went to dinner. I'm here an extra 45 minutes. Because you were on a date?" "Danny, never again." Lexi stuffed her apron under the counter. "Next time you're late, I tell Emerson that you were the one who spilled the top shelf tequila the other night and tried to clean it up with used cloth napkins." Lexi shuddered at the memory of the mess. Emerson had been furious. Never mind the code violations they would have gotten had an official been there grading their cleanliness. Danny had refused to touch the mop. Danny's eyes widened. No, no, no. I'll make it up to you. I'll be thinking of ways. Good night." Lexi shoved through the door to the kitchen, not making eye contact with anyone else lest they decide to detain her longer. A hot shower and her bed called her name. She clocked out, grabbed her purse and keys, and slipped out the employee exit that led to a small parking lot. It hadn't been a terrible night for tips, but it wasn't enough. It never was. The crunch of the gravel beneath her feet was a nice volume change to the bar's loud interior. A man shouted somewhere in the distance, but she walked faster as she gripped her keys tighter, her breath coming in shorter bursts against the cool night. Running footsteps closed in on her, so she whirled and aimed her pepper spray at his eyes. It was Martin. A tiny squirt landed in his right eye. He stumbled backwards a step with a roar. His hands tightened around her arms, his grip surprisingly tight for as small a man as he was. As he blinked rapidly, she lifted her rape whistle to her lips. A short blast was all she got out before he backhanded her across the cheek, sending her keyring flying. "Get away from me," she screamed, struggling as he pressed her against a cold car. His icy hands went under her shirt to grasp at her exposed skin. "You too good for me, Lexi? Do I not make enough money to interest you? Or do I not have the right credentials to intrigue you? Do I need to be a doctor or a lawyer?" Her fingers clawed at his arms, pinching and scratching. With his weight pinning her to the car, he yanked her arm behind her back and slammed her head against the car's hood. Her body slumped to release the pressure on her shoulder. His knee jerked up between her legs, the pain rendering her immobile for long enough for him to gain the advantage. What had she done to deserve this? She just wanted to go home tonight. That was all. With a tug of her hair, he yanked her head back. "Next time I invite you out, I expect you to say yes." "No. And after this, I never will." A flash of white took over her sight as a sharp agony sliced through her shoulder. His breathing filled her ear. His touch was on her abdomen again and then higher towards her bra. That's not the right answer. There was a thump and a grunt as the pain eased. The weight fell off of her. She whirled around, tugging at her shirt, ready to take a swing at Martin's head. Instead, a tall stranger stood over Martin's motionless body that lay face down in the gravel, his foot on her attacker's spine. "Are you okay, ma'am?" His deep voice made her want to cry. But she breathed through the adrenaline rush, willing the tears to stay away. A small noise came out in place of words. She rubbed at her shoulder. When he stepped closer, the light from his phone screen illuminated his handsome face. "You're hurt. I'll call an ambulance." "No." Her hand shot out to rest on his wrist, his skin warm and smooth to her touch. "No, thank you, though. I'm fine. Really. No need to call anyone." His chin lowered, but his voice stayed gentle. "You should report him for assault. Who knows who else he will do that to without an intervention?" Her eyes closed. "I just want to go home and go to bed. I have to be at work early tomorrow." "This is your second job?" His head tilted towards the bar. She nodded. "Trying to pay off education debt." Small smile cracked through his intense gaze. "Tell you what, if you agree to file an assault charge on this guy, I'll give you self-defense classes for free. I teach a class on Wednesday for women at a gym near here." "Thanks, but I work here almost every evening." "Okay, personal lessons then. By the time we're done, you'll be able to shove him into the dirt on your own." He stretched out a business card between his fingers, lifting it from her reach when she almost took it. "Please, call me." The pleading in his voice made her smile. Men usually gave her orders. They didn't beg. "I'll probably text you, Mr." She peeked at the name on his card. "Donovan. Noah Donovan." "Please do." "I'm Lexi. Really? I cannot thank you enough for saving me." His broad shoulder lifted. "You can thank me by reporting him for assault and take self-defense classes so you can escape guys like him." The words, "next time," hung in the air between them, because they both knew this might not be the last occurrence. He doesn't deserve to get away with manhandling you. She nodded, opened her phone, and called the non-emergency line. Noah stayed with her the couple of minutes it took for the blue lights to appear in the parking lot, coaching her on what to tell the police officer for the report. He wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug. His solid frame was a lifeline. His jacket smelled like food and a fainter whiff of cologne. Then, after pressing her keys into her grasp, he vanished as the cop exited his car. The police officer took one look at Martin and pulled out his notepad with a snort. "Tell me how this happened. Start from the beginning, please. Don't leave out any details." Cringing, she retold him everything that had happened with Martin tonight for her statement. Had she asked him to stop? Yes, multiple times. Did she want to press charges? Yes. Who flattened Martin? A good Samaritan. Did she need a rape kit? No. The police officer thought a bar like this would have cameras that had caught the parking lot encounter, but Lexi wasn't so sure. There were plenty of things management didn't want to witness. The next morning, after her early morning shower, a bruise blossomed in a colorful display on her face for all the world to see. Just what she needed after not getting enough sleep. A wave of dread swept through her at the thought of drawing attention to herself. She could call in sick for once. Meet up at Bailey for lunch. Take her cute rescuer up on those lessons, starting right now. Except Ropley would deduct the day from her pay. Not her actual pay, but the pay that mattered most to Lexi, the school debt payoff. He'd paid for her schooling like he promised when he hired her, but the small print said she had to work for him for 5 years minimum past finishing her degree. Otherwise, she had to repay the remaining balance in full. Her degree had taken her 6 years to complete, thanks to Ropley adding to her workload at strategic times, which sent her deeper into school debt. So far, she'd saved up $12,000 on her own. Who needed a social life, anyway? She met more than enough men between both her jobs, and none of them had impressed on her that she desperately wanted to hitch her wagon to their crazy trains. With heavy layers of makeup on her face and her wig in place, she wore her server's costume and drove to the convention center. Parking in the back, she dialed the code to get into the center's service entrance. Her team's part began at 9 when the food and drinks were to be served, though they'd be ducking in and out of the hall to check on setups and supplies. Someone from her team was always to be in the room. The last 5 events they had done in the previous 3 months had given them a rhythm. Lexi secured her two-way device into her ear, then walked into the kitchen where the event manager, Cassandra, waited to give them instructions. The convention center didn't care who served their tables as long as the person was reliable and sober, and Cassandra liked it when Lexi signed her team up to fill in those gaps on the specific weeks they had available. Lexi had caught a lucky break this year that the convention center's sales team had landed some of Jonaly's competitors' meetings. Usually, she and her team, minus Terrence and Yolanda, spent the summer on the road, which meant the college kids took her job and tips at Callan's. Coffee and supplies need to be set out for the early birds, Cassandra said to her as soon as she walked through the door. Lexi filled her hands and strode out of the kitchen. Her eyes scanned the room for anything out of place. The tech team would have been here already this morning to put microphones around strategically. Allegra stopped beside her with a sigh. Last day until convention season is over. I'll drink to that, girl, Lexi said, mumbling. Did your mom make it home from overseas in time to see your brother's big game? Half of it, Allegra shrugged. Better than the none that my dad saw. One of 8, Allegra spent all her free time helping her parents with the rest of their brood. She was over it. Lexi nodded. Did you see Manny yet? Cass has him lugging the coffee dispensers. Emmanuel's large muscles made him the target of Cassandra's many lifting requests. As much as he was an egotistical narcissist, Emmanuel made their lives much easier. He did a lot of heavy tasks with the other male on the team, Terrence, so that Lexi, Allegra, Remington, and Yolanda could move among the attendees. Which was exactly what they spent 8 hours doing. A bachelorette party had booked Cowens for the evening and specifically requested a male staff, giving her the night off. On her brief break, Lexi pulled out her phone and messaged Noah before she could second-guess herself. Hi, Noah. This is Lexi. Are you available after 6 p.m. tonight to start my self-defense training? If not, no problem. What was she doing? She shouldn't give him an out. He'd offered. She deleted the if not, no problem, and sent the message. The last 7 years of her life had been spent putting pieces in place for her survival. She'd hardly had a second to look up. Getting assaulted in the parking lot qualified as her moment to take stock of her life and make changes. Noah's response came before her break ended. Let's do it. Meet me at Thunder's around 6:30. See you there. Her heart plummeted into her stomach. Was she daring to exist outside of work for once? She smiled as she finished out her shift. When everyone left the conference room, her team returned the last of the food to the kitchen and sifted through the trash for anything important. Then, they loaded their communicators and their bag full of retrieved papers to sift through for the next few months. Some would call it spying. Ropley called it staying ahead of the competition.
Chapter 3. Noah braced himself for impact as Lexi rushed him. His challenge to her was to take him down any time during their lesson, and he'd buy her dinner. The idea was a little self-serving because it humored him greatly to see her petite frame hanging off his as she tried to use her body weight to throw him off balance. So far, she'd managed to wipe a lot of her sweat on his clothes and look like a puppy wrestling a bigger dog. Not that he'd tell her that. Instead, he grabbed her by the waist, flipped her upside down as she shouted her frustration once again, and walked her to the center of the mat before setting her down gently. It was just the 2 of them in the classroom Noah had reserved at Thunder's. In the light of day, Lexi was even cuter in person than her Jonaly employee badge photo let on. The bruise on her face that followed her jaw to her cheekbone where Martin had slammed her face into the car hadn't diminished her appeal. For all accounts, Lexi was someone he would have loved to meet and to ask on a date. But as things stood, he was her pursuer for another reason. And her protector, if need be. Last night, he would have gotten there a lot faster if he'd known she was exiting the building. When she disappeared for 5 minutes, he checked with the new girl behind the bar, who said Lexi had gone home. Just so he didn't appear creepy, he asked for the bathroom and used the nearby exit to get to the back parking lot. Who knew what Martin had planned for her after he finished bashing her up? The thought roiled his stomach. She huffed. I will make you pay. But with her blotchy red face and her chest heaving for air, he'd seen chihuahuas that scared him more. He schooled his features so she wouldn't think he was laughing at her. When she stood, her hands propped on her hips and her posture slumped. Her purple top looked great with her dark, straight hair and a ponytail. And what man didn't love a woman in leggings? He patted her shoulder blade. Let's call it quits for tonight. You've been pushing your body for the last hour after being on your feet all day. We'll work on more tactics in our next lesson. Though she'd mentioned it when he asked about her day at the beginning of their time together. He would have known it anyway since he'd popped a tracker on her car in the parking lot the night before. She'd certainly not gone to Jonaly's headquarters to sit at a desk as he'd expected, which meant his hunch was paying off. Her arm swung towards his midsection and his palm was out to catch her wrist before it crossed her body. Solid effort. He walked to his water bottle, putting space between them to let her know he was serious about her taking a break. But he watched her in the mirrors that lined the room walls, his gaze following her every move in case she didn't stop or take no for an answer. You haven't even broken a sweat and I look like I went swimming, Lexi scrunched her small nose at him as she glanced over her clothes. I looked a lot worse when I was learning what you are. Of course, that was in the army, where they tried to kill their soldiers to make them stronger. Hey, when you're done in the locker room, I have something for you, he said as she pretended to limp out of the room. He let out a chuckle at her theatrics. She had a really fun personality. It was a shame she worked so much. When she pushed through the door to meet him out front, her skin had been dried and her ponytail redone to capture all the flyaways that had loosened during their lesson. I saw a picture of you in there, surrounded by a flock of adoring women. A local celebrity. You must come here often. Her dark eyebrows arched. Sass. He liked it. Maybe being her shadow wouldn't be such a bad deal after all. This is where I teach that self-defense course for women on Wednesdays that I told you about. Nick, the owner here, has had me in weekly for the last 6 months or so. Great place. And somehow, you're still single. She wriggled the fingers of her left hand. Or, you just don't wear your ring. It was an obvious dig for information. But, since you wouldn't have found any online, he'd entertain it. I've been living with my mom for a few months, watching out for her until I could get her the full-time care she needed. You can imagine how that lands with the ladies when I mention I live with my mom as an adult male. Lexi snorted. A man caring for his mom is something to celebrate where I come from. And where was that exactly? But he didn't ask. It wasn't time yet. Grabbing 2 things off the counter behind him, he tucked his hands at the small of his back. Pick a hand. Her eyes narrowed in thought. Right. He brought it around and extended it to her. A new can of pepper spray since her old one was well used. Wow, you are really not confident that training me in self-defense is going to work. Ouch. Noah snorted. There's only so much advantage being smaller than your opponent can give you. The rest you need to improvise. Pick another hand. Her smoke spread. Left. But she froze when he showed her. What is it? A stun gun. She gasped. You shouldn't have bought me a taser. Noah, how much do these things cost? Her fingers brushed his palm as she took the box from him. The panic in her eyes overrode her excitement. Free, actually. It was my mom's that she kept for home defense. Never used. She moved into a memory care unit recently and certainly doesn't need it there. Ah, so you don't live with your mom anymore. Lexi's expression softened in sympathy. I should probably leave a note in the locker room to let the ladies loose on you. Noah laughed. Most, if not all, the women in his class were spoken for, so it'd make no difference. Her gaze met his. Well, that is the kindest thing anyone's done for me in a really long time. Thank you. A big part of him worried it was too much too soon. If she balked, he might not get another chance at befriending her, and he'd have to send a teammate to try, which would really suck to watch. The whole group of them would be willing. He ducked his chin. 2 rules. Don't use it on me or yourself. And keep it charged. Her laugh eased the tension in his chest. Sounds like you already know me better than I know you. Oh, he did. But he lifted a shoulder in reply. It's practically a law of nature that when you need something to work the most, it won't. Your pepper spray and rape whistle are prime examples. He motioned to the door. Come on. It's dark out. I'll walk you to your car. Like Tansy. She seemed the independent type who would have argued against his offer just 2 days ago. But tonight, the best he could describe her body language was gratitude. It wasn't that she was incapable. From what he'd seen, she had done well for herself, graduating with honors at the top of her class with a degree in business information management, whatever that meant. Her apartment complex was in a decent area of town, a mere 15 minutes from his house. No outstanding debt. A solid job within one of the top pharmaceutical companies in the country. Not so much as a parking ticket on her record, according to Noah's buddy in the Dallas Police Department. Not all Noah's cases would be so conveniently located, but it sure helped his team to have a hometown advantage. Text me with your next free time slot, even if it's a lunch break. We'll make it happen. The chances of her working up a sweat during lunch seemed slim, but her schedule was so tight he had to create ways to see her in person more often than once a month if he was going to establish rapport with her. She nodded and waved, then drove off. With his hands in his pockets, he sauntered slowly into the gym. His teammate, Jude, met him at the front. What'd you find? Noah asked as they walked back to the lockboxes where his car keys were. Nothing of note in her wallet, but I found a notebook in her bag with dates, times, and codes. I photographed the pages for us to try to decipher, but of course it won't hold as evidence unless we get it legally. Here, She dropped this. You'd handed over a small coin purse with her library card and a Walmart gift card in it. Something to contact her about. Jude was a pro. Noah nodded and scrubbed his hand across his 5 o'clock shadow. Good work. Hopefully Elijah will fill in some of the blanks when he starts there on Monday. You know how much those Marines love cleaning up messes. Jude laughed. He'll fit right into that janitor crew. Mop in one hand, life vest in the other, Noah said, as he made this way to his truck. He sighed in the cool night air. 7:30 and a dark, empty house to go home to. He circled his truck, inspecting it for foul play, then closed himself in and called Tansy. She answered quickly, with the usual chorus of barking dogs in the background. No, what do you want? His eyes shut as he shook his head. His silence made her giggle. I hate when you say my name that way. Her delighted sigh had him contemplating hanging up. I know. It makes you so angry, which thrills me. A muffled voice interrupted Tansy. Oh, Marcia's asking if you're still coming Friday night to help us build our kissing booths for our Fall in Love event this weekend. I'll be there, Marcia. Stop stressing. You guys find a record number of homes for animals every year at this thing. This festival won't be any different. Tansy must have put him on speakerphone because Marcia's humph was loud and clear. And bring your merry men with you too, please. I may have promised my female volunteers and employees that visual snack if they came to help. I'd hate to disappoint. Tansy laughed again. And as annoying as she could be, her laugh still made him laugh. I'll ask. And I'll tell them they can wear their tight muscle shirts and short shorts. Ooh, Marcia thinks we should do a photo shoot of your team holding pets for adoption and make a calendar. To raise money for the shelter, of course. A burst of chatter overtook the dog's barking. Of course. Hey, let me call you back. Tansy's tone changed into professional mode. We just had a walk-in. True to his word, Friday night Noah brought his team and their tools to the barn behind Tansy's animal hospital, where they built the kissing booths for the dogs to sit in for the shelter's fall adoption festival. The air smelled of sweet, fresh hay and newly cut wood. Noah had warned his guys it'd be mostly women at the setup night, and, since he'd been careful to select unattached guys for his team, who'd be willing and able to move anywhere the Counter-Espionage unit took them for any length of time, they were prime targets for these females. Forget going out on the town. This place is loaded with chicks, Felix murmured in his ear. Have at it, Noah said as Tansy walked up, and Marcia beside her with her ever-present clipboard. Noah hugged Tansy, who squeezed him a little tighter than normal. What's wrong? He asked quietly, pulling her to the side. Her complexion was pale. No, I tried everything I could, but I had to put a service dog down this morning after a rough night, and the grief triggered the owner into a medical episode so bad that we had to send her to the hospital herself. It was a mess, and it's stuff like that makes me want to quit. Hey, listen. That dog was in the best possible hands. Death sucks, though, in any way it comes. He hugged her again. I'm so proud of you and the work you do. No one was more surprised than me that you amounted to anything in life, much less a world-class veterinarian. Tansy dissolved into laughter. You're ridiculous, but also sweet. Turning to the team, she smiled. Gentlemen, thank you so much for rescuing us tonight. Grab some sandwiches and drinks and then I'll assign you to the tough stuff. That's what we do best, sweetheart, Shane said, as he gave Tansy a side hug and a kiss in her hair and walked to the food. Shane had once made a solid effort to make Tansy his. Though it didn't work out, they'd managed to part ways amicably. With the way Tansy looked at him, Noah was suspicious they hadn't parted as completely as he thought. Now wasn't the time. They had kissing booths to build.
Chapter 4. Friday afternoon, Allegra, Emmanuel, and Rennington gathered around Lexi's desk, sorting through the papers and scanning them into electronic files. Terrence and Yolanda were seasonal help that came on during convention season to fill in the gaps. Both were middle-aged, wanted part-time work, and didn't ask questions. They showed, collected the paycheck, and disappeared until the next time Lexi called. It was weird, but it worked. Anyone want to get wasted at Lexi's bar this weekend? Remington asked, her dyed black hair draping over her face. Ropley permitted her goth style at the Jonaly office, but when serving at the convention centers, she needed to be absolutely forgettable, which was why the girls wore wigs and glasses and Emmanuel shaved his normal goatee-beard combination. Allegra sighed. We have schoolwork to finish, Remy. I already told you that. Yeah, but what if we, just didn't? Remy asked. Get your degree first, and then pull out whatever attitude you want, Lexi said. You're 2 years in, Emmanuel said. Did you stumble upon $120,000 this week to buy your freedom without telling us? She shoved his shoulder. I'm holding on to my will to live, unlike you losers. Next year will break you of that, Emmanuel mumbled. He and Allegra were on their 4th and final year of their degrees. Lexi had lobbied hard to bring them under her umbrella and manage them, so she could help them balance work with school, since no one had for her. Once Lexi took over managing the student workers, she shielded the rest of them from her fate, insisting they focus on getting their degrees done on time. Unfortunately, she didn't have access to any of the other students that Ropley brokered a deal with until after the ink dried on the contracts that bound them to his company. It was what he wanted, a handful of really smart employees indebted to him so he could saddle them with his riskiest work. Lexi suspected he'd tried to find a way to keep them longer than their required 5 years, especially knowing what they had gathered for him. Remind me again how the billionaire CEO who never sees me would know if little me didn't sign up for classes next year, Remy asked. Swindle, Allegra said. Swindoll, Emmanuel said at the same time. Lexi snorted. It's possible that Swinder sits under Ropley's table waiting for crumbs or scraps, and Ropley wouldn't notice until it inconvenienced him. Then, Ropley would unleash his temper, as he loved to do. The group laughed. I heard he used to be a decent guy, but then Ropley wanted to start our division, and Swinder was at the top of the list to lead it. Then, he went out and chose Lexi, Allegra said far too casually for a story of that significance. No wonder he hated her. Not a minute later, a knock came at the door and Swinder popped his head in. Ropley's in and would like a report ASAP. You have a phone to call me, you know? But he hadn't stuck around to hear her answer before disappearing. Lexi traded looks with her team. Want us to come along? Allegra's offer warmed Lexi's heart. Emmanuel rose to his full, intimidating height over them. You feeling particularly untouchable today, Allegra? Don't make yourself a victim unnecessarily. Lexi's stomach churned. She grabbed the report she'd made up this morning, assuming this was coming. I'll be fine. He's a bully, but he still needs me around. Her spine straightened as she neared Ropley's door. He was tall, with a belly that said he might be whining and dining a little too often, but his mean streak was as wide as Texas. If Ropley didn't like the report she gave, he wouldn't give her the mercy of firing her. No, he'd demean and degrade her at every possible chance and make her workload unbearable, with impossible deadlines and jobs that weren't ever in her wheelhouse, that she'd get financially penalized for failing. Outside Ropley's office, Swinder sat at his desk with a sneer on his face as if she were discarded gum on the bottom of his shoe. It was no surprise that he got along with Ropley so well. Reaching into her bra strap, she clicked on the recorder she kept tucked there. She recorded every conversation she had with Ropley as well as marks out in the field. It was her insurance policy, and a way to remember details she forgot in the moment. Inhaling a deep breath, she knocked on the door and prayed he was in a decent mood. As she waited at the door's threshold, the tension in the room reverberated like a bass. Someone sat with a drink in a crystal glass next to the fireplace while Ropley bent over his desk, sorting through papers. The man didn't stand or introduce himself. Ropley didn't bother to look up as she walked in, giving her time to see if she recognized any paperwork that he shuffled through. A passport, ID copies, and other stuff with writing. Boring. At the tip of his desk sat a writing crop, with the work discipline etched into it. He'd never used it on her, but she'd heard stories about it that she'd hoped weren't true. Regardless, the threat remained. Report on your findings, Ropley said, distracted. We've collected data from 7 competitors' conferences in the last 4 months. My team is working to finishing compiling and scanning it into digital form, where we will comb through the information for details of our competitors' inner workings and vital processes to be relayed to you and management immediately. The silence lingered long enough to make her swallow. He wasn't happy with it, but he hadn't been happy before she came in either. Do you know why I'm slightly miffed right now? Ropley's nasally voice grated on her nerves. That should have been her first red flag, but it'd been such a compliment that the CEO of Jonaly had chosen her personally at that job fair, after years of her not standing out for anything. The options were endless as to why he was mad, honestly, but she'd take a guess. Because Rex Wise's stock jumped 5% this morning after an announcement of their new biotech alliance with Earth's medicine that wasn't in our intelligence. His beady eyes narrowed in on hers like a snake. It's the reason I employ you in your team of university geniuses, isn't it? Your one job, really. I spend so much money sending you all around the country to keep your eyes and ears open, and somehow this very important alliance gets missed. You understand what happens if you fail. Ropley rounded his desk towards her while Lexi racked her brain for ways she could have possibly secured that information. Neither company had representatives at the pharmaceutical conference of the year, and her insider contact within Earth's medicine quick before Lexi could force an introduction with the newbie. It was the perfect storm. I can help you make her disappear, the man's voice said from the chair. His gold watch glinted in the firelight. He must be a coward if he was friendly with Ropley. Ropley snorted. A generous offer, though she likely wouldn't be able to afford your services. Lexi's heart pounded in her ears. What did he mean? Make her disappear? Was this guy the hitman she'd heard about? The smell of Ropley's breath descended on her while he was still a couple of feet away. She suppressed her gag. You've embarrassed me, Alexandra, very publicly. Caught oblivious. Somehow. His riding crop appeared in his hand as he swung it towards her shoulder, stopping a centimeter away and then trailing it up her to her cheek. Her knees locked in an effort to keep her from moving or shaking. He didn't deserve her fear. Too late did she remember Noah's training. Man, what she wouldn't do to zap Ropley with her new stun gun right about now. That would teach him about intimidation. Ropley stalled. Thought that was a shadow on your face. Where'd you pick up such a nasty bruise? Finally get what was coming to you? Lexi kept her eyes up and her expression passive, though she wanted to scream at him to stay away from her and vomit on his shoes at the same time. I was assaulted in a parking lot the other night as I was walking to my car. Not that she owed him any explanation. Could you upset? The fury built up inside her, as if she had to have done something to provoke an attack. I refuse to be a drunken man's conquest, and he, like other men I know, doesn't like being told no. Ropley's eyes widened with a crazed stare, her words hitting him just how she intended. Then he exhaled a loud and smelly laugh, and whoever was in the seat by the fireplace laughed loudly too. The only thing Ropley enjoyed more than intimidation was an audience for it. When he motioned for her to leave, she all but ran out the door. Swinder appeared to disapprove of the fact that they were laughing hysterically. She checked her watch. With any luck, she'd be able to make it to her shift at Callan's in 30 minutes. Why did she bother to pay rent for an apartment when she spent so little of her day there, and her things lived in her car? 28 minutes later, Lexi slid behind the bar in time to catch the dinner rush. She fake smiled and made empty conversation with the patrons, listening to sad life stories and drunken spiels. Someone with a degree in psychology would suit this position better than her, and after the day she had, taking on one more burden felt impossible. At 7:45, Noah appeared on a stool at the end of her mostly empty bar. His tall frame and rugged good looks made her do a double take. Her mood lightened at his casual smile. After delivering the drink she was making, she wiped her rag down the countertop to his seat. 3 times in 1 week after never having seen you in my life. If I didn't know any better, Mr. Donovan, I'd say you were stalking me. Lexi kept her tone light, teasing. So far, she didn't mind it. Just a man trying to do a good deed by returning what isn't his. He moved his hand off a pouch and slid it towards her. I believe this is yours, Miss Jackson. Someone found it in the locker room and dropped it off at the desk after you'd left. Lexi leaned on her elbows, catching a faint whiff of hay and dirt on Noah. Did you take my library card for a joyride? It was tempting, as was the allure of spending the $0.56 on your Walmart gift card. But I could never bring myself to steal from someone so wholesome as you. By the time he finished speaking, Lexi couldn't hide that she'd been staring at his full lips and straight teeth. His words dangled like bait on a hook, and for once, the idea of being caught sounded exciting. I'm definitely not wholesome, but if you need 50 cents that badly, it's yours. At his raised eyebrows and humored smirk, she checked her watch. My lunch is in 12 minutes. Want to eat with me in the corner booth? Make it a medium ribeye and potatoes of any kind, and I'll meet you there, he said, sliding off the stool. The man wore jeans like they were made for him. Her heart raced as she placed their orders in the kitchen and freaked out a little behind the two-way door. Did she seriously ask this guy to eat with her? Her norm was locking herself into the supply closet off the manager's office for her 30-minute break to read a book or sit in silence and question why she'd made the life choices she had. The Keishan had their meals ready 1 minute after 8, so she carried their food over. He'd already snagged them some waters from somewhere. "Do you usually eat dinner so late?" Lexi asked as she set the plates on the table. "Actually, I spent the last 3 hours crafting kissing boots for the animal shelter's Fall in Love Adoption Festival tomorrow. I worked up a decent appetite." His attentive gaze slid over her, and he motioned to her plate. "Please, dig in." When she picked up her silverware to eat her steak and potatoes, he followed suit. He'd waited for her to start like there was some dining etiquette in place at Callan's. Weirdly, it thrilled her. "Did you have a decent Friday?" Noah asked. Fatigue hit her like a high-speed train. When was the last time someone had asked her that and actually cared? "No, it wasn't great. My boss is a grade-A tyrant who delights in making people fear for their life if he's ever surprised about anything. And it's exhausting, honestly." Noah sliced into his steak with measured strokes. "Sounds like you should find a new department to work for." "How about a new company? My boss is the CEO." He pointed his knife at her. "That definitely complicates an internal move. Got any contacts that would set you up to do what you love elsewhere?" The sigh that came out welled from deep inside her. "Some, but I can't go anywhere. Ropley paid for my education in exchange for me working at Jonaly for 5 years after my degree is finished. Otherwise, I have to pay it back in full. At first, the deal wasn't a problem. But then Ropley started asking me to do things I wasn't prepared to do. My schooling took longer than expected, but I'm making sure that doesn't happen for my team." He didn't say a word as she spoke, but listened carefully, his attention never wavering even as loud noises disrupted. Compassion was written all over his features. He seemed like a really sweet guy. "Do you believe in what he's doing?" Noah asked. What did that mean? Leaning forward, he lowered his voice, his expression earnest. "Have you bought into his mission and why he asks you to do your job?" She was staring at his lips again, thinking of all the creative ways she wanted to say no. "Not even a little bit. He's the worst. You're trapped in indentured servitude, a legal slave to this guy. I mean this with my whole heart, Lexi." His hand covered hers with a warmth that made her suck in a breath. "You deserve better. And when you're ready to revolt and get out from under this guy once and for all, I'm the man to help you do it."
Chapter 5. How does this heat classify as autumn weather? Colton threw his yard gloves beside a chair and collapsed on it. "It feels like an Oregon summer. I'll take it over Indiana's winter any day," Jude said, glad to be out of there. Noah climbed down the ladder to move it over as he cleaned out the gutters. "I'd say you get used to it, but maybe you don't, since it's always a topic of conversation around here." Felix and Elijah revved their chainsaws at the edge of the property, taking down a tree that threatened to crumble Mom's fence with a stiff wind. The whole team, except Noah and Shane, were new to Texas. They didn't have many friends yet, so they were happy to spend the weekend helping clean up Mom's lot. Next on the to-do list would be interior, but he'd have to have Tansy's help to tackle that one. "What'd you find out by tracking Ropley, Captain?" Noah asked, plopping onto a faded, musty cushion covering a wobbly chair. Mom had loved this patio set, but he was going to replace it with something that was actually comfortable to sit in. Colton snorted. "Publicly, he moves with a security guard and a driver. From the report on the vehicle tracker, he goes home, to the office, and out to dinner. His public phone calls are cryptic and benign. Elijah didn't notice anything interesting in the visitor log last week, for all that flirting he did with the receptionist. Keep on him. When he slips up, we'll be there with cameras. What you got, Shane?" Noah asked as Felix and Elijah walked up and pulled out seats at the table. "Adonis is by far the nicest territory I've ever infiltrated," Shane said from where he stood at the grill flipping the marinated chicken. "They even stock organic, all-natural drinks and snacks in the break area and a gym for creative inspiration. The terrorists didn't give us that in the desert." "Lucky," Felix rolled his eyes. "The USDA is abysmal. So much government red tape you can't get a cup of water without someone watching you. It's like jail, but everyone pretends to be grateful for employment and the awful benefits." "So no progress on a mole yet, Shane?" Noah asked. Shane sighed. "Adonis headquarters are a maze, and people bristle when Jonaly's name is mentioned, so gauging reactions was immediately out. I'm going to sit with the Adonis leadership on Monday and create a false secret memo that we will say we don't want leaked to Jonaly so we can follow the trail. How about you, Wolf? Noah turned to Elijah, lounging on a chair in the sunlight. Jonaly's morale is at rock bottom. When people see Ropley coming, they scatter. No one wants to be caught making eye contact with him. From the number of cigarettes littering the outside of the building in the parking lot, either someone is a chimney or most of the company uses nicotine to cope with the stress of working there. Elijah motioned to Felix. Sounds like our new employers have a lot in common. Felix nodded. I have a list of biotech companies that are on the USDA's radar, as well as the report from what they found within Jonaly. Apparently, the study isn't being done in the parameters of what the USDA requires for scientific research, and it's gotten Jonaly's work flagged and shut down a number of times. Oh, and I shouldn't forget that they made a note on the file about how much money Jonaly has offered to bribe them to look the other way. It's insane. The whole report reads like a very detailed court case against Jonaly. One more strike against them, and they'll be denied their ability to research anything. If I were them, I'd take any clinical trials out of the U.S. until things improve. And Adonis? Shane asked. Felix tilted his head, his blonde mane glowing in the sunlight. You can guess. They're the golden boy compared to Jonaly. Very few marks against them. Timely with their filings, within bounds on their research, and no bribes offered. But still a good USDA rating. Interesting, which might have been why Lexi was researching other businesses, playing defense instead of offense. If they found ways to discredit competitors in the industry, it would set others back and take the USDA's focus off Jonaly's vast offenses. Shadow. Shane's voice yanked him from his thoughts. Yeah, what'd I miss? Noah asked. At Shane's furrowed brow, Noah shrugged. How's your relationship with Lexi developing? Felix smirked like he knew something. Noah blinked and kept his expression neutral. It's coming along. She's getting sick of her boss and knows I can help her escape when it's time. I bet she knows you'll help her escape. Elijah huffed out a laugh. A girl like that has fire in her veins. I wonder if she's the settling kind. He kind of wanted to know too, but he knew better than to fall for a mark, an informant. With a shake of his head, Noah waved him off. Even if she was, I'm not. As his high school girlfriend had explained to him with a bulleted list and numbered examples when breaking up with him. Her refusal of him had given him the push he needed to enlist in the army. In an imploding economy with jobs scarcer than ever, the military guaranteed him a paycheck. His education didn't cost him a dime, and he inherited a brotherhood he'd never experienced before. It was a win-win-win, because through it all, he wasn't saddled in marriage to a woman like his ex, Veronica. He'd truly believed two 18-year-olds in love could make it in this world gone crazy. Nowadays, a couple at any age might not make it. Jude's combing through the electronic footprint of what's accessible via each of our agencies. No emotion to all of them. So, if you're searching for something in particular, be clear about what files you need. He's compiling the documents we give him into the format for what Adonis needs, so please be generous with details and mission reports. They all nodded their consent. The tasks before them could take months to access information, especially doing everything by the book for Adonis's court case. I don't know about you, but that bonus is calling my name. The guys laughed and grunted. Noah pushed from his seat to check over the stack of burgers Shane had made on the plate next to the grill. Looks ready to me, boys. Let's eat. When everyone finished eating, they split up to finish their work or play some games. Jude slid into the chair beside Noah's. Hey, so I did some checking on what you asked for. Noah winced at the pained expression on Jude's face. How bad? The will officially on file at the courthouse says your dad inherits everything she has, but you're her power of attorney now, so catch her on a lucid day. Call me in, and I'll get it updated. They called him Judge Jude for a reason. He was a magician at legal work. He sighed. I don't need her money, but I'd hate for the man who walked out on her without a backward glance to benefit from her demise. Perhaps she'd agree to give it to Tansy's shelter. They need donations. Jude squinted at Noah. Didn't you say your mom hates animals? Yeah, but she may forget that. Tansy takes a service dog with her every time she goes to cheer the other residents. She's hoping that a dog would give Mom something to smile about. So far, it hasn't worked. Turns out that the memory care ward wasn't the place to confront former trauma with the type of animal that attacked you as a child. Noah checked his watch. You free now? We can run up there quickly. I bet she'd warm up to you faster than she'd give me anything. Jude snorted. I've never been popular with other people's moms. You're charming, Jude. Just smile at her. It was a shot in the dark, so Noah stopped to buy a small flowering plant to live on her windowsill. Her favorite flower was anyone's guess. With each passing day in her house without her there, it became more and more obvious that he didn't know his mom. Not really. The walls were starkly neutral. The dinner plates were mismatched. No common size or color. Same with the silverware, and she thought plants weren't meant to be inside the house. Mom grew up in a small apartment with her 3 siblings and parents where the interior of a house was for humans only. How Tansy became an animal lover was another thing he'd have to ask her about. Mom was in the recreation room staring at a puzzle in front of her when he found her after leaving the plant on a table in the light of the window. It might not get direct sun, but it could at least see the sky. When he sat down next to her, he rubbed her arm. "Hi, Mom. How are you today?" Her blank stare morphed into an indecipherable scowl. Noah Oscar Donovan. Her tone made him freeze. "Where are your manners? Don't leave your friend over there by the door pretending to be interested in the week's activity schedule." Noah texted Jude to come over. At his raised eyebrows, she grunted. "I saw you two come in together. You didn't realize the entire female population noticed the pair of you muscled, handsome men walking in. Lucky for me, I got a few extra minutes to watch his attractive self while you were in my room." Jude approached with a big grin. "Miss Donovan, it's a pleasure to meet you." He extended his hand and kissed hers as soon as she placed it in his. Just like that, Mom melted into a puddle at his feet. Noah would need to roll her tongue back into her mouth in a minute. "You can call me Betty. You're not a fighting man like my Noah here, are you?" Her Texas accent came out strong and clear. To Jude's credit, he didn't blink an eye before he told her what she wanted to hear. "I have licenses to be a real estate agent, a skydiving instructor, and a lawyer, and I met Noah at the range trying to see who had a better shot." It was the gun range, but the way Jude swung his arms as he said the words made it sound like he was referring to golf. "Sensible professions. I'm sure your parents are pleased with your achievements." Mom fluffed her hair and straightened her posture. "I'm in no shape to jump out of an airplane, even attached to you." Mom eyed him. "So, did you come as a real estate agent or a lawyer today?" Noah blew out a silent breath. He should have warned Jude that when Mom was mentally there, she was as astute as they came. Jude just gloomed at her, though. "Lawyer, Miss Donovan, your will hasn't been updated since your children were minors." Jude motioned to him. "Do you want to dictate what happens to your house? Any charities or organizations you might want to donate any inheritance money to?" For a long minute, Mom didn't move a muscle. Noah was about to backpedal for Jude, thinking he might have stepped in it, when Mom answered. "Yes, I'll be happy to update my will. That Horace would probably throw a party with any money I gave him. And I endured 40 years at Xerox to earn my pension. You better believe I'm going to keep it invested in my interests." Jude pulled out his black folder, and Noah faded into the background. Despite how spontaneous Jude was, he planned for everything. The only thing Mom didn't spring for was leaving her money to a charity. It stayed with the house, which split between Tansy and Noah. If they wanted to donate it, she didn't care. "I've been mulling it over in my mind, Noah," she finally said to him. "What's that, Mom?" Mom looked him straight in the eye. "I bought an urn for myself long ago. It's in my closet in my room. I'd like to sit on your mantelpiece or Tansy's after I'm gone, just as a reminder to you that life is short and wasted time cannot be regained." That wasn't his speed. Tansy could do that. He smiled and gave her a kiss as they stood up. "I love you, Mama. Sleep well. Tansy should be by again tomorrow. Tell her to leave the disgusting mutts at home this time," Mom said, her voice loud in the quiet room. "Bye, Jude. Come again." Noah laughed as they walked to the car. "Guess you were wrong, Judge. Charming should be added to your resume, because a talent like that cannot be underrated." Jude smirked. "Will it win me your sister?" Noah paused. Mom's agreement is one thing, but Tansy's a whole nother animal.
Chapter 6. Why had she agreed to come here? For the 14th time in the last 10 minutes, Lexi tried to diffuse the dread that gurgled in her stomach. Instead, she lifted a shaky hand to the doorbell and pressed the button. The sound of the chaos inside, dogs barking, children shrieking, adults shouting, almost had her retreating to her car. In a weird way, she loved her dad and his other family, but for the life of her, she couldn't bring herself to like any of them. The kids were brats. Dad was a slave to his wife's whims in the name of love, of course. And Dad only asked for Lexi to come over so he could leave. Like today, Lexicon, thanks a million for coming to babysit, Dad said, his voice echoing in the vaulted entryway. His 4 kids jumped around, excited to see her, which was cute, until the third-born vomited all over the floor. She slapped her hand over her mouth and nose, suppressing a gag. Dad just grinned and shrugged. He had too much sugar today, probably. It was only 10 in the morning. She had so many regrets already. Okay, we'll be back in 4 hours. Thanks, Angel. Dad kissed her forehead as he and his wife, Kim, who hadn't said hello, brushed past her out the door. A kiss on the forehead from a dad who barely acknowledged her throughout her life. That's why she did this. It wasn't a good enough reason anymore. The kids tumbled into the front yard with them and ran down the street after their parents' car, begging them to stay home. Lexi wanted to plead as well. Alone with 4 wild half-siblings and 2 very large dogs, who licked up the vomit that neither Dad nor Diva Kim bothered to clean up. Lexi gagged again, but didn't pull the dogs away. If Richard and Kim didn't care, then she wouldn't either. The big house with the dogs and the kids made her envious once upon a time. Annabelle, Porter, Louise, and McCormick got to grow up with a dad who seemed to love them, though he had no patience for the children whenever she was around. Her life wasn't perfect, but there wasn't a man out there who would make her want this circus. When the kids came inside, everyone put on shoes. She leashed up the dogs, who weren't leash trained, and headed for the park down the street. For 2.5 hours, other people's children entertained her siblings while the dogs socialized in the dog park. It was a bit of a cheat, but the best way she'd found to make the chaos more tolerable. The kids didn't respect anyone or anything, even gravity, so keeping them inside wasn't an option. It took 15 minutes of bribing them with a movie, candy, and popcorn to convince them to leave the playground. At the house, she started a Star Wars marathon to see how many they could watch before their parents got home. As expected, one movie morphed into 2, because 4 hours was never just 4 hours for Richard and Kim. And when pizza showed up at the door, Lexi knew that she'd be putting the kids to bed too. She felt worse for the kids than she did for herself. They were the victims of their parents' selfishness as much as she was. Mom had given birth to 3 boys and a girl, for Gad, because he wanted 4. But it wasn't enough to keep him around. When Lexi was 8, he decided he'd had enough of them. Eventually, he married Kim and began a new family with them. Because Mom went to work, her brothers were left to look after her. Raising themselves made them a tight-knit sibling group. That is until Lexi started working for Ropley. In fact, most of her life stopped when she landed this new position. Her friends disappeared, her brothers didn't call much, and Mom had her 3rd husband to travel the world with. Richard and Kim finally walked in the front door around 10 p.m., giggling and holding each other upright. "Please, tell me you didn't drive," Lexi said as Kim swayed into their room, blowing him a kiss. "Of course not. But our horse won, Lexicon. He won. We had to celebrate." Dad sighed as he plopped on the couch next to her. She stood instead. "You said 4 hours. That was 12. That is not okay with me." Dad laughed, but then stopped. His eyes widened at Lexi. "What happened to your face?" Guess he was sober enough to see colors. "I was assaulted in the parking lot after work a couple of days ago," Lexi said, gathering her purse and keys. His eyes widened. "What is it you said you do?" "I didn't say. But I have 2 jobs. I work every weekday. The weekend is my only time off. I had errands planned for today, but because you lied to me, I'm going to cram them all in tomorrow. Have a good one, Dad." The whole situation made her sad. It was pathetic that she allowed herself to be used by a man over and over to gain some semblance of his love and approval. Yet she walked away without it each time. As always, she vowed to never agree to babysitting again. Yet every time he called, he'd plead and promise and lie, and she'd convince herself it would be okay, and inevitably regret it. That night, as she lay in bed, she pulled out her phone to text her oldest brother, Zach. "Saw Dad today." He called her right away. "Lexi, why do you do this to yourself?" Lexi laughed at Zach's tone and sighed. "Because I'm pathetic." How bad did he blow it? "Told me they'd return in 4 hours and were gone for 12. Zach grunted. "If you're looking for family time, come tomorrow to Sunday brunch with me, Kirk, and Fletcher." "I can't tomorrow, but maybe next week," she said. "Are you doing okay?" Zach was always the most intuitive of her brothers, the defender. He could spot a lie before she said it, something about how she sucked in a breath first. "I've been better. I'm working too much, but someday I'll be free to enjoy things like Sunday brunch again. Lex, I will pay for your avocado toast. Just come sit with us for an hour. You've been throwing excuses for 5 years. First it was school, now it's work. Next it will be kids and a mortgage. Doubt that, Zach. I don't have a good track record with men so far. Just the same, I'm saving you a seat next week. Be there. No more going to Dad's. He's a carcinogen to your overextended soul, Zach said. You're bossy, Lexi said, but she was happy for a reason to stop feeling guilty. And you have regrets every time. I love you, Bug. Quit doing this to yourself. Monday morning, an email from Ropley sat in her inbox that was sent on Saturday at 2 a.m. It contained a link, login credentials, and instructions to dig around quietly. She connected to her VPN so no one would be able to trace her and let herself in the back door of CFL Pharmaceuticals. How do you get login details like this, Brad Ropley? She asked in the silence of her office. It wouldn't surprise her if he had the technology department sending out phishing emails to their competitors. In fact, she made a note to ask her contact Archie in technology advancements about it someday. CFL sourced the majority of their drugs from China, manufactured in a factory in Shenwei and shipped via airplane and cargo ship. Nothing interesting there. She moved into their pricing chart. Her mouth dropped open. How were they able to get their blood pressure medications for so cheap? She dug around further, pulling up charts on all comparative drugs and their ingredient lists. For an hour, she compared ingredient by ingredient. Finally, she found that they paid pennies on the dollar by switching a carrier agent with very minute doses of arsenic extract. Arsenic poisoning looked a lot like the bad reactions to other prescriptions on the drug market. People accepted that pharmaceuticals often came with dire side effects. In CFL's case, they did it to cut down on their production cost. A part of her didn't want to tell Ropley. He'd probably jump at the chance to do it and kill innocent people in the process. There had to be something better here that would pique his interest more. Portals opened to her like she'd waved a magician's wand. A folder called Housing drew her attention. Weird. If they gave their staff housing allowances, Lexi might need to send her resume to them. Too bad Jonaly didn't care enough about employee morale to take suggestions. She double-clicked the folder. It contained files of translated documents, where their Chinese affiliates demanded rentals in very specific places. On the map, she pinpointed every rented location and marked them with red pins around the country, then saved the map to her desktop. Everywhere she went inside of CFL's system, she used her screen capturing software to document everything she thought was interesting. This compilation should earn her Ropley's goodwill, or a bonus if she was lucky. The external hard drive weighed on her as she made eye contact with Swinder. Wiggling the hard drive, she knocked on Ropley's office door. When she entered, Ropley didn't look up. "A lot of good information on CFL, sir," she said. "Okay," Ropley said, not listening. "Go home and pack for Vegas. Bring something eye-catching. We leave in the morning. Swinder will send you the details." Sure he will. Swinder would do anything to make Lexi fall on her face. But higher on his list was making himself look good to Ropley. He'd do it, but only to get a pat on the head from the CEO, like a puppy. It wouldn't take her more than 20 minutes to pack, but she appreciated the opportunity to leave 4 hours early without guilt. Lexi called Noah before she lost her nerve. "Hey, you said I should call for self-defense lessons anytime. Can I cash in?" "I'm a man of my word, Lexi." Noah's deep voice sent a thrill down her spine. "I'll be at Thunder's in 20 minutes. See you there." Something about the way he carried himself was like no man she'd met recently. A true man's man in a world of mediocre dudes. Meeting a lot of people was part of her job, so she'd learned to assess people quickly. He seemed trustworthy, which applied to only 3 other men in her life at the moment. True to his word, he waited for her. His tank top, with extra-large armholes, showed off his toned torso. Dangerous, yet attractive. "You got out early, huh? I thought your czar didn't allow that." Noah winked. Lexi laughed. "I'm supposed to be packing for a work trip to Vegas, where all fend-off drunk losers." Noah's teasing expression slipped, his eyebrows furrowing. "Take your taser and your checked baggage and keep your pepper spray handy. What hotel will you be at?" "I haven't heard yet. Why does that matter?" "Because you need to know where to sit, stand, and where the exits are. Awareness is key to survival." For an hour, Lexi shoved at his arms and hands, twisted his fingers, and swung at any vulnerable parts in her reach. Noah walked her through scenarios he thought of where a guy might meet her in a private or dark place. She had to assess anyone in her space on habit. Where were their weaknesses? What did she need to do to get away? Was she wearing clothing that would allow her to move freely or hide her weapons in it? Had she watched the server pour her drink? How could she avoid being alone with one other person? The fatigue hit her at the end of the first hour when her body ached. But she wasn't making any progress. As Noah deflected her one more time, she fell to her knees and stayed there. A tear slipped down her cheek as the snot threatened to do the same. She sniffed quietly, dabbing at her eyes with her top. He could not see her crying. "Hey, you okay?" Noah asked, his knees cracking as he bent beside her with his hand resting on her back. Yeah, I'm tired. Haven't been sleeping well. For the past 5 years. The stress seemed to never stop, but he didn't need to know that. "Want a break?" he asked. She cleared her throat and wiped her whole face with her shirt again to disguise the tears. "No, I just want to feel like I'm in control of something for once, you know?" Her hand motioned to where they had been a few seconds ago. "And I can't even do that." When she dared glance at him, a soft understanding was all over his features. He extended his hand and pulled her to her feet. "I get it. Let's try something else," he said as he walked to the door. "Hey, Thunder. Can you come in here for a second?" When Thunder strode in looking way more intimidating than Noah, but shorter, Noah motioned to her. "Lexi's too used to my tells, and she knows my mannerisms. She needs fresh meat." At first, Noah ran scenarios in the quiet. Lexi managed to get the upper hand on Thunder several times. Then came the awful music to mask the sound of anyone coming up behind her, so she had to use her senses, or the mirrors. They talked over what moves to pull if the person were right up next to her, versus what she could do if she had more space and time to prepare. Within 15 minutes, she'd flipped Thunder and escaped Noah's tight hold, sending her confidence soaring. Yes, she could do this. And Noah's proud grin said he knew it too. Her phone dinged. When they stopped, she read the email. "Looks like we'll be at the Bellagio." Noah nodded. "Good. Pay attention to where the security is. They've got cameras everywhere, so that's a benefit." "Thanks, Noah. I appreciate your help a lot." Lexi gave him a sweaty high five and headed to the locker with her bag of clothes to change. Traveling with Ropley was a wild card. He never told her ahead of time what he expected. One day, she would know more than he did. But until then, she had to be prepared for anything.
Chapter 7. The next afternoon, Noah, Colton, and Jude strolled into the Bellagio to check into their suite. As if they'd planned this trip months ago, instead of basing it off of yesterday's intel, Jude rolled in a suitcase full of technology and equipment to choose from. But Noah and Colton traveled light, since they were placed on marks and had to be on the go at all hours. They didn't have any intelligence on how long the trip would last, so they packed their go bags only. Both Ropley and Lexi's trackers did show active in Las Vegas, so they at least had the benefit of knowing she hadn't fed them a line. Last week, Colton coordinated a distraction, so Shane could slip into Ropley's massage room after the masseuse stepped out to attend to a matter, and hide a tracker inside Ropley's phone case, which was a miracle because Ropley kept that thing glued to his face or hand at all times. Shane earned the nickname Stealth for obvious reasons, but he was freakishly invisible when he wanted to be. A little more clumsily, Noah had slipped an identical slim tracker inside Lexi's phone case while she'd been in the locker room changing yesterday. She walked out just as he clipped her phone case into place, almost catching him in the act. Her location beacon said she was in her hotel room, but he hadn't taken any chances. He'd added a fake beard, a knitted cap, some clip-on earrings, and glasses to complete his disguise. Of course, Colton and Jude weren't at risk of being recognized, so they got to walk around without an itchy addition to their faces. Lucky. After walking Lexi through basic awareness and self-defense tactics, he was concerned for her well-being more than ever. She hadn't just let him take the lead. She'd actively asked how to handle a variety of very specific situations. When they were tucked safely in their suite, Noah pulled up a text to Lexi. "Hey, thinking of you as you leave on your trip. Stay safe out there in the desert." Lexi's response came after a minute of the bubbles dancing on his screen. "No promises about my behavior. It's Vegas, baby." Noah snorted, as if Ropley would loosen her leash by a fraction of an inch just because it was Vegas. Guys like him cinched nooses even tighter in an environment out of their control. And Ropley was definitely a small fish in this ocean, whether he liked to admit that or not. When Noah came out of his room, Jude had his equipment laid out. Noah gave a low whistle. "You going to be able to work in these conditions?" Jude offered him a lopsided grin. "I'll suffer through it. Nothing in Vegas interests me, and I've got plenty to do while you jokers are off playing private investigator." Noah glanced at Colton's open door but didn't see him. "Captain's already on the move. Ropley doesn't sit still for more than the 6 hours he stays in his house every night. My guess is he and I will have to switch at some point so he can get some rest if we're here longer than 2 days." Colton knew the technology they used just as well as Jude. They double-trained on every skill so that each man on the team would have a backup if necessary. And what they couldn't do, they outsourced to very capable people. His phone dinged again with a text from Lexi. "Want to meet up for a drink?" His heart plunged into his stomach. No way she knew he was here. Had she been playing him this whole time because she knew who he was? His breath caught in his throat. He'd have to call off his entire portion of the mission and warn the guys. His phone double-dinged. "When I get back, I hate that you're taking time to teach me and I'm not paying you. I don't want you thinking I'm a leech." He exhaled hard, his heart rate slowing down. "Baby, I know leeches when I see them, and working 2 jobs handily disqualifies you from that category. And sure, I'll take you up on a drink. How about coffee on Saturday, if you feel like using your precious time off on the likes of me?" His stomach flipped a bit when she hearted his text. His flirting had worked. Tansy insisted that no girl liked to take relationships as slowly as Noah took them. Maybe that was his problem, but yet Lexi was responding nicely to his pace. "Coffee on Saturday with the likes of you sounds perfect. We should go pet those puppies you said your sister has at her shelter afterwards." Wouldn't Tansy love to see him walk a girl into her shelter? In her mind, adopting a pet with a girl was akin to getting engaged. Except Tansy did not need to be the collateral for when this mission ended and Lexi came looking for someone's house to burn down. Hopefully, it wouldn't come to that, but he'd never bring work around Tansy without an extremely good cause. Lexi's tracker chimed as she left her hotel room. Noah pocketed a protein bar, slung a camera case strap around his neck, and strode out the door. Her got moved out to the conservatory and gardens, so he ran down the stairs and weaved through the foot traffic until he caught sight of her. He shoved an earbud in his ear and called Jude. "Can you see my camera's feed?" he asked, as he took a photograph of the conservatory entrance. Clear visuals. Jude connected their professional-grade cameras to their own Wi-Fi router, so the cameras uploaded the captured photos in real time, giving Jude the chance to analyze and give feedback to what they saw in front of them. The camera jammed Noah's fake glasses into his nose as he zoomed in on Lexi. The way the light framed her figure was pure poetry. Photographing Lexi was no hardship. "I'll second that, brother," Jude said in his ear. Noah winced. He did not mean to say that out loud. "Could be so much worse. Could be your ugly mug," Noah muttered into the microphone. Jude laughed quietly, but went silent. He was also on comms with Colton, switching between them both. A crackling sounded on the line when he returned. "Ropley's entourage is headed your way." Lexi's body language stiffened the moment Ropley came into view. He didn't earn a smile from her, but he did get her looking incredibly professional. Noah wandered closer, capturing a photo of Colton eating a burger and fries as he walked. Jude snorted. "Easy there, Shadow. Not everyone can survive on protein bars like you." Colton's head twisted slightly to glare at Noah, but Noah didn't stop moving closer to catch their conversation. On the other side of the Lexi, a pair of butterflies landed. He whispered, "Excuse me," to the bodyguard who didn't want to let him pass and slipped around so his back was to Lexi. Lexi kept her focus on Ropley and whatever it was he was showing her on his phone. Ropley wasn't speaking loud enough, though, so Noah activated the high-tech listening device and slung his camera to his back so it faced them. Then he pulled out his phone and took a step backwards to take pictures of the butterflies as if he needed a better angle. The speaker was so sensitive that when he moved, Jude might hear the rustling of his clothes instead of Ropley's plan. "Noah, Ropley's on the move and Lexi is headed in the opposite direction. You can stop with the butterfly spam now," Jude said with a grunt. "Though they are beautiful." Noah tracked Lexi to her room, and 15 minutes later, she walked into Bellagio's lounge with a stunning floor-length dress on. Jude switched with Noah to give him time to change into clothes appropriate for the lounge. On his way down, he stopped at Lexi's door and set a sensor on the lock. When it activated from locked to unlock or vice versa, it would notify him. At the end of the bar, Jude, wearing smart glasses to photograph and record what he saw, chatted with the bartender while waiting for his to-go order. Lexi sat at the other end, her bare back exposed to the lounge like a beacon for men on the prowl. Noah groaned as he plopped in the corner against the wall, close enough to be an overwatch but far enough to be inconspicuous. He could already tell he was going to hate tonight. A lot. With a natural grace, Lexi picked up her drink and slid into a seat next to a guy further down, who seemed random, but must have been her chosen companion for the night. Jude strolled in a few minutes later and slung his backpack to the floor at Noah's feet. Out came his camera memory card and his laptop. The man loved his toys. As a bonus, they usually were huge assets in the field too. The guy she's sitting with is a recently fired employee from biotech firm Grass-Cod. Last year, Dr. Rain there wrote a research article about a breakthrough cure for cancer. Since then, the whole project has been derailed, and the company's been attacked in a variety of ways. Firing him was Grass-Cod's way of throwing Jonah overboard to stop the storm, essentially, Jude said. Noah's eyebrows raised. "This is why I hired you, man. You're the best in the business at this kind of thing. Amazing work." Sitting forward, his gaze never strayed from Wayne and Lexi at the bar, flirting. "So, Jonaly is hoping he's a jaded ex-employee who will spew top-secret information while on a bender in Vegas." Jude shrugged. "I suppose she could be recruiting him for consulting with Jonaly, but it seems like Ropley would take that on himself since he holds the purse strings." A mariachi band blasted its way past in the hallway. Lexi glanced over, then twisted in her seat to watch while Wayne spoke to her over her shoulder, and dropped something in her drink. "You see that?" Noah jumped to his feet and was hurtling over obstacles before the tablet hit the bottom of her glass. "I've got the drink. You get Lexi," Jude said, running towards the bar. Time moved in slow motion. Her hand was already on her glass when he dropped the tablet in. A second later, she turned, smiling at Wayne, and took a sip from her drink. He wanted to shout a warning, but his throat seized. As he lunged the last couple of feet, Lexi reared back with a squeak. There was no time to reassure her that he wasn't the stranger he appeared to be. "This jerk drugged your drink." Jude grabbed the glass and kept Wayne in place while Noah pulled Lexi from her chair. As Noah walked away, Jude said, "We're her security detail and we're pressing charges. He dropped something in her drink. I want casino security or the police to test it." Of course, something like this would happen when they were supposed to be neutral and observing. But he wasn't about to sit by and let her get assaulted. Again, he dissolved a tablet in your drink, and whatever it is will hit you soon. The night's over. You need to make it to your room. As a scientist, Wayne had access to all sorts of chemicals that were more toxic than a roofie if he knew who she was and was trying to punish her for it. No, he didn't want to think about that. "Aren't you pushy?" Her words slurred a bit as her body swayed in his grasp before they made it to the elevators. Somehow, with everything he'd taught her, she trusted him enough to leave the lounge with him. Not one protest or question or struggle while he whisked her away to her room. "Where's your key?" Noah asked quietly as they shuffled onto the elevator. Her head lolled towards him, her eyes unfocused. He put his mouth to her ear, holding her upright so she wouldn't fall. "You gotta tell me where your key is so I can get you in your bed, baby." Your voice is a cozy sweatshirt, and you smell like pine dust." "Pine dust?" Her head turned so her face nuzzled his cheek. Her other hand rested on his neck. Noah swallowed hard. The drug had just begun to absorb, and she was already this unfocused. How much had he given her? Jude had better let him have a swing at Wayne when he finished here. Her breath tickled his ear. "I'm a professional. This is a job. She is a mark. I am covered by the law to help her to her room. Cameras recorded every interaction in this hotel. No way would him digging into her bra in the hallway and trying to hold her up simultaneously look anything but guilty in a court." The elevator landed on her floor 2 seconds after her eyes closed and she slumped against him. Sweeping her light form into his arms, he excused himself through the crowd despite their giggles at her unconscious state. Unfortunately for Vegas, it wasn't that uncommon of a sight. When he arrived at her door, he peered down at her relaxed face nestled against his shoulder, and he couldn't do it. So he lowered her body to the door lock and touched her chest to the scanner over and over again in a variety of positions, twisting her in his arms. What was his life right now? The security guards had to be laughing at him. Finally, it buzzed green. Right side near her armpit. Good to know. His phone dinged with an alert that her lock had been used. That worked well, at least. Inside her room, he laid her in her bed, took off her shoes, and covered her with a blanket. He set a bottle of water on her nightstand next to 2 pain pills that he'd found in her toiletries in the bathroom. Standing in the small hallway of her room, staring at her sleeping form, felt so awkward. Stay and wait for her to wake up to tell her everything as Noah, or search her bags and electronics for insight that he wouldn't be able to submit in court as evidence since it was done without express permission. Jude called his phone. "Yeah?" Noah asked. "Wayne swears it was only a roofie, nothing stronger. She should be able to sleep it off." With an exhale, he scrawled her a note, kissed her forehead, and walked out, grateful that she'd never remember he was there.
Chapter 8. Her head hurt so badly. Something dug into her flesh, and it was dark. Lexi's heart rate spiked when the air conditioning unit clicked on and roared. She didn't remember leaving the lounge. Whose room was she in? Memories scrolled through her mind as she tried to pinpoint when her night had ended and why she'd laid in her bed, still wearing her gown. With clumsy hands, her fingers found the switch and the blast of light blitzed her head again. When her eyes adjusted, there was a note with 2 ibuprofen and a water bottle. "You were roofied by the guy you were chatting with in the lounge. We've requested the drink be tested and charges be filed against him. If you want to press further charges, find a clinic to draw your blood and test it. For results from test, call 800-555-2233. Either way, take the pain med and drink the bottled water and you should feel better in the morning. By GS." GS. What the heck did that stand for? Or who? She'd managed to make it 24 years without her drink getting drugged. Her brothers would be livid about it. The bright numbers on the clock seared 2:07 a.m. into her retinas. Her alarm would ring at 7. Did she dare go chase down something to eat at this hour? Sleep sounded better, so she took the medication and drank her water like the obedient victim she was. Swallowing the pills almost hurt. Her shoes were tucked neatly in a row next her bed. Her fingers fumbled to slide the zipper down her dress, allowing her phone and room key card to fall out of the side of her bra. How had her rescuer gotten her into her room? Probably hotel staff, right? That idea made her feel a little better, though it'd be naive. Surely in Vegas, of all places, the hotel had staff specifically for guests who needed extra help locating their rooms. And she wouldn't have been in that position if disgusting creep Dr. Wayne hadn't slipped something in her drink. They'd gotten along instantly. On and on he droned to the poor bartender about his research for curing cancer, which made him really easy to identify. Bartenders hated guys like him, but they smiled and nodded anyway to get the tip at the end of their shift. He'd been the lead researching doctor. He'd come up with the variety of nutrients and elements used to blast it. He'd run health tests on the mice himself, and the world deserved to hear that a cure for cancer was almost available. He wrote that article to give people hope, not paint a target on Draskot. Wayne talked about names of researchers still on the project and how he kept tabs on them. Lucky for them, after he was fired, they used all his information and secured more funding. Lexi connected with him on how life was so unfair. She told him some fabricated stories about an accounting firm where she worked that tried to do something similar on one of their most genius workers. Obviously, her appeal to his ego succeeded too well. Her anger flared as she stuffed her arms into her pajama shirt. What did that scumbag have in mind for her tonight? Just how much had Ropley known about Wayne's affinity for drugging women who flirted with him? No way was she the first. In the dark, she vowed to end Wayne, and eventually Ropley for putting her in situations like this, because he threw infantile tantrums if he wasn't ahead of the market in research or drug releases, or this advancement or that stock growth. Her life wasn't a disposable toy for him to use and discard. A few hours later, Lexi woke early, tugged on a hat, and took a taxi to an urgent care where they drew her blood and promised to call her with the results. She stopped by a pharmacy and picked up a few supplies for the day. On her way into the Bellagio, she pulled a medical mask over her mouth and nose and walked to where breakfast was served in a restaurant off the lobby. "Hi, has Dr. Grover Wayne checked in yet?" she asked the hostess. "I was supposed to meet him for breakfast this morning, but I might have gotten my times wrong." She laughed lightly. "No, ma'am, I don't have him down yet. Can I seat you anyway?" the hostess asked. Lexi requested a table that gave her a perfect view of the entrance. It was a huge gamble that he'd come this morning and not request food to be brought to his room. But that's what people did in Vegas. They gambled, and she had all the time in the world to find out if her bet would pay off. At last, her patience paid off and Wayne slunk in at 9:43 a.m. on the tail end of service. As the hostess seated him, Lexi grabbed a queen plate and followed him across the room. "I'll take a coffee with cream on the side," he said to the server. Then he picked up a tray at the buffet with his back towards her. Lexi filled her plate at the line nearby while the server returned to set Wayne's coffee on the table. When the server left, she sat down and pulled her mug towards her, pretended to rip open some sugar packets, but dumped in 4 crushed-up extra-strength laxatives, mixing them in with the spoon until the granules dissolved. Taking the spoon with her, she carried her plate to her seat to eat and watch the show. Let's see how he likes drugs in his drink. Wayne returned with a huge omelet and 2 more plates piled high. He added cream to his coffee and took a long swig. With a satisfied smile on his face, he set the mug down. Lexi grinned as she shoveled whatever she had on her plate into her mouth. She hadn't paid much attention to what she'd chosen. If she didn't have to cook it, she wouldn't be picky about it. A body blocked her view as Wayne started to shift in his seat. She leaned left to see Wayne almost sprint to the bathroom. Serves him right. A man pulled out a chair and sat at her table across from her. Remind me not to get on your bad side. I'm giving you a 10 out of 10 on covert work for that one. That was impressive. His deep voice stopped her from peering around him. Lexi froze. Noah laughed, having obviously seen what she did. Noah. Her words were measured. What are you doing here? Her mind struggled to piece it together. How had he found her here in the corner of the Bellagio's breakfast buffet? His smile dimmed a fraction. It's a long story, but the short of it is that I'm here for you. Her brow scrunched. Was this guy a psychopath, and she'd not seen it before? He seemed so kind and normal. That's nice of you, but why? I'll see you at home soon. I'm here for work. He nodded. Me too. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Hear me out. I promise I'll make it worth your time. Using short sentences for her shocked brain to absorb, Noah told her of how he'd followed her to Las Vegas, rescued her from Wayne last night, and dropped her off in her room to sleep off the drug. That was you that helped me into my room? Her voice pitched higher. The whole story sounded so ridiculous. So, you're stalking me? His shoulder lifted. If you call what you're doing to Wayne stalking him. No, he's my... Her heart sank. I'm your job. That's right. His expression was very cautious. A scream built in her chest. What was it about her that made men want to use her? Noah had been such a nice guy. In fact, she'd respected him and even liked him. What an idiot she'd been. She folded her arms in front of her, the anger and hurt welling inside her. Why were men like this? Why her? Maybe something about her personality made them think she was easy to manipulate, too eager for someone to love her. She hated herself, but also, she really disliked Noah at the moment for interrupting her nice breakfast and ruining her day with whatever good he thought he was doing her by telling her the same thing she'd heard from every guy. This had to be a changing point for her. She could not tolerate guys treating her like this anymore, regardless of how kind Noah had been. Her teeth ground together as she stood to leave. Noah put a hand on her arm. Wait, I can see you're upset. Let me explain before you go much further with your assumptions. Yeah, I am upset. You ruined my breakfast, and if you stay any longer, you'll ruin my whole day too. She did not want to hear one more thing out of his mouth. Lexi. His expression softened along with his tone. Ropley is using you and your team to do a lot of shady and illegal intelligence collection, as you know. You're operating in very gray and black areas. And when the hammer of the law falls, and it will, because Adonis knows who you are and what you're doing, you, Lexi Jackson, will be the one whose head is on the chopping block. Ropley's made sure of that with how he has structured his company. He paid for your education so he could write it all off as you doing market research for your degrees. Or, worse, meddling. And he can blame the college kids who want to get ahead in the business world and chose a bad way to do it. And you don't have to trust me on this. Find out for yourself. But I did just risk my job, my trustworthiness, and my credibility in the industry so that you'd know the truth. Her throat tightened as she processed what he said. It wasn't a hard angle to see that Ropley positioned them to take the fall, but she hated that she never noticed how he had manipulated her into segregating her team from the rest of the company so easily. She thought she'd been protecting them, but she fell straight into his trap. He could accuse them of being rogue students. They'd lose their jobs, their credibility, and he'd probably make them pay back their degrees instantly. She took a drink of ice water to try to dislodge the dryness in her throat. There was no way she'd admit to believing his tale. Why are you telling me this here and now? Noah set a napkin on the table and slid it over to her, making a metallic scraping noise as it did. She left it there. Because on one thumb drive is something you want, and on the other is something I want. Another game, another riddle, another man using her. The second wave of anger, disappointment, and distrust felt an awful lot like exhaustion. For once in her life, couldn't a man value to her for who she was, instead of what she could benefit him? It didn't seem unreasonable to hope that this handsome protector with a kind, quiet nature and muscles to spare would actually date her and enjoy her company. Tell me what you want first. Proof of Jonaly's illegal spying handed to me on a silver platter. Not your spying, Jonaly's. Ropley's. She grunted. Her carcass would end up as the sacrifice on that altar, like he'd said. What could you be giving me that I want badly enough to make that worth it? Noah winked. A couple hours of Wayne talking about everything related to Drascott, his research, and more. Well, that managed to impress her. Her jaw fell open slightly. How did you manage that? An associate and I made a scene last night after we caught him drugging you. We had the drink tested, declared we wanted to press charges, etc. His hand waved. The hotel has banned him from returning to this location for 5 years, because the test showed he drugged you. But we didn't press criminal charges in exchange for him giving you everything you came here for. We weren't sure of the exact questions you would ask, but we did our best. Also, you'll find an apology and his contact information on there as well, should you have any further questions for him. Wow. Her anger at him dissipated because that was a twist she did not see coming. Her hand slid the thumb drives into her lap. As far as trades go, that one registers pretty high up there. In the distance, Wayne returned to his seat, blotting his forehead with his napkin, and picked up his fork to eat again. She smirked, and Noah followed her gaze. How long's he going to be staring at the bathroom walls? Noah asked. He needs to suffer at least as long as I did, and more, for whatever he had planned after I finished my drink. At that, Noah's expression tightened, his jaw flexing. But Lexi's lips quirked upwards. Once he stops eating, the laxative should clear his system in about 8 to 12 hours. If he's a smart enough doctor, he can care for himself. Noah laughed. You're a worthy opponent, Miss Daisy May Hartwell. The name Swinder had used to book her hotel room under. As are you, Noah, she muttered. If that's even your real name. His broad shoulders leaned in as his voice softened into a low range. I promise to do right by you, Lexi. I don't want to hurt you. I'm here for Jonaly and Ropley. Help me lay the fuse for me to light, and I'll get you out without a hint of smoke on you. That's a big promise that I'm not sure you can deliver on. I'm in debt to Ropley. If you have done your research, you'll know that Ropley has people who would happily hunt me across the world to execute me for betraying him. You think you can protect me from his long reach without me going into a witness protection program? Without missing a beat, he said, I know I can. Bold, cocky, self-assured, and just the sort of thing she would need to keep her out of prison and the morgue. Then you have a deal.
Chapter 9. Following me in the parking lot the night you saved me the first time was also part of you tracking me down. Lexi did not appear amused when he nodded. With a huff, she cycled to the front of the group. They booked a tour of the city on electric bicycles, which turned out to be a bad idea because she kept eluding him. So he followed her. Her dejection amplified his guilt. That was why I was there. But getting to know you has been the easiest thing I've done in a really long time. Their bikes bumped over a curb behind their guide, who droned on about the history of the city, seemingly obvious to their chatting, and the most enjoyable. I probably don't have much competition, she mumbled. Left single quotation mark. And honestly, that's no compliment. She wasn't wrong. He hadn't time for women beyond his family. So, where does that leave us with my self-defense classes? Lexi asked. Noah stopped at the street corner next to her. Call me anytime, Lexi. The offer still stands. Lessons anytime. With a deep breath, he continued. Unless you never want to see me outside of our agreement, then I'll respect your wishes. Her posture sagged as she peeked over her shoulder at him. I do want to see you. Much to my dismay, I've found I like your company, Mr. Donovan, which should tell you something about my ability to make wise choices. Once again, she took off, weaving through their group. Hey, what does that mean? He almost crashed into someone in their group as he tried to get next to her. Why is liking my company a bad choice? The guide signaled for everyone to stop and get off. She parked, unbuckled her helmet, and reformed her ponytail. And as the group moved inside, her eyes held his, welling with tears. Every male I've ever known has had a reason for getting close to me. Every male. Her lips pulled into a sad smile. You're no different. His chest tightened, making it hard to breathe. Balling his hand into a fist, Noah searched for something to punch as he watched her retreat into the building. Talking this out with her hadn't cleared the knot in his stomach. It made it worse. He'd messed this up royally, but there wasn't another way to do it. Without the job, he wouldn't have any reason to know her. The group moved through an art museum, silently staring at frames on the walls. He stood in her space and leaned down to her ear. If I'd seen you at Callan's, I would have taken one look at you and known you were out of my league, and not even tried. She snorted, earning her glances from their tour mates. Now you're just making stuff up to dig yourself out of a hole. His hands propped on his hips as she took in a painting of colorful blocks that the artist had titled Calisthenics. Do I get any credit for telling you the truth this morning? Did you have a choice not to? She asked softly. I always have a choice, he murmured. The group moved, but she didn't. So, if I hadn't gotten myself drugged by my target last night, you would have waltzed up to me today to tell me you were here watching me? Her head tilted, her eyes narrowing dangerously. I highly doubt that. Noah dropped his chin to his chest. His emotions hovered dangerously close to the surface. In a bid to get himself under control, he stalked out to the bicycles to wait. A tire or two may have gotten kicked as he analyzed the situation from all angles for a way to make this better. There wasn't one. He leaned on her bike, arms folded over his chest, until she walked up. Excuse me, sir. You've got the wrong bicycle. Yours is over there. His gaze caught hers, freezing her teasing smile in place. Can we start over? I messed up, and it would mean a lot to me if you'd give me a second chance. Is this about your ego? Her arm brushed his as she reached around him for her helmet. No, but it is about yours. You deserve better. For me and every other sad excuse for a man that's hurt you along the way. Her assessing gaze roamed from his head to his toes and back up again. You're right. I do deserve better. Ouch. His phone rang as they merged onto the street. Tansy. He slapped the phone to his ear. Everything okay? Mom's in the hospital for an overdose. Not sure she's going to make it, Tansy choked out. What? How did that happen? I thought the nurse brought in her medication individually. She did. Mom told the nurse her husband, who I'm assuming is Dad, had been showing up at night, telling her to take a handful of pills at the same time to make herself feel better. Nurse told her that was not good for her health, and she would not let her do that. While the nurse changed her bed sheets, Mom found the medication cart in the hallway and was swallowing whatever she could get her hands on by the time the nurse found her. They got her to the hospital to pump her stomach pretty quickly, but no telling what she ingested. She's as bad as some of my patients. The heavy weight returned to his chest. None of it surprised him, and he was too tired to be angry with her anymore. I'm guessing the care unit checked the visitor logs and hallway cameras to see if a man has been in her room. I haven't talked to them again. I'm with Mom at the hospital now, but I'm headed home soon. She's sleeping and the staff is just waiting to see what is making its way through her system. All right, let me know what they say. Oh, and Tans. Yeah? Send me over the Rainbow Bridge real nice before I ever get to that point, would you? Noah asked. You bet, bro. And I'll scatter your ashes in my flower bed so you can be part of my next year's blooms. He snorted. Perfect. That evening, Noah and Lexi shared a taxi to the airport. Jude rode separately to keep his identity and cover intact in case they needed it. Noah booked the same flight home as Lexi, partly so he could keep an eye on her, but mainly because he wanted to spend more time with her. They chatted as they sauntered through the airport and stopped to get something to eat and drink while waiting for their flight to board. And when it did, Noah boarded first and saved Lexi a window seat. The flight wasn't full, leaving the seat between them empty. After takeoff, Lexi lifted the armrests and stretched her legs across the open seat. Noah eyed her, shaking his head. I can't believe you're short enough to do that. Lexi wiggled her feet. Glorious. His hand swooped under her ankles as he slid into the seat and placed her legs across his lap. Tell me more about your job. She squawked slightly and attempted to yank her legs away, but he held them firmly, pinning her with a look. Don't make me ask again. Her mouth closed as if she were deciding to fight him on it, but she relaxed instead. Oh, where to start? From how Ropley met you and offered you the job. Something he'd been dying to know. How would she gotten into corporate espionage in the first place? Well, my mom was a tattoo artist, so I spent a lot of days in the shop listening to people tell stories and cry through the pain as I did my homework or played. Her lips tilted into a smile. Stuff a kid shouldn't hear. Mom divorced Dad shortly after I turned 4, and Mom didn't have the money to pay me and my 3 brothers way through college. Of course, Dad had a new family, so he didn't offer any assistance. You needed a way to get your education paid for, Noah said with a shrug. Left single quotation mark. Understandable. Yeah, except Ropley haunted career fairs looking for the perfect candidates, whatever that means, and I would have been better off without it, I think. Noah squeezed her legs. Yeah, but then you wouldn't have met me. True. Lexi pulled out a pad of paper. Let's play tic-tac-toe. The flight was too short of a trip back to reality. As they walked to the exit, Lexi nudged him with her shoulder. You've had me monologuing. I'll talk to you when I'm in the office ready to put that spyware on Swinder's computer. But when do I see you next? Noah ran his hand through his hair. Soon. My mom was just admitted to St. Vincent's Hospital. I'm not sure what my schedule will look like this week, but please do call if you're free to meet me at Thunder's. I'm sorry to hear she's not feeling well. Lexi's sly smile spread across her face. She was so cute, but I am glad to know your mom is actually real. As is my sister that I told you about. Lexi gasped. Her hand flattened against her breastbone. A partially honest man. The surprises don't stop coming with you, do they, Noah? That didn't sound like a good thing. I hope they will at some point. She paused and grinned. Despite the last couple of days, this was the most fun I've had on a work trip in a while. I'll see you soon. And she walked into the dark to take the shuttle to her car. That looked like it went well, Jude said from behind him. Noah smirked as he turned to slap Jude on the shoulder. Get home safely, friend. See you in the morning. Except Noah ended up at the hospital in the middle of the night with Tansy, as Mom struggled to breathe. They sat with her through the early morning hours, talking to each other. In her medicated haze, Mom couldn't remember who they were. When Noah left the room for coffee at 6-something, his phone buzzed with a text from Lexi. How's your mom? The fatigue hit him hard. Already Vegas seemed like weeks ago, when it had only been hours. Docs say her systems are shutting down, and it won't be long. The numbness had taken over the second he stepped foot inside the hospital. It smelled like bad memories and stale food covered with antiseptic. The Army triage hospitals smelled similarly, except the food was replaced with body odor. On his return to Mom's room with coffee and a breakfast sandwich for Tansy, he slowed at every exit he passed, and only by sheer force did he stay on the path to her room. He didn't want to see her suffer, or think about a life without her in it. A familiar laugh carried into the hall before he entered the doorway. In Mom's room stood Lexi, dressed for work, hair done, makeup on, and he was still in yesterday's clothes, and she realized it as soon as she glanced at him. Hey, he said to her. A compassionate, sad smile glazed her features. Hey. When Tansy took her breakfast and coffee from him, Lexi held his free hand with both of hers. Noah couldn't focus on her conversation with Tansy, as they stood hand in hand. What was she doing here? Tansy was so bleary-eyed that she didn't give him any of hassle about it. By now, he should have gotten an arched eyebrow or puckered lips, but she had as much energy as he did. When Tansy excused herself to go to the restroom, Lexi squeezed his hand, hers feeling so small and delicate, yet warm in his. Do you mind if I talk to your mom? His brow furrowed as he motioned to her still form. What would she possibly say to a woman she'd never met? Mom. Lexi. Lexi. Mom. Lexi sat down on the edge of the bed and took Mom's limp, spotted hand in hers. I just wanted you to know your son is a hero. You did a great job with him. I know it's hard for moms to believe that sometimes. You raised a good man. He saved me twice now from situations that would have ended poorly for me. Rest easy knowing that you've left the world a better place because your son is protecting complete strangers and the undeserving alike. And your daughter is serving people by helping the animals they love so much. She failed to mention the hurt he'd caused her, or that the only reason he knew her was because he needed something from her. All the things she left unsaid sliced like a knife of kindness, cutting open his numb heart. The tears that welled in his eyes fell unchecked as he listened, unable to move from his spot. To his left, Tansy leaned against the wall with her hands over her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. He raised his arm to tuck her against him. You must be the most resilient woman on earth to raise 2 kids as great as yours are. I bet you're so proud of them. I hope you know you'll be celebrated and remembered by them and through their lives. You did well, and there's no higher honor than to be loved like your kids love you. You might not feel lucky, but you are. You really are. His throat constricted as Lexi kissed Mom's discolored cheek and walked to the foot of the bed. Her eyes were dry, but her smile was shaky and lopsided. Nothing could have prepared him for Lexi's words. His hand squeezed Lexi's shoulder. Then he walked to Mom's side and kissed her cheek. I love you so much, Mama. When he finished, Tansy did the same, whispering words into Mom's ear. Noah returned to Lexi at the side of the bed. She wrapped her arms around his waist, and, for a moment, Noah felt a peace settle deep into his soul as they stood looking at Mom's failing body. A peace he hadn't known in a long, long time. Seconds later, Mom rasped out an exhale, and her heart monitor whined its final tune. She was gone.
Chapter 10. After saying goodbye to his mom one last time, Tansy shooed them out of the room so she could take care of logistics with the hospital. His relationship with his sister was the sweetest. Noah kissed Tansy's forehead and walked Lexi to her car. Are you sure you want to do this today? Lexi asked as they stopped at her driver's side door, his hand propped on the roof. We can wait until you're ready to go back to work. Nah, my teammate said Ropley's not in the office today, so better to do it now than when he can pop up out of nowhere. He blew out a breath as he scuffed his shoe against a rock on the pavement. When he lifted his head, his eyes were squinted. Besides, I could really use a good distraction today. A purpose. Her heart ached for him. A purpose I can give you. She was grieving the loss of his mom, a woman she had never met. Life wasn't fair. Noah told her he'd seen some really awful things in his stint in the military, and with the way he never spoke about his dad, she would bet he had something to say about that, too. She stepped into his space and laid her head against chest, her arms surrounding his thin waist. He stayed stiff for a second, then dropped his arms around her, pulling her in tightly. The smell of him had her breathing deeper. Fresh air and coffee and the faint whiff of something manly and earthy. His embrace made her feel like nothing would harm her in it. Foreign, yet a relief. I'm so sorry about your mom, Noah. I really am. You're so calm considering what you just went through. A grumble started in his chest. I'm angry and tired. Very, very tired. She was so sure Dad was coming for her, good or bad. It's sad, really. He moved on with his life and probably hasn't thought about her in 20 years. Love can mess you up like that. Or it can hold on so tight that you don't know who you are without it. His voice rumbled under her ear. There are worse things in life than dying while knowing I loved someone with everything I had. Wouldn't it be better to die knowing someone had loved you with everything they had? He shrugged. I suppose that'd be nice, but I don't control that. I can't live based on what other people do or don't do. Mom's life was proof of that. And if all the love I have to give and my desire to grow with that person isn't enough to keep a woman around, then she's not for me. Lexi stepped back. Are you going to hold a service for your mom? Noah shook his head. Tans and I will do something privately. No production. I hope you'll go home and get some rest this afternoon. Order a takeout steak or whatever bro foods guys eat when they're sad and don't want to talk about it. Noah snorted, a smile appearing on his handsome face. Exactly what she'd been going for. Self-care is such a chick thing. I'm surprised that word is in your vocabulary. Lexi ducked into her car and winked at him, closing the door. As she drove away, she glanced at him in her rearview mirror as he stared into the distance. What a strange world she lived in. 2 weeks ago, she didn't know he existed. This morning, she had the privilege of being one of the last voices his mom heard. And she'd meant every word she'd said. The crazy thing was, none of what was true about Noah was true about any of her past boyfriends. Not one. But this gracious and sweet man who kept showing up for her at her worst moments, who she was a job to. She said it about him. Life was weird like that. So, this random guy just swooped in to save you from Dr. Predator? Allegra's jaw was practically on the floor. Emmanuel's eyes narrowed in skepticism. In Vegas. And he didn't take anything from you or do anything to you? Remy leaned further forward. poor Remington didn't have a lot of experience with dating yet. Her parents had about kicked her out of the family for not agreeing to marry the boy that the local busybody matchmaker had chosen for her. It was a small-town Utah special, that one. He left a note, pain pills, and a water bottle for me. I assumed it had been hotel staff, Lexi said with a shrug. Left single quotation mark. But I made it out unscathed, and I have hours of Wayne droning on about his life on recording. I need to sift through it today to see what I can hand over. Her team looked far more impressed at her abilities than they should have, but they couldn't know about Lexi reporting on Ropley, if she were going to be able to free them from their contracts before Noah took the company down. I'm tired of Ropley yanking me around last minute. I need a copy of his calendar. And I had a great idea to torment Swinder to get it, Lexi said, waggling her eyebrows. Count me in for that, Emmanuel said. Me too. Same, Rumi said. Left single quotation mark. What's the plan? We combined his love of the tech squad and his obsession with his marked food in the refrigerator, Lexi said. I'll camp out in the break room to make sure the coast is clear, Emmanuel said, heading for the door. Ooh, I'll sneak his pickles jar into the tech area, Remy said. Left single quotation mark. Maybe spill a little juice on their carpet. Allegra grinned. That leaves me to tell him of the heinous crime I witnessed. You guys are the best. She had to keep her nose clean as their manager, or Swinder would haul her straight to HR. Allegra, make sure he doesn't have time to close down his computer. She saluted. Her team disappeared, phones in hand, and their group chat up. Lexi texted Noah, about to get access via proxy to Ropley's system. His thumbs-up emoji was immediate, at the computer and ready for the infiltration. Lexi's heart rate picked up speed. This could go south in so many ways that it almost made her sick, but Noah promised to catch her when she fell. And this time around, she believed him. Remy, package secured. Emmanuel. Dave from Tech got coffee number 999 this AM. Remy, will report when he's back to his cube. Lexi tucked the thumb drive into her pocket and walked toward Swinder's desk, but stopped at the copier. All she had to do was plug in the spyware, give it 2 full minutes to do its thing, and Noah's team would take it from there. Movies made it look easy, but Swinder did not like to leave his desk for long. He saw himself as the protector of Ropley's office door, like a majestic Rottweiler, when really he looked more like a crazy-eyed Chihuahua. Remy, legs, you're a go. Allegra, going in. Lexi stayed at the copier until Allegra ran past with Swinder, quickly passing her to get to the break room. Spinning on her heel, she covered the last couple of steps to his computer. She exhaled slightly when she saw he hadn't shut anything down. After shoving the drive in, she watched the computer's loading bar at the bottom appear, then disappear. Now she waited for Noah's text. Come on, hurry up. Footsteps approached, but someone stopped at the copier. She stared at her phone screen, willing herself to see Noah's name. Finally, her phone buzzed. All clear. In a heartbeat, she yanked the thumb drive and headed straight to the women's bathroom. Noah promised her that the spyware wouldn't alert anyone to their entrance if the breach was done internally. It only granted them insight into the files stored, not the email server. They'd have to find another way into that. Noah had recommended Ropley's computer directly, so no one would notice the access to the system. But that would be impossible considering the tight leash he kept on his space and his things. Swinder was the easier of the two to compromise. And when the tech team found the breach had come from his computer, his head would be on the chopping block first. That was perfectly fine with her. In the bathroom, Lexi stood under the air dryers with her armpits raised, trying to dry the sweat from her shirt sleeves when Allegra strolled in. You missed the show. Allegra giggled. Swindle went nuclear on everyone until he found his pickles in the tech room, and the way he tiptoed in there silently and back out was a thing of beauty. But then he sent out a company-wide message about remembering not to touch other people's food that is clearly marked in the fridge. Lexi turned and gave her a high five, but didn't say a word. She hadn't checked under the stalls when she came in. Swinder probably had spies everywhere. Team lunch meeting. Meet at my office ASAP, she said in a quiet voice to Allegra, then texted the group. They walked to a sandwich shop nearby and over to a picnic table at the park across the street. It's too hot out for a picnic at a table in the direct sunlight, Lexi. What's going on? Emmanuel asked as he opened his sandwich. My trip to Vegas shook me in a lot of ways. Lexi pulled her hair into a ponytail as the sweat she'd just dried started dripping down her back. But the worst way is that I realized our team is expendable. What we do could put us in jail or out of a job for a very long time if Ropley hung us out to dry. Do you know what I'm saying? Her team nodded slowly. I don't think any of us believed that he'd cover for us if we were caught on a job. Now, they shook their heads. We've segmented ourselves from the rest of the company so much so that if we got cut, very few would know. We owe Ropley for our education, so we play by his rules. We work on our own projects that we're not allowed to talk about to our coworkers, and we only report directly to Ropley. Do you see where I'm going with this? Disowning us would be way too easy, and you can bet his high-end lawyers would come after us for our full education fees that we signed pages and pages about. Well, when you put it like that, I couldn't be happier to be here, Lex. Allegra drawled, rolling her eyes. Left single quotation mark. We already know this place sucks and we're stuck. So, what do we do about it? We need to start making our team's presence at the company important in every possible way we can think of. Starting with, but not limited to, blackmail. I'm sure we can all agree on the importance of insurance. You guys are wizards at uncovering secrets and learning what people are hiding. It shouldn't be too hard to find dirt that keeps us from getting axed when we have a project go upside down on us. And surprised we haven't had one yet, Remington said from behind her sandwich. Like a black book we all share in case one needs it? Allegra asked. Emmanuel lifted his backside and drew out a booklet that he tossed on the table. Wait ahead of you. They stared at him. He scrunched his face at them. Why are you all looking at me like that? I haven't trusted authority since my second-grade teacher forced me to pee my pants in my seat because she wouldn't let me go to the bathroom twice within 4 hours and then blamed me for disrupting class. Lexi picked up the book and flipped through it. Ew. She set it down. Good work, Emin. We need this for every C-level executive and manager who has sway over our existence. Rodney's got a warrant out for his arrest, Allegra said, picking her sandwich so casually from her teeth. The CFO, what's his crime? Allegra smirked. He says parking tickets. My friend in the Dallas PD says illegal gambling. No wonder he works remotely, Remington said. Left single quotation mark. Todd, the VP of Sales and Marketing, fired Kathy because her kid was sick too often, but is letting Donnie and Atcha have an affair right under everyone's noses. Poor Donnie's wife, Lexi said. Left single quotation mark. All right. Let's write the rest of them down so we don't have to spend our entire day feeling icky. I'll keep the file on a hard drive with backups hidden around, in case any of you decide to defect. Their silence lingered as everyone met her eye to eye and lifted a hand in Scout's honor fashion. She didn't suspect they would, but anything was within the scope of possibility, including Ropley planting a spy on her team. Left single quotation mark. Now, let's get our next week planned out and check where we are with our projects, so we can justify the fact that the company just paid for our lunch.
Chapter 11. A day later, Noah held the front door of their office open as the Adonis CEO and vice president walked in, their expressions grim. Whatever they were going to say looked like it would hurt. He shook their hands and led them to the conference room, where Shane waited as requested. Shane didn't have any idea of what went wrong, which was never good, since Shane's superpower was finding out information. To round out the meeting, Jude pulled himself away from his triple-screen spyware hub to sit in the corner and record what was said, but also to recall any digital information they may need. Everything was prepared. So why did he get the feeling their team was about to get fired? The executive shook Shane's hand and sat in random chairs, no one vying for the power play at the heads of the table. Perhaps they wouldn't get the pink slip yet. Greg, the CEO, got right to it. One of our teams visited the USDA yesterday to discuss our ongoing heart valve trials. Someone in our group identified your man, Felix, as a former government intelligence employee. From what I heard, Felix did everything to smooth it over from his end with the USDA, since he was labeled as a quality controller. But the woman brought the information back to the office, and it spooked all of upper management. She swore up and down that her sister used to date him 2 years ago. And in no lifetime did he have the qualifications to be sitting in on their meeting with as little experience as she understood him to have. Noah felt the punch deep in his core. Reclining in his chair, he made eye contact with Jude, who nodded and disappeared from the conference room. We'll pull him after lunch for a family emergency and get his take on it. If our cover is blown in the field, disappearing is the fastest way to prove they were right. Felix will show up to work, discredit her accusations, and get the information he needs to before leaving the company entirely. He motioned to Shane. Where does this leave your work? You've already completed several phases of the memo reveal, right? Everything's at risk now. There's talk about reporting incompetence to the USDA, which would get our approval timing thrown off. We have a meeting this afternoon with our employees to talk them off the ledge, said the vice president that Noah couldn't recall his name. Shane leaned his forearms on the table. He'd spent a lot of time with these guys already and knew the company better than anyone on the team. If I may, sir, let's wait it out. This is the long game for you. Whoever our mole is may go silent for a short time, but I'm confident they'll decide that someone's ex-boyfriend in the USDA has nothing to do with them, and they will move on. To not leak the memo would be to set back their own advancement or whatever it is they believe they are doing by handing out your sensitive information. We hadn't heard anything from the first batch. Our second batch of news went out yesterday, so we'll be hearing any time now something. We have to be patient. Quote, the wheels in Greg's head were churning as he looked at Shane. I know you're right, but I hate to compromise the mission because of one person's experience. Let's go over what we say to the employees this afternoon. Shane leaned back in his chair. We give them a reason to look a different direction. A new crisis to focus on instead of the one they created themselves? The vice president asked. Exactly. A tried and true political tactic. It's how the government manages to slip things by the people, cause outrage with a news cycle that focuses on a hot topic. What sounds like something that would stir the pot. Would a new item in the break room be a big enough story? The vice president asked. That sounded like a dud. Noah kept his mouth shut, though. We're going to announce new benefits for the coming year, Greg said. Okay. What kind of benefits? Health insurance is paid for them? Bigger contributions to retirement? Earned pensions after so many years on the job? Shane was pushing hard. Trialing a 4-day week, Greg said. Noah nodded. Make that announcement today. When does it start? We weren't rolling that out until early next year, but it wouldn't hurt to trial it with certain departments starting in November. That's when employees start taking a fair amount of vacation time anyway. The vice president tapped his pen against a notebook that had appeared out of nowhere. Noah's phone buzzed with a text from Lexi. Meet for a lesson on my lunch at noon? Though they'd been texting throughout the day since they returned from Vegas, they hadn't had any quality time with each other. Noah had gone to Callan's to chat with her both nights so far. Watching her face light up when he walked in beat going home to Mom's house, where everything reminded him of her and the fact that she wasn't around anymore. So far, he'd taken all the pictures off the walls and unplugged any air freshener she had. This weekend, he planned to buy a comfortable sofa to sit on and take the old one to the dump in his pickup. When he'd moved home, he had slowly made any decorations disappear that were potentially dangerous to her. Sometimes she noticed and spent all day looking for whatever it was. Other times, she didn't mention it. He responded to Lexi. See you there in an hour. After lunch, when he got back to the compound, Felix would be mad and ready to launch at someone. Noah planned to be that someone. None of them appreciated being made to look like a fool, and Felix would especially hate it from his ex's sister. There was a long list of reasons that she was his ex-girlfriend, and her crazy family was close to the top. They'd been working nonstop on this case, trying to catch a break. And with Jude having the spyware on Jonaly's computers, they had their work cut out for them. Colton stopped tailing Robley to help Jude sort through the mess of files that would implicate the company. Between Elijah and Lexi, they had to be able to be given everything legally. An hour later, Noah paced the side room in thunders as Lexi walked in. Seeing her made his whole body relax a fraction. He met her at the door and gave her a long hug. He wasn't normally a touchy-feely guy, but her tight hugs brought life into his veins. She dropped her bag and moved into the center of the gym with her back to him, to practice reacting. He flicked off the lights before toeing off his shoes and approaching her silently. I need an escape plan from Jonaly, she said right before elbowing him in the stomach and stopping on his foot. Left single quotation mark. If I quit or get fired, I don't want to have to pay back all that student debt he says I owe. I need a way around it. Well, the distraction technique worked on him. Okay, let's send the paperwork you signed to my lawyer team and see what loopholes they can find. With Jude and Jonaly's system, he can dig around and find out details. What else? What happens if Ropley tries to sabotage my future career? He turned the lights on again. Noah shrugged. Anyone could attempt that, but you can't let that stop you from going after the job you were hoping for, which presumably isn't in corporate espionage anymore. Lexi clicked and winked. You got that right, cowboy. Again and again, Lexi attempted to flip Noah over her shoulder onto his back, but she couldn't manage the angle. Tired of his arm getting yanked on, they moved on to something else, and too soon her alarm chimed that lunch break ended. When are you doing your memorial for your mom this weekend? I want to be there, Lexi said as she told the sweat off her neck and face. Tilting his water bottle up, Noah studied her as he drank, then walked up so he stood within inches of her and lowered his chin. To her credit, she stood her ground, gazing up at him wide-eyed. Tell me why you want to be there. Lexi's long eyelashes fluttered as her lips parted. Because I care. About you. Her words took his legs out from under. He longed to kiss her so badly. I've got a whole list of reasons of why you shouldn't. And at least a dozen manuals that said not to fall for the mark or make them any promises. And I've got 2 why I should. She held up her finger. Martin and Wayne. You're not the only one who gets to care about people that don't know your middle name or what state you were born in. Her throat bobbed once, twice, and he couldn't stop staring. Would it kill you to let me? Yes. It was dangerous for both of them. It clouded his judgment, and his reaction times, and his objectivity. No. An explanation of why she should protect herself sat on the tip of his tongue, but nothing inside him wanted to crush that hopeful expression on Lexi's face. 7 p.m. at a park Mom loved. I'll text you the address. She nodded, hesitated, then grabbed her bag. I'll be there. On the drive to the compound, Noah mentally flayed himself. By the time he walked in the door, he was in a dangerous mood. And when he found his teammates in the gym already blowing off steam, he stalked to the mat and Colton stepped aside. Felix had 30 pounds of muscle and a couple of inches of height on Noah. But today, he didn't care. He invited the beatdown. They wrestled round after round, each winning some and losing some, until Felix tapped out and shame took over. His best friend knew him well. They'd done this 1,000 times, mostly in boot camp, and Shane didn't play by the rules. He wrestled to beat back the darkness in his mind. They both did. When they were both gasping for breath and bleeding, Jude stepped in between them. As much as I'd love to watch you two to continue beating each other to a pulp, we've got more work to do. And we need you both coherent. 30 minutes later, they were showered and finding a seat on the couch in the common area with drinks and food in hand. The team didn't use conference tables for conversations. Felix started as they took a seat. I'm sorry, guys. I looked at the roster of folks coming to the USDA, but I didn't recognize Glenda's name. It was careless of me. Could have happened to any of us, Noah said, shoving in a mouthful of salad. You need to stay there. We're not pulling you. You know how undercover work goes. Adonis knows it too. They're not calling for your extraction, and if they were, we talked them down, Shane said. Felix pulled out paperwork and handed it to Noah. I brought the files you requested about Dr. Rain's cancer project at Dr. Scott. From what the scientists were telling me, his work was groundbreaking, as in 80% of cancers would be eradicated from the face of the earth with his treatment. His name would have been next to Drascott's in every history book for the rest of existence. I can't understand why they wouldn't withstand the criticism and keep him going that far in. Jealous competing doctor? Shane asked. Patient casualties? Colton asked. How about a sizable donation to Drascott's stem cell research, where they're trying to genetically implant humans in a synthetic womb outside of a mother's body? Everyone turned to stare at Jude. Come again? Noah asked. A private donor pledged big money to this project if DocSot would throw their whole attention on it, Jude said, reading from his screen. No question, I'd still go for curing cancer. Noah closed his eyes. The timing was too coincidental. How hard would it be to find out who the donor is? Jude shook his head. Likely impossible, unless there was a whistleblower. But why was Ropley so interested in Dr. Wayne's work? Do you think he wants to fund it and finish it? He loves the limelight. Hold on. I think I've got it. A billionaire from Asia took the credit for funding what he calls a huge push forward for creating alternative medical options for humans. He wants to duplicate humans inside these synthetic wombs to use them for spare parts, essentially. Colton cringed. That's some Hitler-level thinking there. Noah couldn't agree more. Colton, let's see if we can find where exactly in Asia that benefactor is. Or if he's funded anything else recently. That might lead us to Ropley's interest. This guy doesn't chase down charity work. He's got to have a motive, and we'll find it.
Chapter 12. Lexi heaved a sigh and clicked approve on Emmanuel's expense report. His miscellaneous cash reimbursements took up the majority of his report. With minimal investigation, the IRS would be breathing down her team's necks, looking for receipts and proof. But there was no evidence when you paid for information with cash. That was the nature of her team's business. Her own cash output rivaled his, but Emmanuel ran the independent contractor part of their team. Private investigators, informants, servers, anyone and everyone who overhead anything important. If someone on Lexi's team promised money to a person, they contacted Emmanuel for payment. A lot of shady people were willing to screw over girls, but not many of those same people would question the word of a tall, well-built black man who rarely smiled. So, Remington, Lexi, and Allegra slid in and out of the shadows, listening and recording and promising money that Emin delivered. She opened Remington's latest report on what was happening in the biotech industry. Halfway in, Adonis had a full section of updates. Opening the encrypted texting app that Noah made her download, she took a photograph of Remy's report and sent it to Noah. Adonis planned to release new technology for heart valves in the first quarter of next year. They'd be searching for pharmaceutical companies to partner with who would provide medication to help bodies adapt and accept the valve without setbacks. Ropley would probably jump on that if Adonis didn't already suspect him of foul play. Once her message sent to Noah, she deleted the photo from her end, just in case. A buzz over her phone scared the cell phone from her hand. "Miss Jackson, Mr. Ropley would like to see you immediately." Swinder's voice grated on her nerves. "On my way," she said. But really, she stopped for a drink of sparkling water from the refrigerator, for something to hold in her hands in his office. Of course, it made no sense to hide behind a can, but she sure wanted to try. Swinder gave her a nasty look as she knocked on Ropley's door. "Hope you're having a sunny day. No more pickle thefts, I hope?" Lexi asked as sweetly as she could manage. His demeanor darkened. "I will figure out who did it and make them pay." Lexi laughed. "I thought you found the pickles in the tech department. Did they deny it?" Ropley called her in, leaving Swinder no time to answer. Obviously, his precious tech department would never do that to him. Maybe they wouldn't. She'd love to find out exactly what tech did that Swinder was so assured of their innocence. And she planned to find out this afternoon, if she had a free moment. Ropley's office was dim and musty-smelling, like a dungeon, minus the visible rats, and he had 2 large chairs by the fireplace to add to the creepy factor. Who enjoyed working in these conditions? A monster, that's who. It spoke volumes of the psychological insanity that Ropley possessed. Miss Jackson. Lexi's stomach dropped. When he used her last name, she was in trouble. Oh no. What had he found out? Did he bug her office? "I reviewed your audio from your interview with Dr. Wayne in Las Vegas. A solid 2 hours of talking and great sound quality." Ropley's squinted gaze landed on her. How he saw anything past his massive nose was beyond her understanding. "Thank you, sir." "Yes. Well, it wasn't a compliment, really. How was there no background noise, music, talking, rustling, like we usually wade through? This was it. This was where she died. At any moment, the floor would open beneath her and send her to her death in a shark-infested tank or something." "Oh." Lexi left. Left single quotation mark. "I am trying out some new audio software that is popular among podcasters to single out the preferred audio bites and bring them to the front, so listeners don't strain through noise to hear what's being said." She'd hoped her rambling explanation would have led him off the trail, but no, not Ropley. "What is it called? I'd like to see how it works for myself sometime. Why don't you show me now?" No." Ropley's brow furrowed. Think of anything. It was a trial for a beta, a one-time use kind of thing. I'm glad you like the quality, though. Wayne seemed to have a lot to share because he really was dealt a rough blow. I don't need your commentary on the matter. Get me the name of the audio thing you used as soon as you can. It'd be a good tool for our arsenal. He stared at something on his desk and scribbled on a piece of paper. Dismissed again. Her can of sparkling water hadn't done her any favors on warding off the hard and unpleasant conversation. As she reached his office door, he spoke again. "Miss Jackson, why is it that Dr. Rain disappeared after your conversation? None of my contacts have seen or heard from him, which is very unlike the good doctor." Lexi froze at the door. Had Noah made him vanish? "I'm sure I kept his email somewhere, if you're needing to talk to him yourself." Ropley lifted his head and pinned her with an unreadable expression. He's been a valuable asset thus far as to what's happening within Drascott. And he and I agree Drascott should go down in flames. He said it so nonchalantly, as if it wouldn't change the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of people to do so. Mr. Ropley, what's the end goal of the reporting that we do? I don't like surprises. Your job is to keep me from being surprised. You don't get where I am today without knowing what other people don't. And since I educated you and trained you on how to succeed at this, your end game is to keep me happy. One day, you'll manage a department. But as long as your youth and feminine allure opens doors for you, you walk right through them. Simple as that. Where exactly had all the data that she and her team collected gotten him? Or them? The company wasn't growing. It didn't have the pharmaceutical industry in a chokehold. He'd probably blame that on her team. Yes, simple. Dr. Wayne roofied me in Las Vegas. Ropley's face scrunched in displeasure. What you do to get information is your business. No, he drugged me. He put drugs in my drink so that it doesn't matter. Someone from the hotel staff was kind enough to take me to my room so that he didn't sexually assault me. You should be more careful next time. Surely, you're smart enough to know not to leave your drink unattended near strangers. Are you being careless out there? Do I need to pull you from the field? Ropley rounded his desk and took off his glasses. My drink was in my hand, not unattended. She stopped. What was she trying to convince him of? He wouldn't care that Dr. Wayne was morally deplorable. It was why he wanted contact with Wayne in the first place. I would like to get hazard pay and to start traveling in pairs. People are out there trying to hurt me and my team, and if someone wouldn't have helped me to my room, who knows where I'd be? You're asking me to double travel expenses because you willingly admit that you're incompetent at being a normal person, and you're asking for hazard pay to hold a conversation? Ropley barked out what could only be described as his version of a laugh. He clearly didn't do it often. How about I add that tab to your education fees that you owe me, and I'll deduct more from your paycheck to cover it. That would get you what you want, and me what I need at the same time. The heat rose to her cheeks. This was the same guy who crooned to potential employees what a family-friendly company they had. Safety on the job should not be a luxury. Ropley stood close enough that she noted the gray edges of his teeth. Then be smarter and more aware. Don't put yourself in these situations, and it won't be a problem. Oh, by the way, I'll be moving Remington off your team in a month. She isn't an asset, and more will go if your team doesn't deliver better. This time, he let her walk out the door. Shaking, Lexi clenched her hands around her water and walked straight to her car. No, he couldn't take Remington from her team. That wasn't fair. Lexi had to find something else for her. She'd save her somehow. It was her job. She closed herself in to call Noah. It went to his voicemail. Disappointed, her forehead thumped against the steering wheel. She'd gotten used to his immediate attention. Her phone buzzed, and the tension in her shoulders relaxed as soon as his deep voice said, "Hey, I've got news. Lots of it," Lexi said. Left single quotation mark. "You got a minute?" "For you, a bunch of minutes. I saw your text about Adonis. Any chance you got the contact's name there? Adonis is willing to pay you 4 figures for the name of the person leaking their information." Lexi's jaw went slack. Cash? Cash. I'll get it. Somehow, she needed to ask without raising suspicious, which would take work because Remy suspected everyone. Ropley asked what audio software I used to erase background noise on Wayne's interview. Off the top of my head, I said it was a one-time use software in beta, but he said he'd be interested in having it in-house. I need something to give him to get him off my back. Anything you can think of like that? That'd be a huge win for us if we could sell Jonaly something like that. I'll talk to my team. What else happened? Wayne's disappeared, and none of Ropley's contacts can find him. Noah grunted. Well, that's unexpected, but not overly surprising. Let's focus on Adonis's connection to Jonaly for now. We're still not sure where Wayne fits in the puzzle. What else did Ropley say? That he didn't care that Wayne roofied me. Seemed to think it was my incompetence that led to me being drugged. Noah's disgusted grunt vibrated the phone against her ear. He said if I wanted a travel partner to watch my back, he'd put the tab on my bill and have me pay for it out of my paycheck. Sounds like it's time to make friends with people in the financial department. Someone has access to your account that can tell you what he is doing. Since you don't know the total to start with, Ropley might be adding cost at will to your account arbitrarily already. And if he is, that could be grounds for a judge to toss the whole debt. Lexi sucked in a breath. Free from Ropley and this looming debt would be a dream come true. Don't you do that, Mr. Donovan. Don't you give me hope. Noah chuckled. You'll get out of this one way or another, Lexi. I'm not going to leave you tethered to that psychopath any longer than necessary. Her heart was a puddle at her feet. But she couldn't think like that. Being a rescuer flowed with the blood in his veins. He'd do it for anyone else as much as her. She strode inside and headed straight for accounting. Inside the door, the whole room was a bullpen. No one had cubicle walls or privacy. A work environment nightmare. Not many people were at their desks. A woman in her 30s nearby motioned her over. Hey, can I help you? The sign on the desk said Maggie, manager. Hi, I'm Lexi from Information Systems. I was wondering if you had access to my balance on my student debt that I carry. I was hoping to pay it off soon, but wanted to verify that I had enough. Maggie's eyes widened. Ooh, do you work with Emmanuel? Lexi nodded. He's on my team. I'm not supposed to be in that part of the accounts, but I can trade you an introduction to Emmanuel for your balance. You've got a deal, Maggie. Nice to make a friend in accounting. Maggie winked and pulled up the system as Lexi looked over her shoulder. There's a lot to look at here. I'll print everything from your account to look at and you can take it with you. Perfect. I'll ping you with a message tomorrow when Emmanuel comes in. You can meet in the break room as a casual first meeting. He is a dreamboat. Thank you, Lexi. Lexi laughed as she left the room. Emmanuel had a lot of great qualities, but he would not appreciate being called a dreamboat. Or would he? That would be interesting to find out. In her office, Lexi spread the ledger out in front of her on her desk. When she looked at the bottom line, her stomach dropped. $325,000 accruing interest at 3%, which was an additional almost $9,800 a year. He hadn't made any payments on her school bill. He was just letting interest build. She'd contributed $50 every paycheck since she started, which was only $5,200. But none of that had been deducted. It appeared to be sitting in an account, doing nothing. She leaned over her trash can and vomited. There would be no buying Ropley out of that sum. She was stuck for the next 5 years.
Chapter 13. Saturday morning, Noah's phone buzzed him awake. Eyes still closed, he rolled over and grabbed the phone. Yeah. I heard from my contact in Blue that our doctor has gone on a trip. We lost him when he landed in China. My guess is now that he's a free agent from Doxcott, he'll be in China a long time. Colton said. Left single quotation mark. I haven't gotten access to any of his financials, but I'm willing to bet he's following research funding. Let's keep a lookout for when he pops up next. What is his part in this? It sounds like China might have bought him and he was in enough of a slump to walk into the trap. I'll see if any of our embassies in that area have a clue about his whereabouts. Thanks, Colton. Good work. Noah rolled out of bed and pulled on his work clothes. Tansy would be here soon to get started cleaning up the house, a task he dreaded, but also excited him to see what this house might really become. 2 hours later, Noah lugged a truck bed of boxes to the dump, disassembled and dragged the old sofa out to curb, and was tossing Mom's clothes into a box, all while Tansy sat on Mom's bed laughing and swiping at the tears on her cheeks, going through Mom's photo albums. Tans, you've been working on the same box for 2 hours. This is going to take us months. Noah had no problem throwing Mom's clothes into a bag for donation, along with the little plastic collectibles she bought from Hallmark. But he couldn't stomach going through pictures and journals and deciding what to keep. Noah, did you remember you were in diapers until you were 6? Tansy showed him a photograph. Noah glared at her. Those were just for the night. It's not like I wasn't toilet trained. Tansy fell to her side on the bed, laughing. He shook his head and said, If I remember correctly, I was completely out of them until Dad left. That sobered her up. As she sat upright, she sighed. Yeah, I think we both formed some coping mechanisms then. There, next to Noah in a nighttime pull-up, was Tansy sucking her thumb at age 8. The least he could have done was leave when we were too young to remember him, Noah said, picking up a journal with Mom's cursive scrawl in it. It wouldn't win calligraphy contests, but it was pretty. First page was an entry. Boris, the kids were missing you something fierce today. It's all little Noah talked about. When I see Daddy again, I'll give him a big hug. When Daddy sees me play baseball, I'll hit a home run. He's going to make you proud if it kills him. And I wonder, will it? Kill him, that is. Tansy misses you more quietly. She's drawn pictures in colored papers to put on your side of the bed. I told them you traveled out west looking for gold, and they liked that idea. Remember us when you find your fortune." She wrote to him as if she'd planned to rip each page out and send it in an envelope. Except she said she didn't have his address. Never had, and never would. Noah's heart ached in a place he thought long scarred over, as he read about the little boy who longed for his dad and didn't understand why he'd left. Noah was sure it'd been his fault, that he'd behaved badly and pushed Dad out of their lives anymore. In fact, he might still believe a part of that. Skipping to the middle of the journal, Noah paused. The date read 6 years after the first entry. Mom hadn't written him regularly. He skimmed it, and it said something about him playing football in Tansy and soccer. At the end, she didn't sign off. She just said, "Grief is the price we pay for love. But you lied, it wasn't us against the world like you said. It was you and the world against me this whole time." Noah opened his phone and scrolled to H. Before he talked himself out of it, he punched call and walked from the room. The number rang and rang. Rightfully so. Noah hadn't ever called him before. "This is Horace." For a second, Dad's voice stunned him. "Horace." Noah cleared his throat. "This is Noah Donovan. I'm calling to tell you about Betty." Dang it. He should have planned what to say before he called. Instead, he winged it, came across as an idiot, and Dad would think he was a scammer. "Noah, nice to hear from you." Dad sounded as if they'd talked last week and were friends catching up instead of a father talking to his son that he'd been out of contact with for 2 decades. "What's happened to Betty?" "She died a few days ago. Left you a journal full of notes she'd written to you. If you want them, I'll send them to you." Even at 27, he held on to the hope that Mom was wrong about Dad. "I don't, but I appreciate you letting me know that she passed on." The silence lapsed between them, so many things unsaid over the years. It made him wonder why he hadn't called sooner. "Are you out west still?" "Mm-hmm. Washington now. With a wife and more kids?" "A wife, yes. No kids." Horace certainly was no conversationalist. Short answers were his thing, but not questions. Noah decided to leap off the cliff he'd been staring over since he was a child. "How come you never came back?" "It's a little more complicated than that, son." "Son?" Noah almost laughed. "I'm a grown man now. Try me." His tone took on an edge, but he didn't care. He'd waited years to ask. Horace inhaled audibly. "Well, I asked Betty to move with me, but she refused to go. Didn't want to leave life there in Texas. You're only saying that because she isn't here to defend herself. She would have done anything for you. She told me and Tansy that every night." Horace chuckled. "Sounds like even as a grown man, you aren't ready to listen to what I have to say. Just like your mama didn't. You lost your chance for me to believe your side of the story carte blanche when you walked out on our family without so much as a note. Call me back when you're prepared to listen with both ears, boy." The line went dead. Noah threw the journal across the room. Grief was the price they paid, right alongside pain, confusion, and guilt. The anger roared to life inside him. Dad hadn't deserved to find out about Mom dying, and he'd certainly not made an effort to know his kids. If he was honest, Dad's failures had a hand in ending every one of Noah's romantic relationships before they started. What if he regretted his choice to get married and wanted to walk away like Dad did? Better not to start then. But he could decide for himself, couldn't he? Looking at the memories of Mom's life brought back a resurgence of emotions long left untended to. But it gave him a clarity for the first time. He didn't want to spend his life afraid of making the mistakes Horace had. Noah could love, and hard. But he wouldn't know if he could love well until he let himself move past his fear of long-term commitment. Walking out was easy. He'd seen it in the military, too. It took exceptional strength to stay, and that was who he wanted to be. Noah took the journal into Tansy, dropped it into her box, and continued packing without a word. An hour later, the doorbell rang. The camera doorbell showed Lexi. Tansy made it to the door first. He hadn't told her that Lexi was coming, but she didn't seem too surprised to see Lexi on the doorstep. "Come in. We're just finishing cleaning up, so excuse the mess," Tansy said. Noah jogged down the stairs and hugged Lexi. "Glad you came." Lexi smiled up at him. "Me too. Seeing the great Noah Donovan in a tattered t-shirt and gray sweatpants is reassuring." At Noah's pause, Lexi laughed. "It's just nice to see that you're human, like the rest of us." Tansy sputtered. "Wait till you see how good he is at putting away laundry." Her eyes widened. "Very human." And that was enough of that. Everyone has things to grow in, Tanzania, Noah said quietly. Lexi gasped. Is your name seriously Tanzania? That Lexi skipped right over Tansy's shot at him had Tansy glaring at Noah. No, Tansy is my full first name. Tanzania is what he calls me when he's warning me in public. Oh, that's cute. A code word. I get all kinds of obnoxious nicknames, so I understand. Lexi set down her purse. How can I help? Noah raised his eyebrows at Tansy, who nodded. Mom has an extensive library of gardening books. It'd be great if you would pack those boxes up so we can donate them. Lead the way. Inwardly, he cringed a bit. This was not how he pictured himself spending time with her, cleaning Mom's house up. But some time was better than none. In Mom's room, Noah taped together boxes for Lexi to fill. Tansy hadn't followed them, so they were alone for the moment. I have the Adonis contact's name for you. Lexi's words were measured, her voice soft. She had his full attention now. Bill Lauren. Noah pulled out his phone to text Shane. Her hand landed on his arm. I'm very aware of what happens to leaks. But Bill is my teammate's contact that is trying to get her into Adonis from Jonaly. Any chance we can get her moved over to Adonis before Bill gets ditched? Promising to save the snitches wasn't something he guaranteed in his line of work. Bill would likely be made a public example with very severe consequences. He shifted on his feet, and she picked up on it immediately. I can ask, but I don't have much sway with their team, and chances are Bill will have lost their trust, so anyone he hires will go down with him. I can request that revealing his identity be delayed for a day or two, if your teammate wants to apply and have his recommendation backing her. It's not much, but worth a shot. Lexi gave him a solemn nod. I can't leave my team, knowing they're all going down with Ropely. It doesn't seem fair. I get it, especially since you feel a sense of responsibility for them. But how well do you know your teammates? I hate to suggest it, but are you sure they aren't running angles of their own? Or undermining Jonaly's market position with information they disperse? Your identity might already be compromised. Who does the rest of the company think your team is? Lexi shrugged. We don't know, and we don't care. She dropped onto the floor to start stacking books into the boxes. My informants never see me without some form of disguise. Colored contacts, glasses, different hair, dental fronts. There are 1,000 tricks in our bag for the identities, I assume. I don't envy that. My team in the army just wore black or fatigues. Much easier. Seeing her sitting in his house felt so natural. Here, he could protect her from the outside. A part of him longed to have her in his space more often, dispelling the silence and loneliness. But I guess if my team is handing out my photograph and real name, then I am going down for sure when this is over. Lexi sighed and finished filling the box. Well, at least I made a friend in accounting. Did you get anything from it? Her shoulders sagged. It's worse than I imagined. Her words came out in a whisper. I thought this whole time that he'd been deducting money from my paycheck and putting it towards my tuition. But my sparse deductions are in one account and my school bill is in another. She paused. Accruing 3% interest on $325,000. The interest on my loan in 1 year is more than I've deducted from my paycheck since I started working at Jonaly. The anger swelled inside him. He's a monster. I've been sick over it. How am I going to get out from under that? There's no way I'd qualify for a loan to pay that back. The anguish on her face wrenched at his heart. He pulled her small frame against him. Somewhere in the last few weeks, the feel of her in his arms began to steady his mind and soothe his heart, despite the constant turmoil they were in. We'll find a way. You deserve better. He was determined to keep that promise, as impossible as it seemed.
Chapter 14. After finishing boxing up the books, Lexi rode with Noah to his office. Inside, a man Noah called Judge met them in his office. Judge shook her hand. Nice to meet you, Lexi. We appreciate your assistance with this case. It's self-preserving, if I'm honest, Lexi said with an awkward laugh. Left single quotation mark. Noah thinks you can offer me some advice about legal ways to get out of Ropely's iron grip. He nodded. If you can call the university and ask for the actual numbers on how much is owed on your account, then you have recourse to pay the college directly what is owed, and you don't have to pay Ropely back what he is saying you owe him. A rush of relief washed over her. There might be hope, after all. I'll call them Monday morning. I have approval to pay you based on the intel you provide. It's an insult to Ropely for you to be leaking information to us, but to get paid for it would really make him mad if he ever found out. So, instead I'm going to frame it as our company is willing to give you a grant to pay your loans. The rest of the agreement is between us. Lexi's jaw went slack. You can do that? On the books, it looked like you earned a grant from Carter Security. But the small print internally will say that you informed for us, Noah said. I'll do it. Whatever I have to do to be free from him. Judge smiled. We hoped you'd say that. Have a seat. I need your help sifting through internal files to figure out what I'm looking at. I'll go get us a snack and some water, Noah said. Overwhelmed, she followed him into the hall. Noah. He faced her as she approached him. With both hands, she grabbed his face and pulled him to her. Her lips landed on his in a brief kiss. He processed what was happening, just in time for her to pull away. Thank you, she whispered, and she strolled back to Judge's office. Glancing over her shoulder, she smiled at him, standing stiff and frozen in the middle of the hallway, his gaze on her unreadable. A giggle bubbled up inside her, but she swallowed it down. Nothing she'd thrown at Noah had earned her a reaction like this. Well, she just found the one thing that would. This Swinder person has the ability to access anyone's computer remotely and see what they are doing in real time, Judge said. Lexi gasped. He could have watched her write an email to Noah. Can you revoke that access? Judge snorted. Not without drawing attention to myself. Someone in technology would have had to set it up for him. Speaking of, I need help identifying the people within the tech department. Looking at the roster, Lexi highlighted everyone she saw. Are you finding anything? A couple of these guys are the hub of genius scams and shady business. The rest do normal work. But what they do have that particularly interests me is illegal backdoor access to the government monitoring information. They don't have editing permissions, but viewing capabilities to see who is being reviewed and for what. That alone is worth a very big fine, and worthy of them at least getting a slap on the hand in court. What I want is proof that will end them entirely. Ropley has multiple houses and boats around the country that he puts through on his expense reports as marketing so that the company will pay for them. Noah shook his head. It's enough to involve the IRS, but not shut them down. Okay. She had to think of something. Ropley keeps doctors on retainer for the company that prescribe specific medication and they charge 3 times the price for it. Having doctors in their pocket is pretty standard in the industry, unfortunately, Judge said. The doctors prescribe medicine that isn't fully approved for distribution, and Jonaly offers it at a discounted price, which allows the doctors to test drugs in preliminary stages without having to get government approval, which comes with all the red tape. Noah and Judge stared at her. You've just been sitting on that factoid this whole time? Noah asked, his expression incredulous. Lexi laughed. If only he knew what she'd read in Emmanuel's black book that she copied into a file. Allegra says that Jonaly puts inferior product in name-brand bottles and charge more for it. Kind of like CFL's blood pressure medication has arsenic in it. But no one knows because the medications list such severe side effects these days that everyone ignores them. No one is testing the person who goes on blood pressure medication, because if they die, you can assume it was their blood pressure. Same goes for a lot of the drugs on the market. You don't actually know what is in the pill, but who cares as long as the drug has the backing of the trusted doctors and a cute little commercial to watch during TV breaks. Judge and Noah didn't move as she spoke. Go on, Noah said, running his hand over his jaw. Left single quotation mark. What else about CFL could be worth knowing? Telling them definitely violated her contract, and at this point, she didn't care anymore. She hoped the whole pharmaceutical industry burned to the ground, and they all had to go back to sourcing herbs and remedies from the forest. The trillion-dollar industry thrived on people dying and the sickness that got them there. The medical staff might want people to be well, but the people like Ropley supplying the medications had no such good motivation, and there wasn't a way to change her mind about the industry anymore. They source their drugs from a huge manufacturing plant in Shanghai, China, and bring their Chinese counterparts to the United States through work visas obtained by CFL and house them up in very specific locations, Lexi said. Judge swung to his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Knees cracking, Noah crouched in front of Lexi slowly, as if any sudden movements would scare her. Any chance you saved that information to your computer? Her head tilted downward. Yes, Jude can find it saved in my files. I gave Ropley a copy on a hard drive, but I save everything I do for him. Judge tilted the screen towards her. What's the password for the file? Jonah sucks. The A is the @ symbol, and the last S is a $sign. Noah and Judge both laughed. Creative, Noah said. Seconds later, Judge let out a low whistle. Left, single quotation mark. Every red pin is a CFL housing unit? Noah leaned over his shoulder, his arm brushing past Lexi's, leaving her skin electrified. Lexi nodded, from what I could see. Overlay that, make it bigger, Noah said. With a glance over his shoulder, her stomach sank. Every pin she'd placed surrounded a military installation or major rail line. How bad is this? Devastating, Judge and Noah said in tandem. Walk with me to the recreation room, Noah said. Left single quotation mark. We have a ping pong table and I could use a game right about now. Together, they walked out as Judge slapped his phone to his ear and typed furiously at his computer, no doubt relaying the information she said to someone. Canadian Football League should be in the hot seat. It seems they're in a worse spot than Jonaly, she said. They certainly have more damning information tied to their name so far. But I'm sure that Jonaly isn't far beyond in the race to the bottom, Noah said, handing her a paddle. I'm not sure now is a good time to tell you, but she met Noah's gaze. Left, single quotation mark. I've heard that Jonaly has partnered with an unnamed pharmaceutical company and is testing medication on poor people in underserved countries. At the steel in his expression, she smiled. The man was a hunter. Just by looking at him, she could tell he would get an answer for everything she'd just said if it killed him. Left single quotation mark. I can't prove any of what I've told you yet, but don't worry, I will. After 3 hours, a drive-through dinner, and a few words of a memorial for Betty, Noah said goodbye to her in his driveway. The work inside the house was almost done, but she still told him she'd be there tomorrow to help. She wanted to kiss him again to see how he would respond this time, but he'd made no moves to repeat their hallway encounter. It thrilled her at the same time as scaring her to death. No, it was a thank you, and he recognized that. When he'd returned to the room, nothing was any different from how it had been earlier. If anything, they were more comfortable with each other. Noah smiled easier and talked more. His professional demeanor remained, but friendlier. As she let herself into her apartment, she paused. Her apartment, a small and cozy haven, had become a place she avoided. Nowhere was safe from the questions that plagued her, except when she was with Noah, the man who charged into her world to end it. Yet, with his kindness and care, he'd won her over to his side. He had initially followed her because he wanted something, but where she expected to be used and discarded, she instead felt cared for. Though that seemed like a fine line in their situation. What if being in her apartment made her an easy target? The doubt about everyone she'd trusted up to this point settled on her with a heavy weight she struggled to shake. Her phone rang, and for a second, she hoped it was Noah calling to chat. But it was Dad. Hi, Lexicon. How was your week? It was how he started all their conversations. Normally, she'd give him the rundown of being busy and traveling, but today, she didn't have the energy. Fine. How was yours? Good. Hey, are you available to watch your sisters and brothers tomorrow? Your stepmom and I have a last-minute event we were invited to and would love to go if we had a babysitter. You know how impossible it is to get babysitters at the last second. Of course, she was their only hope. It was always hard to find someone when you only ever asked the day before. She rolled her eyes. If she did it, she'd have to tell Noah she couldn't come. When she opened her mouth to say yes, the annoyance in her chest stopped her. I'm sorry. I can't do tomorrow. An excuse, a reason for turning him down so he wouldn't think badly of her, almost escaped her, but she tamped down on the discomfort and awkwardness. Bad paused. Please, baby girl. You're the only babysitter the kids love. They miss you, and you get a chance to spend time with your siblings. As if she didn't have brothers to spend time with as well. Dad, as much as I love the guilt trips from you, you can't keep asking me last minute and expecting me to rearrange my schedule for you and Kim's social life. I'm happy for you to ask me 4 to 7 days in advance, and I will let you know if I can swing that. But calling me the day before you want a babysitter and running the gauntlet of manipulation does not work for me anymore. And frankly, it's disrespectful. When she finished, the burden on her chest lifted. She'd wanted to say that for 2 years now. What had changed? A tall, muscular hero telling her to stop taking crap from people. All right. Sorry. I'll talk to you another time. Dad's dejection almost swayed her, but she was done being everyone's floor mat. A heavy guilt balanced out the high that rushed her from standing up for herself. She opened her phone to tell someone. But the only people who came to mind were her brothers, and they wouldn't celebrate as much as they would say it was about time. Who were they to talk, though? They were just as bad when they wanted something.
Chapter 15. What did Adonis say about Bill? Noah asked Shane as the team cut into their steaks around Noah's kitchen table Monday evening. Shane and Felix had made dinner, and it was the best steak he'd had in a long, long time. Way better than the one at Callan's. They tossed him to the curb, and he didn't even seem surprised. I asked for a day or two delay, and they kindly, but firmly, told me to take a hike. Craig says they'll contract Lexi's teammate to feed them information on a temporary basis, until they see if they can trust her. They're playing roulette, letting the fox into the henhouse. But Craig sees value in letting the enemy be on payroll for the time being. I think he wants to flip her to testify against Jonaly when the time comes. We'll see if she can be bought. Shane slipped an envelope on the table and slid it over to Noah. Speaking of, I brought Lexi's cash payment from them. Noah grunted as he tossed the envelope onto the counter. She'd be happy to see that. Busting her butt to earn money to buy her freedom. It was twisted and completely illegal, and he couldn't wait for Ropley to get nailed to the wall for it. The whole team had their days running together in a weird time warp. Jude and Colton had hardly taken a break from the computer screens over the last week, digging into files to see what was worth seeing and what wasn't. I saw Lexi this morning. I think it's the first time I've seen her walking through the building, Elijah said casually. Elijah didn't make casual comments, and Noah's eyebrows quirked upward. You would have thought she was Mother Teresa the way she shook hands, handed out donuts, introduced herself and wrote down people's names and departments. She even introduced herself to me and asked how long I'd been working there. The other janitor, Mike, said he'd never seen her in all his 13 years working there. He's cleaned her office, but she was like a ghost. Sounded like she was on a mission, if she was going public with her identity. I wonder what her play is. Is she rallying the troops to storm the castle walls? Felix snorted. A burning in his chest made him pause. If she had an agenda that he didn't know about, it could compromise everything they'd worked for, especially with Ropley. Keep an eye on that, Eli. She doesn't need to get suspicious before we have what we need, Noah said. He'd planned on calling her tonight on her way home from work to find out how she was doing. Or did giving her the night off from him help play it cool with her? He hated the games that came with romance. What mattered most was that, thanks to Lexi's insider information, they finally had a breakthrough on something Adonis could pin against Ropley that would stick. Now, they needed her to deliver the means to prove it, so a court of justice could take them down in grand fashion. Adonis certainly wasn't innocent in all this. They had teams doing reconnaissance too, but they insisted that their guys played by the book, no underhanded illegal tactics. He might feel worse about Jonaly's demise if Ropley was a decent guy. Scumbags like him didn't deserve an easy out. No one had gotten it from Ropley, that was certain. Colton pulled his phone from his pocket. Sorry, guys. I'm going to take this. Caden's called me 3 times in the last 5 minutes. Noah nodded and glanced over at Shane, who looked concerned. If Shane got worried about something, then it was worth the attention. No one spoke for the 3 minutes Colton was gone. They were guys, but they weren't dumb. This had bad news written all over it. When Colton walked in, pasty-white and dazed, Noah jumped to his feet. My parents were in a car wreck earlier today. Colton halfway fell into his chair as if shot. I'm so sorry. What happened? Elijah asked. Hydroplaning in a truck or something? I don't know. I missed what he said because I was still processing his first sentence. It didn't help that he was crying. Dad's in ICU, and Mom was dead when the ambulance got there. Colton blinked, coming around. Boss, I need to go. The reality of the situation hit them all at the same time, and they peppered Colton with a deluge of questions. Noah whistled for the room to quiet down. I'll go home with you to get you settled. The team can spare me for a few days. Jude, you'll hold down headquarters. Shane, you're running point. I'll keep in touch. Felix stood up and grabbed his keys. I'll drive you home. Someone will send airlines to your phone. I doubt there's another flight tonight, but first thing tomorrow morning, you guys can get out of here. Colton nodded. Everyone stood up to give him a hug and tell them how sorry they were. The pain from losing Mom was still so raw for Noah that he could feel his grief resurging. Colton was numb now, but he'd be angry really soon. Elijah had flights pulled up on his phone as Felix and Colton walked out. Noah confirmed the time to leave, and the tickets were in their inboxes within 10 minutes. You sure you want to be the one to go with your own grief being so fresh? Shane asked from across the table, his arms crossed and ready for a fight. I can go. With the mole gone, Adonis doesn't need me in the office anymore. I can take Colton to Oregon, but I can't work my magic with Lexi. She and I have no rapport. The thought of Shane taking Lexi from him grated against him as he scowled at Shane. Lexi will be okay for a few days. I'll keep in touch with her. He took a swig of his drink. She survived her whole life without me up until a month ago. I'm confident she can do it again. Reclining in his chair, Shane's posture was relaxed, but the flexing of his jaw gave him away. Out with it. You think I'm jeopardizing the mission by going? Noah asked. Shane shrugged. I don't see you as the most disposable asset right now. You're right. I'm not. But what message does that send Colton if his team lead can't put aside a mission, which is not time critical, for a couple of days to see that he makes it back to his family safely? Noah leaned his forearms on the table. What does that tell the rest of you about how much you matter over the mission? This isn't the military. This is reality. Family comes first here, and I'll do it for every single one of you. Shane's small nod meant the conversation was over. Good. The last thing Noah needed was to lose the respect of his team over this. The next morning, Colton waited for Noah on the sidewalk of his apartment building. 2 big suitcases and 2 carry-ons sit in a pile next to him. That wasn't what he'd been expecting. Noah parked at the curb and walked around to open the tailgate to his truck bed. What's with all the bags? Colton's lips drew into a thin line. Dad didn't make it through the night. His hands scrubbed his face. When I turned 18, my parents changed their will to have me getting custody of Caden if they died. As far as I know, they didn't change it, so I guess this is my resignation from the team. You can't bring Caden here? We can help you with him. I appreciate it, but Caden's in his senior year and I can't displace him for a semester and a half of high school. Colton tossed in his first suitcase, then the second. Noah leaned against his truck, staring at his boots. I'm sorry, man. The news about your dad was not what I was hoping for this morning. Noah set the last bag in and slammed the tailgate closed. I hate to lose you, Colt, but I promise you'll have a place on the team if you ever want it. Single parenting isn't going to be easy, especially with a sibling. Bring him down here for a weekend or 2 so we can hang out with him. Show him what brotherhood is all about. Maybe we'll hire him too. Colton gave him a lopsided smile. With any luck, he'll go to college and make 6 figures right after graduation. Fingers crossed. Colton spent the car ride to the airport on the phone with person after person. The difference between the goodbye from Noah's mom and Colton's parents was vast. They were going to have a viewing, a service, a graveside service, and then a meal afterwards. Colton's aunt called asking about flowers, an order of service, who would speak, song selection, and a potential slideshow. Noah was overwhelmed, listening to him talk through everything. It wasn't that Mom hadn't had friends, but the cost to put together a funeral wasn't in the budget. People paid their respects with cards and comments on Tansy's social media page. The flight out to Salem, Oregon was the only time Colton stopped. For some reason, his whole family depended on him to make every single decision. Do you want the funeral to be what it's becoming? Noah asked, as they grabbed his bags off the conveyor belt. Colton sighed. I want to honor my parents and their legacy, and this gives people a way to say goodbye. It's too expensive to do everything my mom's sister wants me to do. Hiring musicians, printing special flyers, a dual headstone with their pictures on it. It's insane, like I have that kind of money to throw at this. This was the first Colton mentioned money being a problem. Noah paused. Did your parents have life insurance or any savings to keep you and Caden afloat financially? That's another beast entirely. I'll find out Friday at the reading of the will. Colton was fantastic at keeping his cards close to his chest and not exposing his emotions. But this wasn't the time for it. Noah moved in front of him to keep him from walking away. You'll stay on the payroll until our current mission is over, okay? Even the bonus. Got it. I'm not cutting you out. You have more than earned your share. If you need money, you come to us. We'll toss you some work or a loan or whatever you're willing to take. Don't kill yourself trying to feed a teenage boy when you've got people who love you that want to help. Colton's gaze met his for the first time all day. I can't thank you enough for your support, Noah. Really. When everything stabilizes and it's me and him in the day-to-day, it's going to be tough. That's saying something, considering your specialty is reverse engineering high-end technology. Don't suppose there's a big market for that kind of thing here in Oregon. His half-hearted grunt made Noah smile. Salem's a destination for hikers and Boy Scouts. Why else would I move to Texas? The barbecue? Out at the curb, a slightly boyish version of Colton leaned against the door of an SUV. Colton dropped his bags to wrap the kid in a bear hug. Their words were muffled by their embrace. His situation wasn't ideal, but a kid losing his parents as a teenager would affect every area of his life. Noah, this is Caden, my little brother. Caden, this is one of my best friends I told you about, Noah. It wasn't lost on him that Colton hadn't called him his boss. Noah gripped Caden's hand and smiled. The kid even shook hands like Colton. It's an honor, Caden, though the circumstances for it suck. Caden nodded. Yeah, they do. He motioned to the SUV. Uncle Bob drove me. Caden leaned toward them. I think he just wanted to get away from Aunt Teresa. Colton shot a look at Noah, who nodded. I can understand that entirely. Caden and Noah slid into the back, leaving Colton to take the front next to Bob. What are your interests, Caden? Football? Lacrosse? Noah asked. I've been a Civil Air Patrol cadet for a year now. I'd like to get my pilot's license like my dad and Colton. Fly jets one day. Caden glanced toward Colton as if he didn't want him hearing that. That's cool. I hope you do. What do you have left in order to make that happen? I need more flight hours in the aircraft to finish up my ratings. Captain Jones is my flight instructor. He's from the Air Force and thinks I have a really solid reaction time and steady hand. You'll see him at the funeral. He thinks I would make a great career pilot. Flight hours took time and money. He was starting to realize why Colton wasn't keen on spending money on the funeral when they'd need everything they had to finish Caden's education. At the funeral 2 days later, Caden brought a guy in an Air Force dress uniform to meet him. Noah, this is Captain Jones. Noah shook his hand as Caden was dragged away by Aunt Teresa again. Jones lifted his chin. You look like a military man. Army? Specialty Division. Noah didn't tell the whole truth to most people because it wasn't worth the conversation. And the Army and Air Force had their own rivalry to deal with. Lots of Army in these parts, Jones said. Caden says you've inspired him to be a career pilot. Jones chuckled. That boy is the brightest kid I've ever taught. He can choose whatever career he wants if he puts his mind to it. I run the Civil Air Patrol Division in Salem, adjacent to the Air Force. And I think with his eye for detail, he could do a lot of good in the military. As if Colton would allow that. He knew too well what the military could do to a man. What kind of operations do you run? Surveillance, mostly. Illegal fires, marijuana growing, moving people around in small planes on occasion. We have lots of forest around here, so we can aid with search and rescue teams. Our pilots are volunteer and serve at the will of any government branch. You know, Caden, Colton's just as brilliant. Any chance you have a slot for him? He's been working for me right now in intelligence, but now that he's moving here, he'll need something to do. Captain Jones nodded. Caden said Colton had his pilot's license. I don't know about pilot jobs, but I'll keep an eye out for him and help him find something that will pay the bills. Smart guys like that get scooped up quickly. He would need to be. Teenage boys with a pilot's license weren't cheap to keep.
Chapter 16. Monday morning at 8 on the dot, Lexi called the billing department of the University of Texas in Dallas. A cheery Ruth answered the phone. Ruth, I'm hoping you can tell me what is left to pay on my bill. Sure, darling. Just need your student ID number. Lexi read it off and heard the clicking noises on the other line. Looks like there is $20,643 left. Would you like to make a payment on it? She wanted to throw her bill at Ropley and call him a liar. No, just letting my boss know what needs to be reimbursed. Can you email me a copy? You got it, darling. Should see it in a minute. They hung up as soon as the email came through, giving Lexi enough time to get worked up. Instead, she drove to work to start her campaign of getting to know people. It was time to stop lurking in the shadows and put her degree to work. Knowing people in the office was just as effective an intelligence move as contacts in other companies. She knew that now. Wednesday afternoon dragged on. Nothing inspired her to work. Something about knowing Noah was out of town made her want to go to bed and stay there. What was wrong with her? After spending her weekend helping him at his house, their friendship had deepened, and she didn't want to do anything else with her time. It was insane to admit it, but she liked him a lot. His sparse texting as he was out of town with his teammate for a funeral wasn't enough to appease her newfound need for his attention. Before he'd come into her life, she didn't have time for anything in her life, just work. Now, She couldn't stand to go to work without knowing she might be able to meet him for lunch, or see him walk into Callan's during her shift. She watched the door, hoping he'd come strolling through, back earlier than expected, like some romantic movie. Pathetic. Her mood had soured, and no one wanted to be near her at the office. By the time she walked into Callan's for her shift, she'd figured out it was better to keep her mouth shut. So instead of making small talk, she took everyone's orders and moved on to the next thing. Around 7, Sandy plopped an order slip on the counter. "Hey, sweet thing. Do you mind running this craft beer to table 9? The baby is sitting on my bladder, and I'm about to burst." How Sandy was waitressing at 8 months pregnant was beyond Lexi's understanding. She looked so uncomfortable on her feet. "Sure, you go take care of yourself." At table 9, a guy in business casual sat alone in a booth, staring at the menu. "Here you are. Are you ready to order, or are you still waiting on one more?" The guy smiled his thanks. "I'm interviewing someone for a job opening, and I wanted to be here early to get established. You know what I mean? He should be here in about 5 minutes. Important to set the tone," Lexi said. Left single quotation mark. "We see it here all the time." "Great. Do you mind bringing out an artichoke dip with extra pita when my interviewee gets here, please?" Lexi nodded. "I can do that. Anything else?" He slid her a $5 bill. "When you come to take our order, I'm going to order the chicken wings extra spicy. Can you please bring them mild, regardless of what I say?" Now she laughed. "Extra hot sauce on the side as well?" "Perfect. Just for show. He needs to realize right from the start that I'm not someone to mess with." Lexi laughed all the way back to the kitchen to deliver the order. Sandy came out a minute later and Lexi nabbed her. "Hey, I've got a special order for table 9, so why don't you get off your feet for a few minutes and I'll tell you when I'm done taking their dinner order." "Girl, you do not need to say it twice. My ankles feel swollen. If you need me, I'll be sitting in the freezer," Sandy said, pushing through the doors. Sandy was tall and thin except for the large baby bump. Her ankles definitely did not look swollen. In fact, she made pregnancy look easy. Lexi filled a few more drink orders, keeping her eye on table 9. Finally, she saw a guy slide into the booth. So, she snagged the waiting dip and pita and pasted a big smile on her face. This poor schmuck had no idea he was already being mentally messed with. She quietly set down the plate between them and pulled out her notepad. "Hello, gentlemen. Welcome. Can I start you off with a drink, sir?" The guy glanced up at her once, twice, and her stomach hit the ground. Swinder. Swinder was here for an interview? She snapped her lips closed and smiled again. "Water? Soda. A specialty drink? Antifreeze laced with phenol. Cyanide and arsenic. Thallium and polonium for the more discerning palate. Water is fine." Swinder stared at his menu. "Okay then. Are you ready to order?" The first guy grinned at her. "I am, but my companion might need a minute." "No, I'm ready," Swinder protested weakly, his usual air of disdain gone. True to his word, the man ordered extra hot chicken wings with more sauce on the side, and Swinder ordered a burger with extra pickles. Fitting. Once she placed the order, she tracked down Sandy in the freezer. "9's all yours again. Have fun." Try as she might, Lexi could not keep herself from glancing at Swinder from time to time. They had a long dinner that included dessert and more talking. Swinder actually laughed and smiled. It was creepy to see him that way. When Swinder left for the bathroom, she made a beeline to the table under the pretense of cleaning it off. "How's it going? You gonna hire this guy?" The man laughed. "He seems like he might be a good fit. He does a lot for his current company." "And who are you with? What industry? Anyone I want to put my name in for?" He winked at her. "Wouldn't mind seeing you around Magna Metals. I'm looking for a warehouse coordinator. This guy oversees a lot, so I think logistics are his thing. I'm Chris, by the way." Lexi nodded. "He seems to love pickles, so I bet you'd win him over if you promised to keep a pickle jar with his name on it in the refrigerator." Chris laughed again. "I like the way you think. Sometimes it's the little details that keep employees happy enough to stick around." She absolutely wouldn't know, and neither would Swinder with his cranky demeanor and beady eyes. "Sounds like you guys are a good place to work for. Better than this guy's current boss, who sounds like a real tyrant. He has him working weekends and holidays and sometimes calls him in the middle of the night to have him order him a sandwich for delivery. I couldn't live like that." Didn't she know it? Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Swinder walk back into the dining room. "Here he comes. I'll leave you to it." With her arms full of dishes, Lexi walked in the opposite direction of Swinder. The kitchen had 2 exits to make escaping easier. Swinder leaving Ropley would make Ropley insane, and a furious Ropley would make the whole company miserable. At 9:45, she wrapped up her open tabs and began the handoff. The bar was a little quieter than normal tonight. So, when Swinder and Chris with Magnum had left, she stole into the bathroom to text Noah everything that had happened. Danny made it in early tonight, allowing Lexi the chance to leave on time. Shouldering her purse, she fished out her keys and her taser and walked out the back door. In seconds, hands wrapped around her shoulders and mouth. The shock took a second to wear off, but then she paused, threw the person over her shoulder onto the ground, and she shot her taser into the body on the ground. Swinder screamed. When she realized it was him, she let go of the trigger and recoiled the probes. "Swinder! What the heck do you think you're doing grabbing me in the dark? You idiot!" Swinder rolled around on the ground. "I wanted to ask you not to tell Brad about tonight." Gasping for breath, he staggered to his feet. She couldn't bring herself to feel sympathetic. "No, you were about to attempt physical assault me, so I wouldn't talk. I should call the cops and press charges." With him leaning against the wall, she looked at him. Really looked at him. Exhaustion, pain, stress, and maybe even regret. "Please don't. I shouldn't have done that. I'm just really nervous about Brad finding out about my interview." "Is that why you're here? Because Brad found out that I would be there?" "You." He called Ropley by his first name. Lexi made a face at him. "I am here because I work here, Swinder." Swinder's eyes shifted. "A second job?" "A second job, genius. I wasn't there to spy on you, though it worked out well for me," Lexi said with a laugh. "Why would you keep a second job? Doesn't your job pay enough?" She wanted to punch him in the face, to knock some sense into him. But even that wouldn't help Swinder, because of school debt that I want to pay off. The connection she'd expected for him to make didn't happen. "Oh, okay. So you do this every night?" "Except on the weekends." "Wow, that is..." Swinder glanced around in the dark, his lanky body pulling to full height as the effects of the shock wore off. Left single quotation mark. "Well, it could be worse. You could have my job." Every day that she wasn't required to see Ropley was a good day. "Why are you leaving?" "Because Brad is incapable of surviving without someone pandering to his every need. He's entitled and pathetic, and I can't handle it anymore." Lexi laughed. It was the most normal thing she'd heard him say. "So, if Chris wants you, who's gonna take your place?" He shrugged. "Not my problem. Chris hasn't been swayed by Brad. He might be my ticket to..." "What if I did it?" Lexi said, interrupting him. "Took my job? You don't want it. I promise you that whatever hell he puts you through, mine is 100 times worse." Lexi nodded. "I believe that. I would want to negotiate my terms with Ropley, and he needs a personal assistant, but I would take over what you do in the company." The gears in his head were turning, but she was 3 steps ahead of him. If she could get what she wanted out of Ropley, she would do it. His eyes lit up, as if he had thought of the idea himself. What would Swinder love more than leaving, causing her to suffer? His expression held a level of glee to it. "I'll mention your interest in the position when I turn in my resignation. Magnum may not call me back, but I'm hoping." Swinder emailed her the next afternoon that he intended to turn in his resignation the day after. And he did, because Ropley called her immediately after. She felt a little like she was facing a firing squad marching into his office to sign herself up for Swinder's position. Frankly, she did not possess the personality to cater to an executive's every whim, a paid slave. When she stood in front of Ropley's desk, she vowed to spray his office with air freshener every day to kill off the smell that something died in here. Ropley didn't look up. "Randy said you might want his job. If you do, it's yours." "I'm interested, but I have terms I'd like to be met first." That got his attention. Ropley pushed the glasses off his nose onto the top of his head. "And what could you possibly have to negotiate with?" "My favorite currency. Information." Lexi smiled. "I'm listening." "My school debt listed as $320,000 in my account. Yet when I called the university, you negotiated a discounted rate and all that's owed is $20,000. So, I want the sum, as well as the interest that it says it is accruing annually to be removed. If I take his job and save you the pain of having to onboard a brand new assistant, I want you to cancel my school debt entirely. Also, I will not answer your calls outside of business hours. If you want that, you need a personal assistant. I will take Alan's job within the company, not whatever you forced him to do outside of it, like picking up laundry and all that. That's outside the scope of my professional ability. Ropley's chest inflated slowly, as if he intended to beat it like a balding old gorilla. The image made her almost laugh. His refusal of her offer sat right on the tip of his tongue. She could see it, but then he tilted his head as if he were listening to something in his ear and turned around. You have a deal. I will tell Alan drop all the paperwork required to be my assistant, and we will start tomorrow. Your first job will be to find me a personal assistant. Actually, I think Alan is better suited to that. He knows what you require and what kind of person that will make that dream come true for you, but I will report here in the morning. Turning around, she strode out with a smirk on her face. He had no idea what he just let into his personal space.
Chapter 17. Having made sure that Colton and Caden settled in, Noah returned home on Thursday and met his teammates at Colton's apartment to box everything and ship it to Oregon. Noah talked more than usual, telling them about the funeral and what Colton thought he might do. Noah had stopped by the Army bases to see if they had any computer work they needed done by a contractor. They said they'd keep him on their list when the need arose. Your turn. Fill me in, Noah said. Remember the concern you had about CFL's drugs? Felix asked. Noah nodded. Lexi had shared it with him and Jude while thinking of ways to indict Jonaly further. The USDA tested them. Some had arsenic, like she said. Others did not. They ordered a total recall of CFL's product. It'll cost them millions to collect, destroy, and replace it at this point, Felix said. Left single quotation mark. Not to mention it put them on a temporary suspension while their whole operation gets checked. Pretty big violation of the public's trust. Who knows how many died from it? That will be aired in a lawsuit. The district attorney will love sinking their teeth into this one. Exactly what Jonaly would want to happen. It couldn't have played out better for them if they tried. And Jonaly's product is waiting there in the wings to take command of the market. How advantageous, Noah said. What if Ropley had planted the information with Lexi to find out if she'd leak it? His throat tightened. There wouldn't be any hiding that. If Lexi was exposed, then the damage was done. He'd run damage control if he needed to. What do you hear from Jonaly, Elijah? Noah asked. The last he'd heard from Lexi was that Swinder was at a job interview in public last night. She'd been silent so far today. Elijah winced. You're not going to like this, boss. Noah straightened. Already dread threaded through his veins. Swinder put in his resignation today, and the gossip is that Lexi is in place to take his job. Elijah was right. He didn't like it. He hated it. Noah grabbed his keys and walked to the apartment door. Lock up when you're done. I won't be back tonight. With barely contained rage, he drove on autopilot to Collins and stormed in the door. Seeing her beautiful smile, that she was okay, appeased him slightly. What had she done? Tossing herself into the center of the battle like that. Did she know she was jumping onto a grenade? He parked himself on a stool at the end of the bar behind the computer and waited, watching her every move. At last, she dragged herself away from her customers to talk to him. Her smile brightened when she recognized him. He tried to smile back, but it felt crooked. The smell of her flower-scented hair soothed his anger when she leaned over the bar into his space. You're back. It's good to see you. What can I get you? Some answers, he said, his tone gruffer than he'd expected. Her eyebrows raised. I'm gone for 2 full days and you're throwing yourselves into danger. I can't keep you safe when you're in Ropley's office, or gallivanting around the country with him as his assistant. Her features hardened. I don't need saving, Noah. I'm doing this for me as much as for you. Someone tapped the bar to get her attention. His head drooped. He towed the line of losing her trust and letting her know she mattered to him. She came back over, but with a bill to punch into the computer. He took a chance. Will you go on a date with me on Saturday? Mouth open, her hand propped on her hip. You come in here demanding I answer you, so I do, and you don't like it. Then, instead of apologizing, you ask me out. What is that? I'll explain it all on Saturday, but the short of it is that I care, Lexi. His voice lowered so no one else would hear him. More than I've ever cared about a woman. I can handle me getting hurt, but I can't and won't handle you getting hurt in any way. That shut her up. Her sass retreated slightly as she finished with the tab. That has to be the sweetest way I've been asked on a date. Yes, I'll go out with you on Saturday. She leaned in closer. I want it to be an all-day date to make up for you leaving for 2 days. Noah smiled. I can make that happen. Saturday took too long to come, but the time to plan was worth it. He picked her up in his truck at 9 and drove for an hour to a small town that had all the cute stuff girls loved. Farmers markets, flea markets, bakeries, and coffee, and a few things he loved like good food and outdoor options. He parked and met her outside the car with his hand extended. Ready? She stared at his hand for a second before taking it. It's been a really long time since I've held hands with anyone. He linked his fingers between hers, pulling her to him. Well, today's the day we break your dry streak. Lexi laughed. Do you do this often? Noah snorted. Not at all. I can't remember when I last held hands with someone, nor is it something I care to use my brain space on. They stopped first for a hot drink and baked good, before strolling into the farmer's market area. So, tell me, why'd you offer to take Swinder's job? He asked as they sampled some goat's cheese from a local farm. Insurance. Lexi made a face when she turned her back on the booth. I don't think lavender and goat's cheese are a good pairing. Noah glanced over his shoulder. Did you just sample the soap bars? Lexi's eyes widened. What? I took from the same tray as you, the sign said. She whirled around and broke into laughter that had her bent over at the waist. Left single quotation mark. I just ate soap. Feigning a gag, she grabbed Noah's chai tea from his hands and took a big swig. Left single quotation mark. Ugh, that is even more disgusting than the soap. Noah laughed till his stomach hurt. They moved on to a tent with bees everywhere. Noah leaned close to her ear. These are candles. Don't try to eat them. Oh, hey. She lightly punched his arm. You will be proud of me. Swinder grabbed me in the dark parking lot after work on Wednesday. Swinder. Noah's blood pressure rose right along with his eyebrows. Where was this going? And I leveled him. He was still hurting the next day when he came into work. Noah pulled her into a hug and kissed her forehead. I'm so proud. He was going to kill that weasel. Me and my taser taking down parking lot thugs. She pulled back a fraction, her expression serious. I offered to take the job because I want access to Ropley's inner workings. It will get you what you need. And it got me what I needed. Her dimples peeked out as she spoke. And what did you need? He agreed to wipe my debt. The school had it listed as $20,000, and I told him to remove the $320 as well as the interest the system had against me. Did he? She'd freed herself. She hardly needed him anymore. I watched it disappear, and I checked it every day since then. My account is clear. She squeezed him tighter. You're free. Why don't you just quit now? Staying in a place that toxic on my account is not necessary. We can turn over what we have to Adonis now and be done. Lexi turned and started walking, pulling him with her. No, I want you to have evidence that doesn't include me. My career will be tanked if I'm raked over the coals for corporate espionage. I plan to get you what's required and disappear. I'm guessing that if CFL's drugs cut corners and are killing people, that Jonaly's are too. Ropley's been talking to a vendor in Shenway with a different name. With CFL under investigation, his vendor will need somewhere for their drugs to go. They'll have to go back to playing by the rules since medications are getting international attention, but it won't be long before the news moves on and people talk about something else. The doctors Ropley has in his pocket will conveniently forget, and they'll go on recommending these drugs that Ropley pushes. I want to find out if people died because of Ropley. I've been a pawn in his games for long enough. After 2 hours, they stopped for lunch and laid out on a picnic blanket on the grass in an open space. The sun warm against them as they cuddled. You're brave. I hope you know how much I respect that in you. Even if I hate that you'll be in Ropley's sights all day, every day now, I see value in it. He rolled to his side, his fingers brushing her hair from her face. Her gaze lowered to his lips and back up to his eyes as she moved closer to him. What I'm doing doesn't hold a candle to your sacrifices, Noah. Fighting evil is the same, the world over. You murmured. Left single quotation mark. Will you still want to be with me when we're done with all this? Lexi smiled and rested her head on her hand, her hair falling in a wave. Despite how and why we met, I think of what we're doing as a working partnership. My life was a shell before you showed up. Being with you gives me so much unexpected joy. Her words drew him in with magnetic force. His lips brushed hers with the lightest contact. His fingers threaded into her hair as he held her head and lowered her to the picnic blanket. Her air was his as they deepened the kiss. Touching her, kissing her was so much more than he'd imagined. The electricity between them could have set them on fire. She broke away first with her hand on his cheek. He grunted his disapproval. I'm going to quit Callan's when we get back. With my school debt gone, I'm done killing myself for very little pay. The customers were questionable, and the parking lot was absolutely deadly. She giggled and gave him a light kiss. Can't be all bad, since that's where I met you. And I haven't seen Martin since then. He was a regular, but good riddance. His tips were terrible. Noah smirked. Good, then I made my point. Like in the parking lot? Or after? She gasped at Noah's shrug. You went after him? I simply reminded him that assaulting women is not just illegal, but unacceptable behavior for mankind in general, and it wouldn't be tolerated. Wow. Lexi sat back, her eyebrows furrowed. Actually, that's really hot. Noah laughed as he pushed to his feet. Come on, let's go see what there is to eat around here besides soap bars. They found a diner with a full booklet for a menu, at least 7 pages full of options. It didn't seem like there was anything the kitchen couldn't make. They decided on 2 plates with a few sides to share. Noah settled his elbows on the table. What do you want for yourself after Jonaly? The question came out all wrong. Her head tilted, her lips puckered in thought. Do I get to choose what I hope it will be, or what's more realistic? Tell me both. I hope that I'll never think of Brad Ropley again while I use my business information degree to do something like sit in my office all day creating Excel spreadsheets and using data to inspire legal decisions. And when I go home, she cut a glance at him, left single quotation mark. Maybe my boyfriend will be ready to go out with me to dinner and dancing, or stay home and watch a movie with takeout. Noah squinted at her. All your options include buying food at a restaurant. Lexi batted her eyelashes. The way to my heart. And I haven't learned to cook in the 5 years that I've been responsible for myself, as I have had a job, schoolwork, or a second job where they also fed me. I'm kind of surprised I don't know this about you. Do you cook? The twinge of shame that accompanied his wince would have made Mom proud. She had tried to teach him. I can do a couple of dishes decently, but I went into the military after high school, so I'm right there with you. We can learn together. Lexi patted his hand. So, I get to be the boyfriend in your future scenario? Her hands pressed against her sternum as she gasped. Are you asking to be my boyfriend? I accept. Even though this is our first date, I feel like I've known you at least a year longer than the few weeks of reality. Practically forever. Noah lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it. If we're official, you're going to have to get used to me protecting you, even if you feel it's not necessary. Lexi sighed dramatically. I think I could get used to that.
Chapter 18. Sunday, they spent their time in her apartment watching movies and eating the food they ordered in, and kissing. Lots and lots of kissing. And who would want Monday to come when Sunday was so perfect? But Noah's words about protecting her stuck with her as she went into work on Monday morning. She'd spent most of her years being her own protector. The men in her life were the exact opposite of Noah. Even her full-blooded brothers didn't have much time for her, nor did she tell them much for them to step in. So the brothers were more her fault. But it felt really, really good for Noah to care about her. For the last 5 years, her days had been filled with one responsibility after another, trying to wriggle herself loose from the consequences of her own choices. But Noah wasn't a choice, as much as he was someone that happened to her. As odd as that sounded. The smile on her face stayed in place as she waltzed in the front door, carrying donuts, and stopped to let the janitors she'd met last week, Elijah and Mike, grab one. Have a good weekend, Miss Jackson? Elijah asked, his expression curious. It was great. Life has been so busy that it was actually relaxing for once to hang out with my boyfriend out of town for a bit. Elijah's jaw dropped as his eyes widened, but then he smiled. I'm sure the more hectic life is, the more you need time with him to unwind. She laughed. That's the truth. Do you see him often? Elijah asked. Not nearly as much as I'd like. He's got a family to look out for. Elijah started coughing and thumping his chest. He's a lucky man, Mike said, his mouth full of donut. Why? Because I bring you guys donuts? He and I don't eat donuts together, but we do work out on occasion. Probably better for me since I sit all day. You guys enjoy your day. Lexi waved as she walked off. But when she got upstairs to her new desk, her good mood faded into a distant memory. There were dozens of folders in a stack on her desk, and a very angry Allegra posted next to them. "I need to talk to you," Allegra said the second Lexi came in and set her bag down. "Don't it?" Allegra rolled her eyes. "I'm gluten-free right now." "Right, sorry. How about we meet in my old office?" Lexi followed around the corner and down the hall. No one had taken over her space yet. Allegra turned on her the second the door closed. "I leave on assignment for a week and come back to this nightmare. What is going on?" Her voice came out as little more than a hiss. "You go from gathering information to take down this company to being that cockroach's right-hand person? I got whiplash when I heard about it." She rubbed at her neck. So dramatic. "Legs, it's strategic on my part. There's no way that I'm willing to be thrown in jail because of Ropley. This was my chance to take on a job that clears my name and puts me at his mercy." "Don't you legs me. This feels like betrayal." Allegra's hand landed on her hip. "And what about the rest of us? You were so determined to keep us all clear of litigation. The hard drive still exists. And now I can look into the system and see what he sees. Swinder had access to everything." Allegra shivered. "Dangerous. I'm glad he's gone." Lexi wrapped her arm around Allegra's shoulder. "My advice is to bargain your way out of your education debt with something that Ropley really wants to know." "What? That the board is about to sack him because he's not making the numbers? Is that a thing? Is that legit?" Lexi stared at Allegra's expression, trying to make sense of what she said. What if they didn't want to take Ropley out because the board would replace him in seconds? They needed to be focusing on discrediting the board members, too. Allegra shrugged, so casual and confident. "Nothing should surprise me anymore," Lexi muttered. "Yet it does. So, what's something Ropley would be willing to drop thousands of dollars against me for?" "I would have two things if I were you, but I'm pretty sure he wants Dr. Wayne's whereabouts. But you'll need to find him quickly, because he seems to be sending people after him." Allegra nodded. "I'm good at information, but I'm not sure I'm good at finding people who don't want to be found," she sighed. "My annoying little siblings? Yes. Adults who erase their tracks? We'll see. It sounds like a challenge worthy of bartering your freedom for." Lexi hurried to her desk before Ropley came in, yelling. She had a lot of work to do for Ropley, in addition to sifting through whatever she could find for Noah on Swinder's email. She'd asked the tech department to leave his email up for a month, so she could use it as a reference. Tech gave her 2 weeks at most, which meant time was ticking. 2 minutes into her sitting down, the phone buzzed. "Come into my office." Swinder said he did this all day whenever Ropley was in, back and forth and back and forth, taking notes, scheduling, making calls, asking for files, needing something printed, the most basic tasks. Because Ropley was a diva, truly. No wonder Swinder was in a bad mood all the time. "Where are my coffee and muffin?" Ropley searched his desk as if he were blind. "That's the job of your personal assistant," Lexi said, as nicely as she could force herself to. Ropley growled. "And when does she start?" "Tomorrow morning. She had a family conflict with starting today." "Then you should be filling in the gaps. I cannot work like this." He was almost in a panic. Lexi tried to hide her smile. "I'll grab you a cup from the break room for today. I'll be sure to inform her that you expect her to come in with the order tomorrow morning. Swinder has been working with her. He will have told her." "Well, he should have told you." Ropley cussed and pulled a device from his pocket. Interesting. Was he checking his blood sugar? "Send an email invite tomorrow for 1 p.m. to Neil Brown and Lupe Vasquez. My call with Tanya Canderson needs to be moved today to 3 if she can. And I need a full notated report on my desk tomorrow morning of outgoing expenses, categorized by department and the leading spender highlighted." Lexi scribbled in shorthand. She would definitely get finance to pull that report together. Swinder said he didn't like outsourcing this information to department heads who he couldn't trust, but it was time to start involving the whole company. Everyone had a job for a reason and needed to be trusted. Swinder had been overloaded trying to play every part for Ropley, because Ropley demanded it. But there was a freedom in knowing she wouldn't be around much longer. She took risks she wouldn't have otherwise taken and wasn't afraid to delegate. By the time she sat down again, Ropley had given her more work than she could do in a day. And somehow, it was all supposed to be done by tomorrow. The report alone would take hours. She emailed Maggie for it. She pulled up the email to invite Neil Brown and Lupe Vasquez, and opened Swinder's inbox to find their contact information. The emails were 2 generic emails, nothing business-related. but she accidentally clicked Neil's name while she was copying his address, and it pulled up his profile. Swinder had made a note. Neil Brown was related to the CIA somehow. What the heck? Ropley had connections in the CIA? Ropley buzzed through with a demand for that coffee she forgot. Whatever. She retrieved it. Swinder's personal assistant hire couldn't get here soon enough. She double-clicked on Lupe Vasquez. Drug supplier. But no companies were listed. She emailed them both an invitation. Then moved to Tanya. Sales and marketing at a software firm. And on the list went. Every single person she interacted with. She double-checked against Swinder's email notes. This guy was detective-level meticulous. What if he was a double agent? Lexi snorted. More likely, he saw the writing on the wall with Ropley's mess and fled before the inferno took the whole building down. At 11, Ropley left for lunch, grumbling about being starving with no breakfast as he passed. As soon as he walked out, she muscled her desk to the side so that her back no longer faced his doorway. Her distrust of him knew no bounds, and she certainly wouldn't survive him popping out and being able to see whatever was on her screen. When she was settled, she called Swinder. "Meet me at Callan's for lunch? I have some more job transfer questions." Never in her wildest dreams would she have predicted the week she was having already. Swinder's job, lunch with Swinder, Allegra mad at her. It was her world flipping upside down, but she had chosen this herself, and that made it more bearable. On the way out, she stepped inside Ropley's office and lit it up with air freshener. And just in case he'd been careless, she glanced at his desk to see if he left anything out. He hadn't, and his desk was locked. At Callan's, she sneaked into a booth far from the bar. The crew who would recognize her wouldn't be in for hours yet. Swinder slid in not long after. His look of boredom was already in place. "This could have been an email, you know. I really don't want to be seen having lunch with you." Lexi faked a smile. "I had a few logistical things that it made more sense to ask you in person." She drilled him about a few things she'd noticed already, and waited for the food to arrive. "We've gone over all that. None of it needed to be in person. Why don't you just ask what you really want to ask so I can enjoy my food when it comes?" "Are you a detective?" She narrowed her eyes at him, trying to decide what level of honesty she'd get from him. "Why did you leave?" He sighed and rolled his eyes. "I told you this too. You get to pay for my lunch for putting me through this." "No, I want a real reason. You have meticulous notes on every person he interacts with, including physical description in some of their files. What was your angle? What am I missing?" Swinder stared at her, shifting barely. "I don't have a good memory. I needed." "Stop lying to me. You're not at Jonaly anymore. I'm not going to rat you out to Ropley. Tell me the truth. I saved you weeks of searching for the right person to take your job. You are blissfully integrating into your metal job because of me. I think you can throw me a bone." The server arrived with their food, giving Swinder another couple of seconds to think of what he wanted to say. "Fine. I've seen things I shouldn't have seen, and I wanted out of there before it was found out." Lexi's eye widened as she motioned him onward. "If I'm buying your lunch, you better spill all the tea, sir." Swinder's face twitched, like he was glitching. Meetings being set with politicians from nations in the news not known for their kindness recently. Do you catch my drift? Russia, China, Iran, the Congo? Who? Be specific. The first one. Brad made a large donation to a Russian lobbyist who is pushing for fracking or something oil-related to start again in Alaska. And? Is any of that illegal? No, but when I stumbled on the fact that the lobbyist is Brad's nephew, Brad had him brought here through his company. This is the very same nephew that served in the Russian army that Brad bragged about. I don't think he thought I would make the connection, but I did. His nephew came over on a fake identity with some friends that Brad also used the company to bring in as some type of specialized market experts. And when I looked back in the records, Brad has sponsored visas for over 300 Russian immigrants who spent no recorded time in the company's system and have since disappeared, except for his nephew, who seems to be willing to draw all sorts of attention to himself in D.C. in the name of Alaskan oil. You think Ropley's bringing in spies? Swinder shuddered. I don't even want to know. All I'm saying to you is that I've seen enough. I've moved houses and switched phones, and I don't want Brad to find me. Because if something hits the fan and he thinks I had any part in it, I don't think he'd hesitate to kill or have me killed. You do well to remember the same and not go digging. I'm positive there's more to find that he doesn't want exposed. Then That's just what she would do.
Chapter 19. At lunch, Elijah walked into Noah's office, closed the door, and proceeded to tell him all about his encounter with Lexi this morning. Listen, man. She told me and Mike that she was with her boyfriend all weekend who is from out of town and that he has a family. It seems like this girl might have a second life you don't know about. Elijah said, perched on the edge of his seat in Noah's office, his knee bouncing with nervous energy. Obviously, he expected Noah to react poorly. Noah sighed. Thanks for the heads up. I don't know what she said, word for word, but Lexi was with me Saturday and Sunday. Elijah, stilled. Spell it out for me. I spent most of my waking hours in Lexi's presence on Saturday and Sunday. Eating, going to a farmer's market, watching a movie, just having a good time, Noah said, slowly. Your girlfriend? You're going to compromise the whole case. Elijah's voice pitched lower. There's no way you'd condone one of us doing that. Are you too close to this? Do you need out? Should I call Amos and have him pull you? Noah threw his pen at Elijah, who caught it before it hit him in the face. No. And if you call Amos about this, we'll lose our momentum. The team can't afford another guy gone, especially not with the information Lexi is handing over to me. I promise I'm being careful. Then why not wait until after this is over? I got mad, because she's putting herself in a dangerous situation for our benefit, and I had to tell her the truth. Noah scrubbed his face with his hand. Look, I didn't get close to her with any intention of caring about her. When I met her, she was a target, an object like on every other mission. We go in knowing there will be fallout, but they don't always. Have such a beautiful face. Noah glowered at him. I was going to say they don't always become real people to us in the time it takes us to do the job. I say we take it to the team for a vote. When someone suggested it, it was as good as done. The team acted as a unit. If one thought the other was endangering themselves or the mission, they had the right to bring it to the team for a vote. But dang, Noah hated that rule right now. A lot. Have the team meet in the rec room at 5. At 1, Lexi called him to report what she'd learned from her lunch with Swinder. Russian market experts that didn't spend a day on the job and disappeared after that. A CIA contact. The longer they looked, the more this was turning into a national crisis instead of poor intelligence practices. But her information kept him and Jude busy until the team bell rang, jerking him from his deep dive into folders about immigration. With a sigh, Noah stalked to the rec room, already annoyed. Not because Elijah was wrong. He had a point. It wouldn't be acceptable for anyone to do. They shouldn't make an exception for him, but now he was heavily invested in this case. The team faced Noah, who shook his head and motioned to Elijah, leaning on the pool table. I spoke with Lexi this morning, who told me she spent all weekend with her boyfriend. And upon telling Noah, he admitted that Lexi is now his girlfriend. I'm calling a team vote on whether he should stay on this or should be removed. Noah watched the team's reactions. No one seemed surprised. Shane was the first to speak. It's a tough call to make, because Lexi is the reason we have a case at all. Upsetting her could force her to blow this whole thing up in our faces. Then, all our work and the promise of that bonus evaporates like that. Shane snapped his fingers. She could have done it without liking Noah. Right, but if Ropley starts to track Lexi, looks into Noah, now Carter Security is in the crosshairs, Felix said. What does that matter if Lexi's boyfriend is in security? I doubt Ropley can make the leap that we're a counter-espionage group. Jude crossed his arms. All we need is for him to get spooked and he shuts everything down, Elijah said. What's your direction on this, Elijah? Shane leaned his tall frame over the couch, his expression fierce. What are you calling for? Noah's removal? If so, what do we do with Lexi? Suddenly assign her to me and tell her that Noah can't come out to play anymore? Or we cut Noah loose on this and he's still involved anyway because they're dating? Noah took a deep breath, then another. He wanted to plead his case, but it didn't matter at this point. He'd hired these guys because they could work stuff like this out for themselves. Elijah stayed quiet. I appreciate that you're going by the book on this, Elijah. I really do. You're willing to work within parameters, and that's what we need on this team. And willing to back off with Lexi until the case is out of our hands. The team nodded. Not break up with her. Just dial back the time spent with her. I'll continue to be upfront and honest about our relationship if you guys want to know. Jude held his hand out as he cringed. No regular updates needed on my end. Shane and Felix agreed. All eyes turned to Elijah. Is that enough for you, Elijah? Does it keep the mission in place without compromise? Noah asked. I'm happy with that. It's not that I don't want you to date, Noah. Lexi seems like a great person. My concern is that this goes sideways and she takes us down with her somehow. Fair. Noah nodded. He was experienced enough to know that anything could happen, and they were a slip of the tongue away from a setback as it was. But it turned out that Noah didn't need to enforce any time constraints. With her work done at Callan's, Lexi began staying long hours at Jonaly. He'd agreed to spend less time with her, but he didn't realize how cranky he would be knowing he couldn't see her. Wednesday, he called Houston. On the fourth ring, Houston answered. "It's the Texas Ranger. How can I help?" Noah chuckled. "It's a shame you aren't with SWAT anymore, because I sure could use government resources to tell me what you have on a couple of people. I have an informant who has been throwing names at me for the last 3 days. This case we're working involves a guy who is involved in some illegal dealings that keep getting worse the more we dig. He's got a CIA contact and a drug supplier that he meets with fairly regularly. I've also gotten word of a warehouse down by the border where he ships his medication supplies through. I'm suspecting there are bigger players in this game than just a guy running a pharmaceutical company. He has an interest in China, Russia, and a CIA contact." Houston grunted. Left single quotation mark. "I worked a case a year ago that involved a drug tunnel straddling the border. The cartel leader never ended up giving up her supplier, but I suspected it was Chinese influence. I've had my eye on a politician in Asia recently. My girlfriend's dad is one of them. Everyone hates the West so much." Noah's stomach bottomed out. "My client wants to nail this company for illegal corporate intelligence. But I think we're on the verge of cracking a bigger nut, one that the government is going to want a piece of. Shoot me those names, and I'll run them past my SWAT buddy to see if there's a flag in the system on them." Noah sent the names via an encrypted text as soon as they got off the phone. And then he drove over to Joni. He hadn't seen Lexi all week, and she said she was going to take a walk for her lunch break. Now that he was supposed to reduce contact with her, his need to see her seemed overwhelming. Or it might be that he'd like to kiss her again like they had on Sunday. Several times. Either way, he was waiting for her when she walked out the door, talking to a girl next to her. Lexi squealed and jogged to him. "What are you doing here?" She threw her arms around him and sighed. "Meet my girl, Allegra. Allegra, this is Noah, my boyfriend." He shook Allegra's hand. She looked fit and confident, like nothing could faze her. "Lexi told me you taught her how to kick Swider's legs out from under him in the parking lot, and I have never liked a complete stranger more." Noah grinned. "She worked hard for it." Allegra propped her hands on her hips. "And now I see why. You two enjoy the walk. Give him my number, Lex, so I can join that class of his and learn his secrets." Lexi saluted and pulled out her phone. "I'll only send this to you if you promise not to leave me for her." Her words were quiet and serious. But Noah pulled her to him. "No, thanks. I'm going to stick with the one I've got." They cut through the parking lot. Noah swept Lexi away from a car backing out that didn't notice them. Lexi tensed when she got a look at the driver's face. "That was Rokeley. He almost hit us." "How rude." Lexi glanced over her shoulder. Noah tucked his arm around her waist and walked with her. "Tell me about what he's got you doing." A wisp of a laugh escaped her. "I'm actually surprised anyone has a job at this company with what he expected Swinder to do. Swinder says he didn't trust anyone else, but I don't know. It's not that hard for managers of departments to compile accurate reports on data they work with every day. Why would they lie about it, you know? If any of it contains illegal stuff, he won't want anyone looking too closely at what's going on." "Yeah, except I'm pretty sure Ropley keeps the sketchy stuff off the books. I reviewed today's shipping company prices to determine if lower shipping rates from China were possible. And the company I looked into advertised careful shipping for the special cargo. Why not just say that you traffic humans and exotic animals in your ad?" "Who does Jonaly use?" Lexi shrugged. "Carter Shipping. They seem to offer the most comprehensive packages and rates. Medications get shipped in massive quantities. And Carter Shipping has the corner on the market because if everyone ships their product together, the rate is super low." Noah yanked out his phone. "Keep talking. Just need to send something to Judge." "Jonaly uses Carter Shipping. Call Amos and ask who we can talk to about their shipment and what they contain." "So, Ropley really just let you switch from intelligence to his assistant with no pushback?" "Oh, he still wants me to be doing my other job on top of this one. That's why I'm working so many hours, even though I'm delegating as much work as I possibly can." "And he doesn't suspect you?" Lexi shrugged. "He hasn't said anything. It saves Swinder from trying to onboard someone and convince them that Ropley is worth working for. And I've already been keeping Ropley's secrets, not sure that it was too big of a leap for him to trust me with more. You said it yourself. If he wants, he can anonymously tip off the cops that I was illegally collecting data for him, though under his orders. Noah pulled her to him, wishing his touch wiped away her fear. Her lips pressed against his, making him forget for a moment what they had been talking about. This was why Elijah had called him out. Noah pulled back and suddenly glanced around, half expecting Elijah to pop out from behind a tree to chastise him. Lexi started walking again. If she'd noticed his hesitancy, it didn't show. Oh, that reminds me. Ropley's got me scheduled to go on a trip with him next week. At least this time I get a decent amount of warning. Why don't you share your location with me on the maps and I can follow where you are? That'd make me feel better about you going out with someone as volatile as him. Opening her phone, she handed it to him. Share away. Just share yours back so I can make fun of you for sitting at home while I travel the country. In the weirdest way, it thrilled him a little that she wanted to keep tabs on him. As fun as that would be, Lexi love, there's no way I am allowed to do that. That's a major security breach, and considering my job and who you are with on a regular basis, it's inadvisable. Her lips formed a cute pout. But that you care is sweet. No one has before.
Chapter 20. When Lexi returned from her lunch break with Noah, Allegra was sitting on the bench outside, stretched out, enjoying the sunshine. She patted the seat next to her. 2 things, Allegra said. Left single quotation mark. Well, 3. 1, your man is fire. Whew, those muscles and the way he looks at you. Wow. Lexi laughed. She did love how he looked at her as if he'd never seen someone like her in his life. A rare treasure. 2 is that I'm going to give Ropley Wayne's location. That brought Lexi out of her haze. How? How'd you find him? Allegra wetted her lower lip. I want out. Remy's on Adonis's payroll. Emmanuel is finishing his degree in December and going to buy Ropley out. I don't have the money, but I want out as soon as I'm done with my degree. And I want a copy of that thumb drive we have as my insurance. Lexi nodded. She'd promised them that, at least. Where are you going to go? It's better if you don't know beforehand, so Ropley can't take it out on you. Of course. It was a smart play. And she'd wanted her team to escape. But why did it feel like she was getting left behind in this mess? When are you going to tell him? This afternoon, if he comes in. Allegra held up a device. I'm going to record the whole thing, because I'm not taking any chances that he won't blow up at me. He's insane, Lexi murmured. Do you want me to put you on his calendar so you don't get shoved aside? Actually, I plan to meet him when he gets out of his car and blindside him that way. If we're out in public, it's easier to make him behave, Allegra said. I'd like to hide in the bushes for that, Lexi said. Allegra laughed. I'd love to video you hiding in bushes, trying to listen. I'll call you and you can listen in. I'll go get you your copy of the hard drive now. It's in my desk drawer. If he fires you on the spot, you can walk away without looking back. Lexi gave her a side hug. I kind of hate you for leaving me. Allegra's snort shook her whole body. Girl, you started the dominoes falling. And it took me a second to recognize it, but I do now. The ship is sinking. That it was. Lexi pulled out her phone and called Noah as she went upstairs. Hey, are you far from my office already? Not too far. What's up? Come back. Allegra said she's going to stop Ropley in front of the building and tell him where Wayne is. She's going to call me and have me on the phone to listen in, so I'll come out and sit in the car with you. You don't have to tell me twice. Be right there. Lexi made it to her desk, past Allegra sitting on the bench to give her the hard drive, and into the parking lot as Noah pulled in. Lexi slid into his front seat as Allegra called and left the line open. Ropley's car just turned in, Allegra said. Left single quotation mark. I'm going to tuck my phone into my bra so he can't see it. Noah raised his eyebrows at Lexi. What? You're embarrassed to be listening from her bra? Lexi teased. I'm wondering how he won't notice the form of the phone through her shirt. Or if it is hidden well enough, will we be able to? Can you guys hear me? Allegra asked. Question answered. Lexi unmuted her phone. Loud and clear. Good luck, babe. What's the plan if this goes south for her? Noah asked, watching Ropley walk from his car towards the building. Hopefully, he won't pull anything on her out here, which is why she is doing it. She doesn't trust him. But if he won't play ball, she's holding on to information on a thumb drive our team compiled that gives her leverage. Lexi, that's blackmail, Noah said softly, grabbing her hand as Ropley walked up to Allegra. And Ropley plays dirty, she muttered as Allegra greeted him. Left single quotation mark. We have to have insurance somehow. Allegra planted her feet shoulder-width apart and tucked her hands into her back pockets. Ropley, I have some information I think you want. Ropley stopped walking. Out with it, then. I know Dr. Wayne's whereabouts. Great. Where is he? First, I'd like to make an exchange. His location for my school debt. Ropley glanced around as if looking for her. Did Lexi put you up to this because she bartered for her debt? My company is paying $30,000 for your degree. You think I'm just going to erase that from you in a blink? Lexi slunk down in Noah's car. He probably couldn't see her from here, but she didn't want to risk it. I do. A contact of mine said you put a $15,000 price tag on whoever found him. Well, I did. In case you can't do math, $15,000 is only half of 30, and you could tell me any location. That doesn't mean he's there. I'm not biting. I'll throw in another valuable tidbit for you. There's word on the street that your position as CEO is shaky with the board after the numbers dropped recently. The board will always say that because they want control. Except their trust isn't coming back because they don't have evidence of you doing anything to advance the company in the market. Everyone else has studies running and medical breakthroughs to brag about, and you don't give them proof of that. Ropley stiffened. I told them to be patient. I'll give them a study when I have the results. You've been searching for Wayne to buy back their confidence with a big announcement, right? Ropley started pacing. He did not appreciate being surprised, and Allegra had him in a chokehold. Dang, she's good, Noah said quietly. Fine. I'll clear your education debt if Wayne is where you say he is. Where is he? It's not where, but with whom. The Center for Disease Control sent him over to China on a contract job, and the Chinese know he's there and are going to try to keep him for their own medical advances. Wayne is a lot like you. He likes money and being told he is smart. His plane lands from China tomorrow in San Francisco at noon. My sources say he's made it to Hawaii already. My guess is that he'll debrief with the CDC and then turn around and head to his new job. Noah typed something into his phone. Is this girl with the government? How is she getting this information? A good intelligence officer never reveals her sources, Lexi said. Truth was, Lexi never asked. It was considered a breach of trust to ask how someone got their information. The point was that they got it. Lexi's phone pinged with a message from Ropley. She read it out loud. Book a flight with comfort jets for you and me to San Francisco tomorrow at 8 a.m. Get packed. You're coming along to coordinate logistics. If you're flying private, I'm going to have to book a flight and leave tonight to get there on time. You've got my location on my phone already. What do you think he'll do? Abduct Wayne against his will? That's exactly what I think he'll do. Allegra said it. He's desperate. Then why not steal him in Vegas instead of having me talk to him? Why wait? Noah shrugged. He probably thought he had more time. And he's taking me to coordinate logistics and witness his crime? I don't know, Noah. It sounds far-fetched. What if you get all the way out there to find out that Wayne came willingly? Then it's a risk we have to take. I need to get going and coordinate logistics with my boss. Noah leaned over to kiss, snagging her chin between his finger and thumb. Please be careful. Lexi ran inside to continue looking through more emails and book a flight with Comfort Jets. Her time was running out with Swinder's email account. She found Allegra in her old office. Legs, I have a favor to ask. Allegra smiled. Yes, I will go on a double date with you and your handsome boyfriend and one of his handsome friends. Deal. But first, do you still have access to that program that allows you remote control of someone's computer? Shh. Allegra jumped to her feet, glancing in the hall before shutting the door. That is a very special tool that is not appreciated everywhere. Okay, but can you do me a favor with it? If I leave my computer up, can you remotely access it and look through Swinder's emails? I'm running out of time with it. Tech will probably take it away from me in a couple of days, and all that information will be gone. I need for you to send whatever you find to this email address right here. Lexi scrawled out the information email address where she sent things to Noah. It'll help me pin Ropley to the wall. I think you'll know what you're looking for more than I will. Allegra snorted. Ropley will absolutely kill you if he finds out. Lexi reached for the door handle. Then don't let him catch you. Take the rest of the week off your assignments and focus on this. If Remy and Manny ask, tell them you're working on a project I didn't get finished. Oh, hey, want to connect me with your information sources before you leave? Jonaly, you had Ropley backed into a corner. There are no contacts, Lexi. Just me knowing how to use the web for my own nefarious purposes. With a grin, Allegra sat down and stretched out her hands. I'll send you the software link to download. Sounds like you're leaving in the morning. Thanks to you, Chief. I'm surprised he's taking me with him, especially with my history with Wayne being what it is. Take your taser and electrocute his insides if he tries anything again. The last time she'd seen him, she'd definitely messed with his insides and would do it again. At her desk, Lexi booked a flight through the ComfortJets app. When she was getting ready to leave, she downloaded the software and watched Allegra poke around. She texted Noah. I've given Allegra access to my work computer remotely so she can search Swinder's email account while I'm away. Look for emails from her at the usual address. Noah gave her a thumbs up and texted back. Sure, hope we can trust her. Because if she's on anyone else's side, she could be deleting evidence. Evidence that Lexi wouldn't be able to see anyway. She watched as Allegra used some type of coding to search Swinder's inbox for a variety of keywords related to medical studies and trial medications. Nothing that she looked at related to Jonaly. Want to send Judge over? He can babysit her. Noah sent a laughing face. Sorry, I need Judge here while I figure stuff out. The next morning, Lexi walked on the plane with Ropley, feeling the most rested she'd ever felt when going on a trip. Getting her debt canceled was the best thing to happen to her at Jonaly. Without having to work at Callan's, she could go to sleep any time in the evening that she needed to. It was blissful. Her hand glided along the leather seats. All this space just for them. After she quit at Jonaly, it was almost guaranteed that she would not ride on a private jet again. Ropley's bodyguard came along, wearing an entire bottle of men's body spray. Because why not, in a closed environment for 4 hours with other people? It stung her nose as bad as Ropley's breath. She texted Noah that they were taking off and shutting off her phone. He'd not told her that he had left for California yet, but the fact that he hadn't called at all made her think he'd been on a 4-hour flight that didn't allow it. When they landed in San Francisco, a limousine waited for them on the tarmac. Lexi sat on the side seat and tucked her purse next to her feet. Ropley hadn't told her what they were doing, and she hadn't asked. He wouldn't tell her until absolutely necessary. Anyway. They drove to an office park outside the airport and stopped at the curb. Ropley turned to her. You're to go back to the airport and pick up Dr. Rain at baggage claim, and come back for me when you're done. Lexi's lips parted. He knows I'm waiting for him? Ropley's scowl morphed into scorn. No, of course not. It's your job to get him into the car. If you don't succeed, you can stay at the airport and go home on your own dime. His bodyguard opened his door for him. Wait, what do I tell him? I'm sure you'll come up with something. Call Allegra or your boyfriend. See if they can help you out of this like they love to do. With that, the door slammed behind him and the limo moved. Noah. Ropley had known about him and gotten to his team. She called him. He didn't answer. She called again. No! No! Noah, are you okay? Ropley knows about you and me. He knows you're helping me. He said your office compound is under attack. Call me back. Please tell me you're okay. Then, she called Emmanuel at the office, trying to keep the panic from her voice. Emin, I need you to go to Noah's office and make sure they're okay. Look up the address for Carter Security. On my way, Emmanuel said. Left single quotation mark, though I don't know if I'll be of much help. While you're driving, Ropley just demanded I find a way to force Wayne to get into the limo. Tell me you have some idea for me beyond introducing myself as the girl he tried to roofie. Emmanuel grunted. A big sign that says, Dr. Wayne, here's your second chance to be alone with me, conscious. That'll draw him in like a magnet. Oh, she wanted to laugh, but the panic was too big right now. Be serious. What do I do? What if the CDC is waiting for him? Let me think. Okay, inside, if you notice CDC waiting for him, go to baggage claim instead. Stand away from the crowd and check the tags on every bag that comes out from his flight. If you find his, grab it and walk a distance. He will be searching for it. When he goes to the lost baggage counter, corner him and tell him that if he doesn't come with you, you'll march right up to the CDC to tell them he's sold out to the Chinese like that traitor he is. Or he can come with you quietly and stand a chance at collecting that big check they promised him. Lexi steeled herself as the driver stopped at baggage claim. This would be easier if she knew what Ropley had planned for Wayne. Hey, Wayne, if you want $3 billion today, come with me. Hey, Wayne, if you want to be horribly mistreated and undervalued, have I got a limo ride for you? Hey, Dr. Wayne, want to come with me and discover what happens when you get roofied instead of me? She walked into the baggage claim area at 30 minutes till noon, but when she checked the arrivals, it said that the flight from Hawaii had gotten in 20 minutes earlier. No, no, no. She twisted around, scanning the area for him. What if he hadn't brought luggage on the international flight? She would be catching a flight home today and finishing what Allegra had continued. It didn't sound half bad, actually. A loud buzz sounded as the conveyor belt nearby started moving. No, that was a flight in from Canada. She found the belt where the Hawaii flight still had some circling. Then, Dr. Wayne's fuzzy head appeared and headed for the door. She ran toward him, racking her brain. Reaching into her purse, she pulled out the first thing her hand hit. Lip balm. No. She went in again. Her passport. Then she ran for him outside. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Dr. Wayne stopped. His tired eyes assessed her, but didn't seem to recognize her. Good. Her disguises worked. Hi. Sorry. Did you drop your passport? This was over near where you were standing. No one stopped with him. No CDC. That was good. She reached into her bag again, grabbed her taser, as he looked in his pocket. No, I've got mine right here. She shoved hers back in her purse. Good, bring it with you, 'cause you're coming with me, Dr. Wayne. She pressed the taser into his side as if it were a gun and stayed next to him. If you run, I will call the CIA, FBI, CDC, whoever needs to hear it to tell them that you were selling out to the Chinese for a fistful of money and bragging rights. Dr. Wayne kept moving as Lexi guided him to the limousine. The driver stepped out and placed Wayne's bag in the back with the rest of their bags. When they slid into the limo, Wayne looked her over. Who sent you? Brad Ropley. We'll be picking him up in a moment. Do you remember my voice, Dr. Wayne? The girl in Las Vegas you drugged in a public place? And my friends worked information out of you for a while in exchange for not pressing charges. Lexi began to laugh. And the next morning you had the runs at breakfast because you didn't taste the maximum strength laxative that I dissolved at your coffee. Dr. Wayne's lips pressed into a thin line as she spoke. It's disgusting, actually. You trying to drug an innocent girl at the bar. Ah, yes. That was an exciting night. I was approached by a stranger, given $1,000 to put that in your drink because they believed you were being followed, and they wanted to know if that was true. And it was. Those guys jumped to your rescue right away. It was her turn to sit in stunned silence. You're a doctor. You know what those things do to people. What if they hadn't helped me? I would have gotten you to your room safely. I took a vow to do no harm, and you weren't harmed. Just a little woozy. I needed money, but I'm not an animal. Had me fooled. Dr. Wayne chuckled. Yes, twice. The limousine stopped at the curb where Ropley and his bodyguard waited. When Ropley saw Dr. Wayne, he acted like he was the world's greatest host. Dr. Wayne, I so appreciate your time. I hope my employee has been treating you nicely. Wayne grunted. I have places to be. What do you want from me? Ropley smiled congenially, a more terrifying expression Lexi had never seen, because the smile was all malice and no kindness. We're going for a little trip in hopes that I can persuade you to work with me. In a matter of minutes, they were back on the tarmac in front of the jet they'd just gotten off of. And this time, when they trudged up the stairs to the cabin, Ropley's bodyguard held out a basket. All electronic devices go in here. Phones, watches, iPads, anything that can communicate. Lexi didn't have time to text an SOS to Noah. She just prayed he was watching, because almost nothing had gone to plan today, and she didn't have the slightest idea where Ropley was taking them.
Chapter 21. Noah watched through his binoculars as Lexi dropped her phone into a basket the bodyguard held out. There would be no tracking her any further. He'd been afraid of this. It was times like this that reminded him why no one was supposed to get involved with the mission players. Her voicemail had scared him as badly as when his team was jumped overseas. Ropley was a clever guy. Perhaps they had underestimated him. Flight app shows their flight plan is to land in Tijuana, Shane said, climbing into the plane. Their plane wasn't as powerful as the jet that Lexi was in, but it was better than trying to keep up with Ropley via a commercial flight. Shane leaned up to the Carter security pilots. Amos had lent them the plane from their base in New Orleans. It was a long day for the pilots, and today would be just as bad. What Ropley's plane would do in an hour, theirs would do in closer to 2. One pilot filed the flight plan as the other taxied to the runway. They would get a head start while Ropley's plane took a while to get airborne. They were airborne for 30 minutes already when Shane pointed at them, his eyes glued to the map that showed Lexi's plane passing above them. What was in Mexico? What did Ropley want Wayne to see that required everyone to hand over their devices? Noah took a deep breath, because now that Lexi was compromised, the possibilities were sickening and endless. Grabbing his phone, he made a Wi-Fi call to Elijah. "We're airborne for Tijuana. Jude's already contacted HQ to let them know, but I need you to go up to Lexi's desk or Ropley's office and see what you can find. What kind of mess are we walking into?" "Roger that. I'm not far now." Noah could hear rustling in the background. "All right. I'm at her desk. There's nothing that I can see that has anything to do with Mexico. Oh, I bumped her computer, and it's on. Hold on, let me do a search." All he heard was clacking for a few seconds and Elijah breathing. "Please find something." "Shoot, someone's coming," Elijah said. Left single quotation mark. "No, just looking for something for Lexi." A girl's voice was in the background. "Who is that? Is that Allegra?" Noah asked. "Are you Allegra?" Elijah repeated. "She is." "Hand her the phone." Noah put the phone on speaker so Shane could listen in. "Who's this?" Allegra asked. Her harsh tone broke no nonsense. He'd be treading carefully if he didn't know she was a few inches over 5 feet and 120 pounds in real life. "Noah. Allegra, I'm hoping you can help. Ropley's loaded Wayne and Lexi onto a flight to Tijuana and they all had to discard their electronics at the door. Any reason you can think of why they'd be going down there?" "Mexico?" Allegra cursed. "Excuse me. I need the keyboard." Elijah muttered something unintelligible. "I actually just saw something about Mexico in a file regarding some employees that Ropley had sponsored to study. Where was that? Any chance those students were from Russia?" Allegra hummed. "Found it. Oh, shoot. Yes, they were from Russia. I didn't pay too much attention because it was a couple of years that they were brought in, stayed for a couple months in the U.S., and then moved into Mexico. I figured it was part of their education tour or something." "Do you have an address?" "No, nothing. Let me go ask in financial services if they have any records. Do you want to stick with me or go back to Elijah?" "I'll stick with you," Noah said. Elijah made another comment that sounded like he didn't approve of her walking away with his phone. "So, is Lexi okay?" Allegra asked in a whisper. "She forced Dr. Wayne into a limousine with a taser. I'm not sure if that's normal behavior for her when she travels with Ropley, but I'm going to assume not." Allegra cursed again. "Sorry for the language, but I told her to fry Wayne's guts if he tried anything again." "Well, let's hope nothing goes wrong, because all it will take is one call to the authorities to report Dr. Wayne missing, and they'll find footage of Lexi in broad daylight. Ropley's a snake. You know he had her do it to keep his nose clean. I'm terrified that any minute I'm going to find proof that they're after her somehow." "Hold on." Allegra pulled the phone from her mouth, but her talking was plenty loud. "Hi, Maggie. I'm Allegra from sales. I was just talking with Ropley about this new drug I want to bring in. Can you tell me what properties we have in Mexico, specifically around the northwest coast where the ports are?" Shane's eyebrows were about in his hairline. "Dang, she's good," he mouthed. Noah smirked. It was clear why Lexi said Allegra was her best friend at work. The girl was all smarts and spunk and not messing around when it came to getting what she wanted. "A warehouse in Tijuana. That's perfect. Oh, look at you, girl. I was just about to ask for the address. Thank you. That will help me know how much space we have to work with. Thanks again, Maggie." As she read off the address, Shane typed it into his tablet. "Thanks, Allegra. Lexi owes you," Noah said. "I'll be collecting from you too, boss. No chance of having a friend like you would go to waste. And maybe this cute janitor you got on your payroll too, since he seems to think he knows a thing or two about being here. I'll honor it. If there's anything more you can find about this warehouse, have Elijah call me." As Noah hung up, Shane twisted the tablet around. The warehouse's footprint is a decent size. It's at the end, and is the only building on the street if these maps are up to date. We're exposed the second we drive up. It'll be midday and quiet, but maybe we can use the telescopic lens or thermal imaging camera. They landed 15 minutes later and taxied over to where Comfort Jets was parking their plane. An SUV waited on the tarmac for them. The Carter security pilots had called ahead and requested a rental car be ready to go for Noah and Shane. but it wasn't on the tarmac like Ropley's was. As they parked further away from the terminal, Noah and Shane gathered their equipment and stepped off the plane before comfort jets had turned off their engines. They walked to the rental car desk next to the terminal and waited for the keys. The rental car guy acted like they had all day. Meanwhile, Ropley's SUV pulled out and was driving away. When the worker handed over the keys, they sprinted to the car, tossed their stuff in, and sped after it. Noah tapped his fingers against the steering wheel as he weaved in and out of cars, trying to keep the SUV in sight. "If they're going to the warehouse, they'll be making a right up here," Shane said. The SUV turned right on cue and Noah was a few cars behind him. The light changed, forcing Noah to stop, but they were only minutes from the warehouse. His chest settled a little. "Pass the turn for the warehouse and make the one after." Shane pointed to the houses in the distance. "There's a residential area that we can cruise through and look for access to the warehouse. There are trees 100 yards back that we could hide in, if we can get to them." Noah paused at the top of the street and pulled out his binoculars. Shane scrambled for his listening device in the back. The SUV bumped into the parking lot, and 3 people exited. Lexi lingered, scanning the area like he taught her. "Good girl. Always look for your exits." Sighed. "There are some people I want you to meet." Ropley's nasal voice carried through Shane's listening device, but lost them as soon as they went inside the metal building. Noah drove to the residential area and parked in the cul-de-sac. They slid their sunglasses into place as they assessed the area. One of the spaces had dirt moved as if it were about to be built on. They walked a lot, kicking up dirt and pointing at random things while Shane used the thermal imaging camera on the warehouse. "Guard is by the entrance. 3 bodies walking through to Noah. Come look at this." In the back part of the warehouse, there were 3 people standing and maybe 30 bodies looked like they were suspended horizontally in midair. "Are they on beds?" "Looks like it. Is Ropley trafficking people through his warehouse? We need to get our gear back to those trees. We're going to start drawing attention being out here during siesta hour." One figure sat down while 2 hopefully. Ropley and Wayne walked towards the group of people. Lexi separated from them. "We need eyes in there." The 2 figures gathered with the 3 people who were standing in the back. 2 broke off and went to the side and then stopped next to the lone figure in the chair. The other 3 stayed in the back. Noah's blood chilled. "We gotta move." Shane didn't question him, but shoved the imaging camera in the car and swung his rifle into his hands instead. Together, they walked to the tree line as if out for a morning stroll in an open dirt field, and moved quietly through the trees as a unit, screwing in the silencers onto their rifles. From there, they strolled to the back door. Cameras watched every side of the warehouse, but Noah was willing to gamble that they weren't watching with Ropley's convoy inside. He picked the lock and sent up a prayer that Lexi wouldn't be a casualty today. Shane tapped his shoulder in reassurance and they barged inside together. Their eyes adjusted quickly to the dim lighting so they could pull their sunglasses off. The group of 3 talking near a computer was Dr. Wayne and 2 scientists. "Hands up," Noah said, quietly motioning for them to sit in an empty corner. Shane gave a low whistle. "What is this place?" Bodies lay in the beds, hooked up to monitors and IVs like a war zone triage center, except nicer. Noah moved in and kicked the foot of one of the younger guys. "He asked you a question." The guy shifted. "A medical center. We are testing drugs on our patients and recording the results." The guy had an accent, Russian maybe. Noah and Shane exchanged glances. Ropley's testing center. So, he was doing medical trials, just not within the bounds of USDA restrictions. That seemed on brand for him. And it certainly explained Dr. Wayne's presence. "What are they doing to Lexi?" Noah growled. No one responded. Noah fired a bullet next to Dr. Wayne's hand. His eyes widened. Now he looked nervous. Dr. Wayne held up his hands. I think they gave her a cocktail of drugs and are asking her questions. But I don't know, for sure." He knew. "Hey, are you one of the guys from Las Vegas?" Dr. Wayne asked. "Sure am, and you're gonna pay for drugging her." Dr. Wayne chuckled. "I doubt that. They figured you'd come for her, but they're already getting everything they want to know first." "It's bait," Shane murmured. Noah shrugged. "There's not consequences south of the border." His patience had run out. He shoved a scientist with the muzzle of his gun. "Give me your lab coat." Moving to the door, he cracked it open and walked out, his rifle on his back where the bodyguard couldn't see. Neither Ropley nor the 3rd scientist looked his way. Lexi's head had lolled back and her clothes were disheveled. Her focus glazed. Noah wanted to kill them all. Did you give company information to the government, you traitor? Ropley hissed in her ear. No. Were you selling journal secrets to our competitors? No. Ropley glared at the guy in the lab coat. Is this working? I know she is a snitch. Then you're not asking the right questions. With a swift movement, Ropley reached into his belt and fired at the scientist, sending him reeling backwards, blood spattering his white coat. Leaning over Lexi, he screamed in her ear. Swinder said you were dirty, and I believe him. Tell me who you were working for. Noah grabbed Ropley's gun, fired at the bodyguard near the door, tucked the handgun into his waistband, and had Ropley's flattened on the ground in seconds. She's working for me. Ropley moaned. With one hand, Noah untied a knot from Lexi's leg and cinched it around Ropley's wrists and ankles, bending him into an uncomfortable circle. Lexi, sweetheart. Noah pressed his lips to her temple. I'm going to get you out of here. The door from the back burst open. Noah aimed his rifle at the group coming through. We've got company, Noah, Shane said, coming in behind them. Left single quotation mark. 2 pickups with armed men pulled up and they don't look friendly. Leave 'em. Noah swept Lexi into his arms and ran for the back section of the warehouse. They aren't here for us. As they went through the room with the patients, Noah glanced at the monitor of the security cameras. The armed intruders were about to breach the back door. Shane? Closet! Shane yelled, yanking open a side door and closing it behind them. The area outside the closet thumped, then reverberated with gunfire. The dark disappeared as Shane switched on his tactical light, attached to his gun. He set Lexi against some boxes, her form limp. Shane kept his rifle aimed at the door. Shane, these boxes have Chinese writing on them. Noah whispered. The scientists are Russian medical students, using the drugs that the Chinese supply, Shane said. Lexi said there were 300 that Swinder brought in. The guys didn't say how many warehouses are out there, but apparently, Ropley has installations like this all over South America and a few other places with unstable governments not interested in playing ball with U.S. politicians. Asia? Noah asked. I wouldn't be surprised. Noah pulled his phone from this pocket as the shouting continued outside their closet door. He texted Houston. Ropley's got warehouses around the world where he's doing undeclared medical trials on people. Any chance your Asian contacts are in on that? Lexi moaned. Hey, Lexi. Do you love Noah? Shane whispered. Noah punched Shane's arm. You're not right in the head, man. Taking advantage of a girl in her condition is sick. Lexi, don't answer that. Yes, I do. She coughed, focusing in on him as he sat in front of her, holding her hand. I love you, Noah. Her words sank deep into his core. This was not how he'd imagined declaring his love for her for the first time. I love you too, Lexi. And I'll say it to you again when you're lucid. He kissed her forehead, his thumb caressing her cheek. Stay with me. We're going home. You have to stop Ropley. Her swallow looked painful. He wants Dr. Wayne to create a new sickness that Jonaly will have the cure for. Of course he did. Ropley's dealing with other problems at the moment. But if they let him go, I will make sure he doesn't get the chance to hurt anyone else. Lexi's eyes started to close. He had to keep her talking. Hey, how did Ropley suspect you of giving away information? We were careful. It wasn't us. Swinder was reading my emails from the spyware on his desktop because he hated me. And he was right too. Before we met, Ropley made me really mad when he joked about sabotaging my college career so that I would owe him more. So, I sent an anonymous tip into Adonis's CEO saying that Jonaly was collecting information on them. Noah rubbed his jaw in shock. You wanted Joni to get caught and go down. Clever girl. Swinder and Ropley messed with the wrong person. Lexi's eyes blinked slowly, then closed. I don't think they gave her any normal amount. We've got to get her out of here. Noah pressed his finger against her pulse in her wrist. It's weak. Shane met his gaze. Allergic to something in the mix? Are there hospitals nearby? If I carry her over my shoulder, I can still pull the trigger to cover us to run for the trees. It's not a great plan. She'll be an easy target. With a finger to his lips, Shane cracked the door open. It was quiet outside. Then, with painfully slow pushes, he opened the door centimeters at a time. He slipped out, peeked around the corner, and came back. One in the room, otherwise clear to the back door. Noah nodded and lifted Lexi around his shoulders. Hey, In case something happens, I love you, brother. And you should know, we could have been brothers. But Tansy turned down my proposal because I have communication issues. Shane walked from the room and out of Noah's reach. Shane had proposed to Tansy without telling him. Noah was going to kill him. Right after they got Lexi some help. With a quiet thunk, Shane took out the one sentry in the back room so Noah could move Lexi into the main area. He tried not to look at the beds. It was beyond disturbing that these people had been used as lab rats for whatever Ropley decided. Shane stopped at the screen. They've got guys around the whole building. We won't make it out without a fight. Noah let out a string of words that would have made Mom mad. Something shifted in his periphery. A scientist curled further into the corner. You, come here. He motioned the kid over. She's reacting to something in the mix Ropley gave her. Can you undo it? The guy stood frozen over Lexi's unconscious form. I have fluids to see if that will flush it from her system faster. I have no way to know what she reacted to without separating the chemicals and testing them. Well, give her whatever you think will help quickly. If she dies, you will too. And slowly, Noah growled at him. The scientist hurried to a supply chest and pulled out what he needed. In minutes, he had an IV running into Lexi's veins and an oxygen monitor on her finger. I can inject a weak steroid to see if that helps her heart rate pumping. Noah nodded. Screaming started in the other room. The scientist flinched. They want something from Ropley. They've been coming around looking for him for weeks. Someone must have tipped them off that Ropley was here. Jane cringed. Just get Lexi functioning so we can get out of here. It took 5 very long minutes for Lexi to start shifting where she lay on the ground behind the beds. A few gunshots sounded with yelling and the door banged open as someone yelled in Spanish. Noah and Shane pointed their rifles at the door, but no one crossed the threshold. Then it was silent. Shane popped up to watch the camera. They're leaving with Wayne and one scientist. Noah walked across the room and peeked into the other part of the warehouse. Smears of blood led to a puddle on the floor. Ropley lay dead along with the scientist Ropley had shot, and the bodyguard against the door. It was a messy scene. Turning, Noah eyed the scientist. Can you save these people? The scientist shrugged. I can bring them out of the coma, but they are in varying states of health. Do it. Shane, cut the cameras and destroy any evidence we've been here. Noah picked up his phone and called Carter Security. He relayed everything to the operations manager while Lexi shifted and opened her eyes. The operations manager promised to alert Mexican authorities in a few hours, giving them time to clear out. Hey, baby, he said, crouching at her side. Left single quotation mark. We're going home. He picked her up, grabbed her bag of fluids, and walked out the back door to the car in the cul-de-sac nearby. As he set her in the front seat, he sighed. This trip was not at all how he'd planned it. Shane jogged up behind him. Look what the scientist gave me. He shoved the pack of papers into Noah's hand. Locations for the rest of the warehouses and the partnership name of their supplier in China. Why Russian scientists, though? Noah asked as they pulled out of the street. They were educated in China as part of an exchange program. China wanted allies who looked Western so they wouldn't be suspected. Noah swallowed hard. They're weaponizing Russians, because Americans will put a Chinese man on the radar. But these guys blend right in to Middle America. This is huge, Shane. We've got to take this to the government. Who do you think is going to listen to us? Noah shook his head. Not us. Burley Carter. A week later. Lexi stretched her muscles at the side of the room at Thunders where Noah had spent an hour coaching Allegra in self-defense. The girl was a faster learner than Lexi had been. They'd spent a lot of the last week together, because her technology skills were valuable to Noah's team. Between Jude and Allegra, they compiled a compelling document full of evidence for Burley Carter to take to his contacts in whatever part of the government that concerned itself with spies. The justice had lost some of its sweetness since Ropley had died in Mexico, but it was still nice to know that the U.S. government would fight for its people who had been dragged across the border and made test subjects for Jonaly's medical trials. Elbow. Instep, Noah said. Left single quotation mark. Good. All right. No more lessons. What? Allegra squawked. No, I dash. Starting next week, I want you to come learn at headquarters and train with the rest of my team. Noah held up a finger. But only if you agree to take a job and work with us. I need someone with your tech skills to help Jude now that Colton's gone. Allegra's eyes narrowed. Are you joking? Because that's not funny. Lexi laughed from where she stood. He's serious. Take it. You can put your superpowers to good use without having to work for the government. Okay. The surprise had her shifting on her feet, unsure of how to proceed. Few men caught Allegra off guard. I'm willing to negotiate. Noah's eyebrows raised. We'll talk. Jude's waiting for you by the front desk with the details. She practically skipped out the door to Jude's side. Noah closed the door behind Allegra and stalked over to Lexi, his posture almost predatory. Finally, she's gone. He slid his hands around her waist and kissed her. I'll pick you up at 4 for our cooking class tonight. Lexi smiled as she wrapped her arms around him. Can't wait to make some magic in the kitchen with you, she giggled. I can almost guarantee with a name like that this class will be filmed and then cut into clips for sad but funny social media content. Content you'll never see, because you're not on social media. He'd tried to back out 3 times since she scheduled it for them. Don't sign the media release form. We'll have a great time. Maybe saving money on meals is in our future. His whole body jerked with the snort that told her just how much he believed that. As long as that future's with you, I'm happy. When their lips met again, it sent a shiver of pleasure straight down her spine. She broke off the kiss. People are staring, she murmured as she started walking to the locker rooms. His gaze didn't leave hers. Let them. They're jealous. Who cares what they think? What did Colton say about the wildfires near Salem, Oregon? Lexi glanced at his face when his arm tightened around her. Noah had been on the phone a bunch with Colton recently. Hushed conversations taken in the other room. It's been devastating for the area, and he's found something suspicious that our team is looking into. Noah's tone pitched lower, setting her on edge. Level with me. How bad? Noah shrugged. When Colton flags something, it's worth taking a look. I'm gonna go out there as soon as I hear back from him. This was the kind of life she could expect with him, and it'd take getting used to. So long as we get our date night tonight. How did your meeting go with Adonis today? She asked. We handed everything over and they gave us the bonus they promised us. We split it 6 ways and no one complained. I should have tried to get in on that deal. You can share my part with me. Lexi batted her eyelashes. Well, it's been my life's goal to marry a rich man and be a trophy wife. Noah stilled, his eyebrows raised. Did you just propose to me? No way. I'm not marrying you until I find out if you're any good at taking instructions in the kitchen. Also, you have to meet my brothers for brunch on Sunday. Once you gain their approval, then we'll talk. Noah laughed. I'll lead with how I saved your life several times. Brothers usually appreciate that kind of information up front. She stood on her tiptoes as if she were going to kiss him, and then used his sleeve to wipe the sweat off her forehead. He grunted and slapped her on the butt. Giggling, she sashayed into the locker room and grabbed her bag. Someone had taped a piece of paper above the self-defense class photo and drew an arrow at Noah with single written in large letters above it. Grabbing the marker from her bag, she crossed out single and wrote, taken, over it. He was hers, and they better not forget it. Thank you for listening to Trapped by C.D. Gill. Next is a sneak peek for Book 2, Singed, or you can find more about her work at cdgill.com.
Chapter 1. If there was one thing Natalia Breckenhoff hated, it was ignorance. And the Civil Air Patrol cadets headed toward her SUV were entrenched in a heated debate filled with ignorance. To be fair, the shorter one with a shaved head and a pointy nose had spouted off the ridiculous statements. Science can prove that women shouldn't be anywhere near dangerous situations, because they don't have the capability of thinking and responding rationally, the shorter one said, gesturing wildly with his skinny arms. It was far too early for such nonsense. I strongly disagree, the taller one said, annoyance bleeding through into his words. Left single quotation mark. You obviously haven't been listening in history class at school, or in cadet training. Guaranteed. Every single teacher would agree that putting women in charge of anything as valuable as our national welfare is plain stupidity. You just have to ask them privately. The only reason women are allowed in the military is so it can appear progressive and pacify the feminists, Short and Shaved said. They stopped at her open trunk and rummaged around. Left, single quotation mark. Isn't this project only supposed to take a week or something? Look at all this luggage. See? Irrational thinking. As they turned to carry her equipment inside the hangar, Natalia popped out from where she'd been mopping up her spilled protein shake on the floor with 100 loose fast food napkins and flipped her ponytail into place. Careful with those boxes, boys. My equipment could pay for a pair of Ivy League educations. You do not want to be responsible for ruining something so valuable." Natalia winked as Short and Shave's jaw dropped to the gravel. Red fired from his cheeks down his neck and up to his ears. The taller one's blue eyes almost disappeared as he smirked. He was a cute kid, and exactly her type if he were 10 years older and more filled out. But she'd come to the painful yet obvious conclusion just last month after her breakup with Jake that men were a distraction. Their inevitable inferiority complexes wanted to sideline her dreams with outrageous expectations that she find a more sensible career when they tied the knot. Set aside her chance at international assignments with the big bucks attached? Not with awards to win and a whole world to photograph. Certainly not for the likes of Jake, Titus, Kevin, Mark, or Dylan. She grabbed her most expensive cameras and sensors that she'd buckled into the middle of the back seat and walked in behind the teenagers. They didn't need to know, they only carried her camping gear and her backup of the backup camera. Her most expensive equipment never left her sight, except at night. Contractors laughed at her for driving across the country to jobs after refusing their offer of a plane ticket for her and paid shipping for her equipment. They usually stopped laughing when she told them she couldn't pop into Walmart to replace her thousands of dollars worth of specialized equipment she brought with her to do the job they were asking her to do. Occupational hazard. Natalia Breckenhoff. A low voice echoed in the hangar, drawing attention to her entrance. Left single quotation mark. Thanks so much for coming. We've heard amazing things about your work. A silver-haired man, a few inches taller than her, came toward her with his hand outstretched. She smiled and set her bags down to greet him. His grip was firm and hairy. Captain Jones, thanks for having me out. I'm sorry for the circumstances, though. She followed him to the tables of maps spread out for analysis. Your assistant said we have 6,200 acres to cover, but the news last night mentioned 7,100. Jones grunted and wiped his hands across his face. Some fool new to the area decided not to evacuate when they put the call out, so his fishing boat, ATVs, and all the spare gasoline he stored for them lit up like an Independence Day fireworks display. The fire took out another 1,000 acres. The fire squad thinks they have it down to a contained smolder. He circled an area with his fingers. This is the area they are working on now. We'll document it last. His arms folded over his chest. Unfortunately, the smoke is interfering with visibility and the wind likes to mess with us. You'll have to decide where to start and when. We have some really tough terrain to cover, but you're the best of the best, I hear. She smiled. I'm one of the only ones in my field who provides both photography and analysis. Usually, it's a separate job. But the way I have my equipment set up with satellite, you'll see the images I'm taking in real time, as well as their coordinates with only a 1-second delay. If we need to run a line again to get a closer look at something, you can radio in. In addition, I have several systems backing up my photos, so if one system goes offline or gets corrupted, we'll still have the data. Jones nodded his approval. Thorough. I like the sound of that. Am I right in believing the security I requested will guard this equipment throughout the project? She studied his face, looking for any sign that he hadn't taken her requests seriously. She'd been forced to walk out of past jobs because they'd plopped a clown with a taser and a box of donuts next to her gear and called it good. We'll have 2 around the clock. Jones leaned in. The big man briefed me on the severity of this project, so we've called in a team of Air Force guards to help us man the place. He, no doubt, heard the generic version that the intelligence officers like to cook up around the vending machines. Although the Civil Air Patrol was an auxiliary branch of the Air Force, their need to know looked a lot different than hers. Her top-secret clearance meant that the government agencies contracted her to sniff out problems before they became national security incidents. He rapped on the table with his knuckles. I'll let you get your equipment up and going while I go find your pilot for the week. He's one of the sharpest, most reliable pilots we have. You'll be in great hands. Natalia smiled and began unpacking her gear. Many of the CAP pilots she'd been partnered with were newly retired from the Air Force or airlines, still sharp and used to detailed instructions. She'd sent over a general profile of the skills she required in her pilot partner for the job. Her equipment could be finicky and temperamental if it didn't get exactly the right conditions. She asked for a pilot with a smooth, steady hand, the ability to follow instructions to the letter without too many questions, and quiet so she could focus. She snorted. She and her equipment had similar preferences. Bent over, she plugged the computer charger into the wall and the satellite receiver into the computer. A light blinked on her receiver, which meant she had signal. Her watch flashed with a text. When her satellite receiver came online, it alerted her through several devices for security. Next would be connecting her in-plane computer to the sensors and cameras that would report back to this computer in real time. Then, calibration. Someone cleared their throat behind her. Miss Breckenhoff, this is your pilot for the week, Colton Betlon. I wanted to introduce you both so you can take your test flight for today and get set up for tomorrow. Natalia straightened and came eye level with a dark blue cap uniform polo that perfectly fit a firm chest and broad shoulders. Her brain short-circuited as it processed the aroma of his cologne, loaded with male pheromones and promises of forever. Please let him be old. She swallowed as she glanced up. Oh, lordy. She was in trouble. There, standing in front of her, was the older, broader version of the blue-eyed teen boy she'd noticed earlier. His eyebrows raised a fraction. His short dark hair and mesmerizing smirk put her life on pause for a second, until he bent down and handed her the connection cable she didn't know she dropped. And a gentleman, to boot. That was a breath of fresh air. What? In a blink, she yanked the veil of professionalism back in place. She'd worked with plenty of good-looking men in her job. This one was no different. Thank you, Colton. I look forward to working with you on this project. She shook his hand with a firm grip. His fingers wrapped around hers, engulfing her in his warmth. His left hand sported no ring, which was completely not worth noting, as she was done with men for the time being. My mission is to make your job as pleasant and easy as possible. If there's anything I can do to assist you, please don't hesitate to say so. His rumbling voice set her at ease. She could already tell he was exactly what she'd asked for. As for his assistance, well, she'd do everything in her power not to need anything from him. We have a lot to cover before tomorrow, so if it's okay with you, we can get started. Bags in hand, she gestured to the tarmac. His arm brushed hers as he grabbed one of the bags from her and moved toward the hangar doors, his stride matching hers. We're going to be using the Cessna 26 for our flights. It's already equipped with CAP satellite digital imaging and reconnaissance systems, but we have the rear-mounted hatch available for your cameras and sensors. Do you need any extra hands to make the process go smoother? This man knew his way around a professional ego. I'll need you to turn on the battery to check the power once everything is plugged in and secured. He unlocked the hatch and slid the door out, putting his well-formed muscles to work. We'll be hangaring this plane every night inside the headquarters so you won't have to reinstall the sensors and cameras. She crawled underneath to check out the spacing. Who all will join us on the flights? Clearance on this project didn't allow for extras, but she almost hoped for a buffer zone to ease the charged air between them. He ducked under the wing strut to open the cabin door. Just you and me, unless you say differently. His fixed gaze unsettled her, so she met it head-on. Three's a crowd. With a quick smile, she accepted his extended hand to pull her to her feet and dusted off her black pants. His lips parted as if he wanted to ask questions he couldn't have the answers to. A junior version of you is running around here in a cadet uniform, she said as she set her bags in the plane. Ah, you met Caden. His tone sounded slightly amused. He and a friend carried my equipment in from my car. Very helpful. The cadets have some useful traits, he said as he checked the gasoline. When he didn't offer any clues as to whether Caden was his son, a brother, or an undersized twin, she unzipped the bags and set to installing her cameras, sensor, and satellite antenna. The quiet suited her just fine. She'd not had any growing up with 5 siblings close in age, so she soaked it in, even 12 years after she graduated from high school and moved out. With the last bolt secured, she glanced up to find Colton leaning against the doorframe, watching her. How long had he been standing there? Power check? He asked. She nodded. She liked a man who anticipated her needs. The plane shifted as he eased his tall frame into the captain's seat in the front. A series of beeps and blinks brought her equipment to life. I'm online. Let's get the calibration flight out of the way. Within 20 minutes, they taxied to the runway. She plugged in her headset from the back where she was buckled in for takeoff. Testing. Loud and clear, Colton said into the microphone. His voice in her ears sent a buzz coursing through her. He flipped a couple of switches, spoke to the tower, and came back. Left single quotation mark. We've got our clearance. All good to go? She gave the green light and pulled her Nikon out. Rarely did she miss an opportunity for ascent photos. His takeoff was effortless and gradual. Her stomach skipped its normal acrobatics. You're clear to move around, Colton said, as they leveled out. Left single quotation mark. So, I saw Arizona plates on the SUV. Is that a rental? or where you are from. She tucked her Nikon into her bag and moved her computer on its stationary platform into place. Home sweet home. A majority of my regular work comes from Border Patrol, she said, bringing her cameras and sensor online. Really? I thought they use drones these days, he said. They do. I've piloted drones for them, but the technology I use is far more powerful than they are willing to pop on a drone. She maneuvered the cameras and took a few test shots. Sounds like you're looking for more than the ordinary illegal crossings. Our systems are usually able to handle scoping wildfire damage, and our CAP crew is extensively trained on documenting what we see. He paused. There must be something out here worth documenting far above CAP's pay grade, if they're bringing in a professional with your expertise. His musings entertained her. It was as if he didn't mean for her to hear him. He wasn't wrong, but he was her taxi driver for this job. That's it. Mind moving in for a closer look? The lowest I'll need to get is about 300 feet. Roger. I'll let you know when we're there. Her sensors would let her know their exact altitude, but it never hurt to check his reliability as her pilot. She'd be spending a lot of time with him, and that required her to trust him to do his job well. She kept her eyes glued to the computer as they flew over some of the flatter sections of the wildfire devastation. With a quick tap, she captured over 50 images in rapid succession. The charred remains of a building triggered her sensors, which automatically activated her camera. More images popped up. The form of a dead deer, a deep hole, likely from the tree lying beside it, and the remnants of a cabin. The sensors and camera went on documenting and labeling what it saw. They'd been at 300 feet for a solid half-minute before Colton alerted her over the radio. 300 and holding. Her cameras were in perfect form, the picture clear and unhindered. We're good to climb. Let's head to ground zero. She read out the coordinates of the place where the fire had started, according her intel. He dialed them into his GPS and immediately banked west toward the ocean. While she took a break, she pulled out a personal question. So, how is Caden related to you? Little brother, he said without hesitation. If she wasn't mistaken, there was a decent time gap between them, which was kind of adorable that they liked the same thing. Civil Air Patrol is volunteer-based, so what do you do full-time? I'm a web designer. I used to be in intelligence, but being a part-time pilot is a welcome change. So, this was where he felt at ease, and she had to admit that she liked it. Can't get enough of those blue skies, huh? Since they were being honest, she threw out a fishing line just to see if he'd bite. I hear overseas reconnaissance is where the big money's at. Maybe someday. His tone had a hint of wistfulness in it, a pull she felt when life seemed especially mundane. It's dangerous. I have to stay alive and stateside for the time being. How much did Caden have to do with that? She focused on the images live on her computer. The smoke hazed out the sharpness as they neared the coordinates. At her request, Colton descended as they approached. The smoke thinned and dissipated. They circled the area while she captured the burn patterns. They were consistent with the fire marshal's assessment of it being a nature-initiated burn. She called for one more pass over before calling it and checking out the active burn. They stayed low to stay below the smoke. 2.5 miles away, her sensors kicked up an alert about a laser within a half-mile with the strength to easily destroy her system. Laser! Colton, there's a laser! Pull up, now! She jammed the buttons that shuttered her camera and sensors with protective materials. Colton swung right and climbed at a steep rate. When they reached 1,000 feet, her heart quieted in her ears. She reopened her sensor and camera. No damage. Thank God, she said, as she flopped against her seat and closed her eyes. What just happened, Natalia? Please, look at me. She opened her eyes to find him twisted in his seat, his features pinched in concern. I was about to lose my equipment. Lose? Like it almost dropped out of a hatch? She huffed out a laugh. More like a laser almost fried my sensors. He went silent. Your equipment is more fragile than I expected. If a kid's laser can toast it, we'll report it to the FAA. No. The sharpness of her tone raised his eyebrows. Colton, that wasn't some kid messing around. That was a military-grade security laser designed to keep prying eyes from seeing something they shouldn't. Not a word of this to anyone. At his stare, she smiled. Please. A wave of satisfaction washed over her as they flew to headquarters. Not airborne more than 4 hours, and she was already on the trail. Not a personal record, but still noteworthy. She'd get what she came for. But the project might take longer if there were lasers scanning the skies. If they had to call in special ops, she planned to hand everything over in a bulleted list. After all, that's what she did best. Chapter 2. Colton slid the key into the lock as he watched Natalia's adorably petite frame waddle under the weight of her equipment. Unnecessarily, might he add. You sure I can't help you? No, I got it. Her ponytail of almost black hair brushed her shoulders back and forth. For a second, he imagined how stunning she'd be when it framed her face, offsetting her brown eyes. Not that she needed to be any more beautiful. Every red-blooded male at the airport this morning noticed the way her gray t-shirt tucked into her form-fitting black jeans. His fingers fumbled with the key long enough that Brandon honked the tug's horn. Yeah, give me a second, you happily married jerk, he muttered. The plane would be hangared and guarded, but if he locked up, no one could say he didn't do his part. He strode to the wingtip and gave Brandon a thumbs up to tow it in. Like a bad magic trick, Caden appeared to next to him with his cadet tag -long Robbie beside him. How was it? Caden, he could handle. Robbie, he could not. Colton stretched out his arms, still sore from yesterday's workout in the gym. It felt good to be in the sky today. I needed it, after being stuck at my desk for 2 weeks straight. He'd been more focused behind the controls than he had been in a long time. If he was honest, maybe not making a fool of himself in front of Natalia had a little bit to do with that. Web design was fine for paying the bills, but it was a means to an end. He was more than ready to get back to working with his Carter Security Counter-Espionage unit in Texas. Robbie said, poor kid had a huge crush on planes and very little common sense. Colton raised his eyebrows. I don't think so, man. This project has a required clearance level. Caden nodded, but Robbie's disappointed expression made him think that he might not let this go. He could be a bulldog. Stick around. I'm going to check in with the captain, and then we can head home, okay? Colton said to Caden. Caden and Robbie wandered towards the map tables. On the other end, Natalia leaned against the edge with a hand propped on her hip as she talked to Tanner and Vic, the Air Force guards that would be manning the equipment. Tanner said something funny enough that she touched his arm, laughing. Colton's lip curled slightly. Tanner wasn't that funny. He retold the same 6 stories about his wild upbringing to anyone who would listen. Colton blinked. When had he ever cared about Tanner's sense of humor? Fly for a few hours with a gorgeous girl who smelled like flowers in the springtime, and it reactivated parts of him that had been dormant for a decade. Yeah, going out with the guys tonight would set his head straight. Colton made his way over to Captain Jones and Big Mac. Easy going? Captain asked, crossing his arms loosely over his chest. His shrewd gaze never missed a tell. His body had retired from the Air Force, but his instincts hadn't. Nice and smooth. A decent amount of haze from the smoke, but she didn't complain. Big Mac leaned in. She have any trouble getting her equipment calibrated? I hear that high-tech camera stuff can be as high-strung as a fighter jet's weapon system. This was where he'd usually divulge to his commanding officer the safety issues, like a freaking military-grade defense laser being pointed at the sky, but she'd ordered him not to. And, for some reason, his judgment screamed at him to listen. So instead, he shrugged. We got what she needed and headed back. If he was honest, he didn't have any idea what she was doing back there besides pushing buttons. Neither of the senior officers seemed to be too curious about what was going on. Didn't they find it odd that there was a pro analyst doing what their equipment and team usually did? Captain Jones nodded. Good. I'm confident you're the man for the job, but we have Floyd on call for backup if you need anything. Floyd, the Vietnam War vet that flew a B-52 bomber, had a steady hand but was a little hard of hearing these days, though he'd never admit it. Everyone knew it and pretended he wasn't practically shouting when he held a normal conversation. Natalia could tell him her secrets, and Floyd would just nod as if he heard and understood. If we're all good, I'm headed out. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. See you bright and early tomorrow. Captain and Big Mac waved him off. Steeling himself, Colton walked to the flight planning room to grab his bag without a glance in Natalia's direction. He texted Caden to meet him at the car and left out the front to the parking lot. His curiosity wanted to know how many guys were still hanging around her table making her laugh, which was exactly why he didn't go back to whistle for Caden in the hangar like he usually did. Colton's phone had a dozen new texts in the group chat about going out tonight, and a text from his boss requesting he get on a video call at 3 p.m. tomorrow for project updates. Caden jogged toward him. Can I drive? New drivers. Colton grunted, but tossed him the keys to their shared car. In a couple of weeks, they they wouldn't be sharing anymore. Salem University was only a 10-minute drive from their house, but Colton didn't need Caden hogging the car with weird class hours and late-night study sessions. Or, God forbid, begging him for rides to parties. The graduation gift was a surprise he'd planned to rank up there with those Christmas car commercials and their huge red bows. "So how was it, really?" Caden asked, as he pulled onto the main road. Colton gripped the door handle a little tighter when they got uncomfortably close to a truck in the next lane. How did he become this guy? "My wrist was a little sore, but the physical therapist said it would be if I held it in one place for a while." He'd sprained his wrist during his last Carter security project before moving to the Counter-Espionage unit. "I hate to say it, but I should have had that surgery months ago." Caden kept quiet when he very well could have said he'd been telling him to have the surgery from the beginning. "You would have had me in that operating room within a week of the diagnosis." "I know." He could hear the weariness in his own voice. "You're not being a very good example of how to take care of yourself. You get one body. You absolutely have to care for it the best that you can. You can't afford to be careless." Colton snorted at his own words coming from Caden, who still had yet to heed them well. "You're really annoying, you know that?" Caden grinned. Learned from the best. A few hours later, Colton strode into Downwind, the sports bar across from the airport, ready to let off some steam with the guys before the week started. It was long overdue, and they had wagers on the pool matches, which made the night exponentially more entertaining. A few of his buddies he'd known growing up had already claimed 2 of the tables. When the bartender slid his drink over the counter, he grabbed it and headed over. In a small booth next to the billiards section sat Natalia, staring at her computer. Her back rested against the wall, and her computer screen was tilted so no one could see it. What kind of secrets did she have on that thing that no one else was allowed to see? He watched her over the rim of his pint glass, then set it on the table as Siggs and Mozzie yelled to him. "Hetty!" His glare had them laughing and fist-bumping. When he gave them a thumbs down, they slapped the table, doubled over with laughter. His name had earned him dozens of nicknames over the years, but Betty was by far the worst. "It's Mr. Betland to you fools." As more guys, food, and drinks appeared, the place got rowdy, but the money pot got sweeter. It was only in between matches when he glanced over at Natalia's booth again and saw it empty that his stomach lurched a bit. He scanned the place for her dark head. There it was at the bar. Her gaze focused on the TV behind the counter, showing the Diamondbacks game. The current pool match had just started, so he had time to kill. He weaved his way through the tables and wedged himself between her and the person in the chair beside her. When he bumped into her, she protested and scowled up at him. The words seemed to freeze in her throat. Her tongue slid across her lower lip as her fingers wiped at the corners of her mouth. "Baseball fan? Or just missing home?" He grabbed a napkin and dabbed at an invisible spot on her cheek. Ducking her head, she practically wiped down her whole face. He laughed. "You don't have anything on you." She stopped, then threw the balled-up napkin at him. "Thanks." Her sarcasm sent a spark of happiness through him. "Yeah, I keep up with baseball in my free time." He nodded his head toward the booth. "Doesn't seem like you get all that much of it. Free time, that is." Her eyebrows raised. "I get enough, but I do try to stay busy. I run an online subscription-based photo gallery as a side job. The projects like the one I'm doing with you require good weather and daylight for my equipment to get the most accurate data. So depending on the time of year, that leaves me with a surprising number of unusable hours in the day. Smart way to put those cameras to use." She shrugged. "You design websites. I'm surprised you don't take on freelance work. I bet you could make way more per hour doing it yourself." It would have been nice if he hadn't had a career change so suddenly. Just last week when his overbearing client had him making changes every day, and he wanted to drop the client. Job security is worth more than money sometimes, as well as the ability to leave work at work. She tipped her glass toward him before draining it. "I hear you on that one. That is a luxury." As she sat back, he spotted her signed receipt under her basket of food. She gathered her trash and shifted in her seat. He couldn't let her go back to her hotel yet. "Care for a game of darts?" At her hesitation, he continued. "You know, team bonding and all that." Her smile and head tilt almost made him retract the offer. The way her eyes studied him made him feel like she could see his thoughts scrolling across his forehead. "Let's see how steady your hand is, Cap'n." Swinging her bag over her shoulder, she waved to the bartender. Colton followed her confident stride to the wall of dartboards, absolutely sure that he did not know what he had gotten himself into. Never mind that he used to lose handily at darts playing against his Carter security teammates in Texas. Let's keep score. She gave a toss of her ponytail as she glanced back at him. Loser buys the next round. His tension disappeared with his exhale at the promise of a second round. For some reason, a pickup game of darts felt like higher stakes than his pool games with the guys. The dart tosser gets to ask a get-to-know-you question. Ladies first. She took her place behind the line and tossed the dart with no preamble. As he suspected, she'd stuck it right into one of the higher-scoring sections. Triple points, she called. She was going to crush him. All right, game on. As she retrieved her dart, she asked her question. How come you have to stay stateside for now? He waited until she turned around so he could see her reaction to his answer. I want to get my brother established in college first before I make any big life changes. That's sweet. Her brow scrunched. But what does Caden being in college have to do with you? His lips lifted in a smirk. You already asked a question. Wait your turn. Her hand thumped against her sternum in a mock apology. His dart landed on 3. 3? Why was that even on the board? I'll start off easy. Who's at home missing you? Nobody. My parents and 5 siblings live nearby, but I'm not sure they miss me. I travel too much to have a pet. So, she paused for a second. Left single quotation mark. It's not as pathetic as it sounds. Colton grinned. Really? Because it sounds extremely pathetic. Natalia laughed with her head thrown back, and she touched his arm. I teed that up perfectly for you. As she took her turn, Siggs shouted at him. Hey, Bet Talks, you're up. Benji swatted his head and pointed at Natalia as he said something quietly. Siggs smirked. When she realizes you're an idiot, come back and lose more money. Colton rolled his eyes. For as big as Siggs talked, he did not have the skills to back it up. Colton had made an easy $30 off him in the last match. Turning his back on the guys, he expected to have to excuse their behavior, but Natalia's focus was on the score sheet. She didn't appear to have heard the taunting. As she added his score to the paper, she spoke. My question again. My wait for Caden to be in school. Might as well get it out of the way. He met her curiosity head on. Because I'm raising him and I'm all the family he has left. Instead of reacting, she tossed her darts. Angling her shoulders, her face stopped a fraction of an inch away from his. Her breath fanned his cheek. There was the scent of the flowers again. He swallowed hard. That's darn impressive, Mr. Betlin. That takes a selflessness you don't find much these days. Despite the volume of the music around them, her voice in his ear drowned out the rest of the noise. A buzz shot down his body. A slight turn and his lips would be against her skin. His tongue wet his lips. Raising a kid was easy compared to denying the impulse to touch her. His coworker. One of the only pretty ones he'd had over the years. There was a good reason he'd not bothered with women. His risk aversion had skyrocketed over the last decade, since his girlfriend at 19 had broken up with him. The whole breakup had left a bad taste in his mouth for women in general. And he never looked back. That memory shook his lust-fogged brain loose. We'll see how impressed you are when you finish tallying our scores and I find out I've lost handily. Her belly laugh made him smile. So, 5 siblings, huh? I bet the holidays are fun. She grunted. It's a circus. Everyone's got their own opinion on how things should be run, and my mom's a traditionalist who wants everything to stay the same. Dependability, high expectations, good memories, and all that magical stuff parents are into. Colton cleared his throat. As a stand-in parent, I can assure you that nothing is more important to children than to decorate the cactus the same way every year. It's the foundation of character building. Natalia snorted as she poked his chest. We have real Christmas trees in Arizona. He raised an eyebrow at her. They just have to be imported from neighboring states with more tolerant climates. She threw her last dart and squeaked. I win! He could hardly begrudge her the fruity drink she'd ordered since he had lost the game. But the guys he ditched lit his phone up with captioned photos, gifs, and sarcastic remarks as he waited for their drinks to be made. As if they wouldn't do the exact same thing if they were in his place. Colton grabbed their drinks and headed back. Mozzie sat on a stool next to Natalia, chatting. His light brown curly hair was a favorite with females, which was why he ran his fingers through his hair occasionally to draw their attention to it. He'd taken one psychology class in college and called himself the Woman Whisperer. Sure enough, he pulled his signature move 3 times in Colton's walk back. Colton, my man. Natalia tells me she's working with you on a project for Cap. How exciting. Mozzie clapped him on the shoulder. Colton narrowed his eyes. Mozzie's enthusiasm was a show. He cared nothing for what Colton did with Cap and frequently pronounced aviation talk to be a snooze fest. Crash. He was clearly vying for Natalia's attention. Left single quotation mark. She's agreed to let me treat her to dinner before she leaves. Give her a taste of Salem's hospitality. Mozzie knew exactly how to garner a reaction when he wanted one. Colton wasn't going to let him have it. Ah, that's a great idea, Moz. Make sure you take her on your girlfriend's horse-drawn carriage tour. That will give her a good understanding of the history of the city while she's at it. Mozzie choked on his drink. His face reddened. I don't have a girlfriend. Colton widened his eyes. Oh, no! What happened to Carly? Natalia excused herself to go to the restroom. Mozzie's expression darkened. Charlotte and I broke up weeks ago. You knew that. He had, in fact, heard Mozzie explaining the whole sad situation to Siggs earlier. He took a swig of his drink. That's a shame. I'll have to give Natalia the tour by air, I guess. As Mozzie slumped back to the pool tables, Colton rubbed at the tension in his shoulder. What had gotten into him staking a claim on Natalia like that? He couldn't have her, even if he wanted her. But for reasons he couldn't articulate, if he couldn't have her, no one else could, either. Read more when you purchase Book 2. Singed. Want 2 free novellas? Get Perfectly Designed, a prequel novella. And only us for free at cdgjill.com/free-novella. Social media. Facebook. www.facebook.com/cdggill. Author. Instagram. www.instagram.com/cd_gill. Goodreads. HESTREGGILL. BookBub. https://bookbub.bookbub.com/authors/c-d-g. All my ebooks and paperbacks are available directly from my website anytime at cdggill.com/shop. By buying directly from me, you help me keep my lights on. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Read more. From C.D. Gill. Only Us. Free bonus novella. Star. Freedom's Cry. Suspense series. Behind Lead Doors. On Wings of an Avalanche. The Apricot Underground. Against All Odds. Clean romantic suspense series. Perfectly Designed. Free prequel novella. Star. Undefeated. Book 1. Unprecedented. Book 2. Unrivaled. Book 3. Free at cdgill.com/free-novella. Farrah Family. Clean romantic suspense series. In the Shadows. The Unexpected Escape. Playing to Survive. Carter Counter-Espionage Unit. Clean romantic suspense series. Trapped. Singed. Forged. Targeted. Wrecked. Secured. With gratitude. Every book comes with a list of people who are immensely helpful in tolerating my ignorant or probing questions. My internet searches have nothing on what I ask people in real life sometimes. I am so grateful to Dave Richards for his insight on corporate espionage and the dark side of market research. The ideas and parameters were perfect for what I needed, so thank you. Thank you to Joan, Sherry, Allison, and Isla for catching what I didn't, and for your love and support always. A big thank you to Sherry Wilson-Johnson for always encouraging me on my way, as well as the support from other authors who push me onward every day. And as always, I'm so grateful that my family encourages and inspires me to write and publish like I do. It's a joy to love my people big and small, and to have them cheering me on. Until next time, C.D. Gill.